Everything we got right here, brother, one play at a time. Everything we work for this season is in 120 snaps.
We've been building a good foundation since April. This will be a playoff game, and everything matters. It'll be a fun game.
They came out smoking.
Hit hard. With running room, diving for the end zone. Who's dominating right now? Dominate, play for somebody bigger than yourself, other than yourself.
The cheetah's loose in South Florida. It's picked off. Pressure's coming. Goff, kick it away.
This is what we all live for, is what we play the game for, so we're all excited.
Buckle up, hold on to your head. Unbelievable.
How about some speed? Hey, you guys keep proving me right. This is a special crew.
This is what you dream of. This is the opportunity you always wanted. You got an opportunity Sunday, and now you got to execute and get it done.
Pep, 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 pep. Pep, 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 pep. Pep, 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 pep. What is happening, you guys? And welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, El Capitan, here with the Monday morning of mourning, because the Dolphins are now out of the playoffs. It was a hard-fought battle to the bitter end, all the way to the point when the NFL had to intervene and go ahead and say, yeah, that was a first down, when it was clearly not, because they just didn't want to give us the one final shot to tie this game up and potentially go to whatever. You know what? Dolphins most certainly played a hell of a lot better than anyone had given them credit for outside of the Dolphins fans. They destroyed the 14.5-point spread that they had, and at one point came back from being down 17-0 and got the lead and had the lead for a good portion of this football game. It wasn't free of its mistakes, coaching mistakes, play calls. Third string rookie quarterback had a couple of bad throws, some interceptions that were costly. penalties, guys. The penalties have plagued this team all year. I lay that on the feet of the coaching staff, most importantly, Mike McDaniel, not fixing whatever that is. That needs to get cleaned up by next year, because we cannot be looking at, 3rd and long because of penalties. You didn't do us too many favors in that. But, got the guys in the back, got Lewis going to do some co-hosting with me, and Color going to come up here as well. We're going to talk into a lot of the stuff. We'll end up dropping the link at some point and getting you guys in on this. But we got a lot to discuss. The film isn't out yet. I'll probably go through the film with you guys. I know everybody's been clamoring for that. But we've got a lot to discuss. Tonight, the Tampa Bay Bucks, Tom Brady takes on, at home against the Cowboys. That's going to be a game as well. We can talk about that a little bit, but we've got a lot to discuss about the future of this franchise and what we're going to do. We've seen the reports where the team, there's been doctors, according to Adam Schefter, that have come out and said that they believe that Tua will be healthy enough to play football next year, and that the Miami Dolphins are going to proceed with him for the 2023-2024 season. My question is, will it be a open quarterback competition? Would it be, a real open ordeal? Because I don't know. Do we run it back? Because running it back is something this organization has done before, and we've fallen short on the run back years. Usually it's injury and coaching or something to that effect. And next thing you know, it's week 7, week 8, and we got an interim head coach in here. That's what's happened in the years that we've run it back before, especially after a playoff berth. I don't know. A lot to discuss on that fact. Before we get going, thanks everybody for getting in here. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. We've been cranking out episodes and videos like a soon to be a 24-hour network around this with the kind of content and the amount of content we're putting out around here. The algorithm favors us and doesn't when you go so long and so much. So I need everybody to hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. If you're watching on Facebook or Twitch or wherever, come over to YouTube, subscribe over here on the network. Make sure to hit the like button and share these videos. Share them. Help get it out there. Help people, these disgruntled and displaced Miami Dolphins fans around the globe, to find the TFTG tailgate home, where honesty and reality is the regular occurrence. All the other nonsense, we are not the mouthpiece of the organization. We are not the mouthpiece to anything other than ourselves. We are only beholden to us. We care about the fans, not the colors we rep. We love the colors. We care about us. Charity starts at the house. And we want to make sure that this team does the right things and does us right for our lifetime of fandom. We need rings in this bad Bama Jamma. That's why we will be extra critical always and forever until we have what we want. Because I'm sorry, you can say for far too long, the excuse is, well, that was the old regime. That was a different quarterback. That was a different coach. I don't give a shit. I'm going to hold everyone accountable. You carry the baggage of the last regime from now on. Because all that is a built-in excuse for running it back, for redoing it. We're going to run it back. It needs to be run back better. Enough of the nonsense. And I'm sorry, but it's hard to have confidence. It's hard to have confidence in this organization running it back properly. And if you are going to run it back with this quarterback, how am I supposed to have faith in his health? Outside of the concussions aside, just the injuries alone. Just the injuries alone make this a questionable move if that's what the Dolphins do. If you're going to run it back with him, you're going to pick up that 5th-year option. That means no matter what, the Dolphins are on the hook for $25 million with this guy for the next 2 years. Outside of if they trade him. If we give him the 5th-year option, he goes down week 1 and never plays football again, you will be paying in that dead cap money, and that is the end, and that is all she wrote. Also, how do I know? And people don't like to talk about this stuff. They really don't. Similar situation going on right now with the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. You know, these players have their own representation. They, like this channel, take care of number one first. Their families. They may be on a team. They may even bleed their colors. But charity starts at the house. If we give a 5th-year option to Tua Tagovailoa and he comes out in the first 8 to 10 weeks, you know, we're 7-3, you know, commanding leads and stuff like that. They're going to, without anyone knowing, and they won't talk about it, the discussion of a contract extension begins. And then does he play hardball by, I feel dizzy after that hit in the Raiders game, we'll say, and sit out for 3 weeks playing hardball with the organization. All y'all are like, no, you're a conspiracy guy. No, you're a fucking idiot if that's what you believe, that they don't do this. You're an idiot if you don't think that they play these games. I would. I don't begrudge them at all for playing that game. I need security and monies. Give me mines first. I don't begrudge them, but that don't got shit to do with what my desire is a ring, is a Super Bowl, is a championship team with a franchise quarterback and a franchise coach that I can lean on year in and year out while the other shit gets figured out. That's our goal. We've lost sight of that around here. Right now, what do we have? We don't have a franchise guy. And anyone who says different, you're lying to yourself. Because if we did, the franchise guy would have played these last 2 weeks. So I'm out here firing it while it's hot. Lou, Cap, Shake, Color, Scott, Dolphineer, God Soldier, everybody getting in early. Thank you guys. Hit the like button. John, Bernie, Michael K, Lucas, California, all family guys, TD on location. I just want a QB who plays every game. That's what I'm saying, TD on location. I'm literally saying that. Cappy, the Penguin, what's up? 9-9, blow this mofo up. Now, see, I don't know about blowing it up, but I ain't opposed to good old explosion. In fact, it's become a regular occurrence for us Dolphin fans. We know what that looks like. We know how that works. But where do we blow it up at? Clement, what's up? Waddle got them brick hands. I definitely trade him. You know what's crazy, too, about Waddle is he's been very defensive on Twitter for people calling him out for his drops, for his shortcomings. He's very defensive about it. And guys can go one or two ways. Listen, you know, all too often, there's the cool kids club in some circumstance. And the Miami Dolphins fandom and the Miami Dolphins organization is no different. If you're talking sweet nothings about this Dolphins team, you're allowed to be in the cool kids club. You're allowed to be on the in crowd. As long as you're willing to always be this super positive, overwhelming, we'll get them. I'm still proud of my boys. Bullshit. The same regurgitated nonsense we've been getting for decades around here. We should be grateful to even have a football team. You should be grateful I have a channel for your fucking football team. How about that? And first of all, and last of all, is my team. My team. Here long before many of these fools, long before Ross bought this bitch, and I'll be here long after he's cold and dead in the ground. That's the reality. It's our team. Not any player, not any owner, not any coach. They all come and go. We are the constant. Until they serve us in this serve us industry, we are allowed and should and will express our displeasure. And look no further than the Green Bay Packers, a team who in the last lifetime have only had like 5 seasons that haven't been, playoff seasons. They take great quarterbacks and get rid of them before they become a liability a lot of the times and bring someone else. And they might have a year or two changeover, turn around. It's because their fans get pissed. They bitch. They say something. Patriot fans too. They boo. No, you're not supposed to do that, El Capitan. You're supposed to be grateful to have the team. Fuck you and your gratefulness, bruh. Well, tell me how I'm supposed to fan. I'm telling you, you're doing it wrong. I'm telling you, you're doing it wrong. That's the reality. You're doing it wrong. That's why they're able to serve you mediocre crap and charge you a premium for it. You are buying a burger at the Roach Coach, and it's being sold to you as if it's a freaking bison burger with filet mignon in it with homemade cheese that they put on a bitch. You're buying a $21 burger from a Roach Coach. You're getting had, boys, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for us to raise our standards. It's just like if you're in a relationship with someone that you want it to work out with, you can either leave that relationship because of the abuse you're taking, or you can stand your damn ground and let them know this is how things are going to change around here, or I will leave. Look no further to Roach. Roach has moved on to another football team. The Tuaneers in this organization is costing fans, and it has been, and hemorrhaging them for decades now. For decades, we have been losing great fans of this organization because they don't smile and take the shit. They're not on the in crowd. I'm talking facts here, guys. And you don't have to like it. And you can call me a liar. But that's because you're too busy kissing ass trying to get on the in crowd. A crowd you'll never be in. A crowd you'll never be in, because unless you're going to be a season ticket holder and fly to every away game and be somebody that, the team can prop up because you will never say a negative thing about them, you got to be rich enough, you got to be good looking enough, and you got to be a bitch enough to just do whatever they say. And that's what they want. That's what they want this whole fan base to be. A bunch of robots. It's why I started this channel. It's why I started this network. It's why I have surrounded myself with free thought individuals like myself to further the message. We take no more. We have no more room to give. We edge out no more. I am happy that we made it to the playoffs. I'm even happy with the performance that we put on, albeit with the problems. And if you want to run it back, even with Tua, there ain't much I can do about it. Outside of voice my displeasure when they fuck up because of it, or see the changes that get made, hopefully, and they do it right. Guys, make sure you're checking out all the fire content we got coming around this month. Going to have to update this thing because we got some new shows coming down the pike, some new shit happening, and we will make certain that you guys will have everything all the time, anytime, and we will be here with you throughout the offseason, throughout the draft, throughout every moment, just like last year. You got myself with the Fins Tailgate. You got Lou with the Rabid Dolphin rants. You got color commentary, doing coffee and a cup of color and some late night color commentary. You got Dolphins DTA debriefs, doing with some shorts, doing with the super late night. You got Late Night XL with Ali, also coming with his broken takes on the recorded side. Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, a great way to support the channel. Another great way is hitting the link in the description.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Also, link in the description for all our great gear, TFTG style. Get yourself some. Get the DNA shirt. Show them what's good, the aqua and orange. Get a hat, all different colors, all different styles. Make sure you guys are partaking. Also, link is in the description for Backroom Collections. Amazing, one-of-a-kind stuff great friends of the family, and make sure you guys go over and get your one of a kind stuff with 10% off using offer code #TFTG. Also, guys, become a member. Hit the join button. Embark on us in our lifelong journey to procure enough of this fan base together of free thought to push back on the ass kissing that I see all too often around here. To push back. And I don't need us all to agree. In fact, the team itself and the TFTG, we butt heads. Y'all have seen it. But we also understand that we are free people that have, the melting pot of America, which is what South Florida is all about. Culturally diverse, from every which way you can imagine, where our goal is just to make certain to have enough of us together that they can't ignore us anymore. They won't. Hit the like button, everybody. Help get this algorithm. Get it going. Get that like button hit. Make sure you guys are liking, sharing. There is some options. Cliff, guys, I see it. Jags Junkie, we got room here in Duval. It's hard, boys. But it ain't impossible. We gonna get it. We'll bring the guys up from in the back. Lou, Color. Am I spitting facts today, boys, or what?
Well, you definitely are, man.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Absolutely.
I sent you in private chat.
Oh, yeah, I did.
You want me to share it.
I didn't watch it though. I'm
it's brutal,
I'm not
bro. It's brutal. Almost made me cry, man. Yeah, I'll
kids
share it.
upset because the Dolphins lost.
Oh, more than just the Dolphins, but let me see here.
I guess I'll pull it up and see.
I got it.
What we got.
Yeah, I got it on share. Give me a second. All right. There we go.
We're letting down our children, everybody. And this is what we're talking about.
You know what we can take away from it? We made it to the playoffs. And we should have beat the Bills with a backup quarterback in the game. This is a team that we can look forward to next season because they're building on a lot of great things. We're going to go further next year.
Reminds me of my youth.
Season to watch. I had so much fun watching these games with you.
Mm-hmm.
Cheering for the Dolphins with you.
Poor thing, man.
I know. I've been this. That's been me my entire
Me too.
childhood.
Yeah.
My son's smart. He don't even watch the Dolphins.
Y'all are lucky. My dad laughed at me.
Well, no, my dad didn't freaking comfort me. My dad was too busy breaking shit around the house.
Right. Yeah. My dad was punching walls and shit and hosing
Yeah,
walls.
my dad was breaking shit around the house. Fuck this fucking team. We're not going to any more games ever again. Then they start with the counter PR all off season. Next thing you know, we're fucking season ticket holders.
The guy's like, we got a lot of great things to build on. He's like, the little kid's like, fuck that. Get Tua out of here.
Damn, that's what that kid said after the end of that video? Holy shit.
He knows. Wait, we've all been that age. We knew when adults were blowing sunshine up our ass. Come on.
Oh,
man.
you fucking right, Color. I knew bullshit when I was getting bullshitting.
That's why his crying like spilled out when he said that part. He's like, yeah, what the fuck you talking about? We still got Tua.
Yeah, enough.
Crying
of that
got
nonsense.
worse.
Again,
wearing a Waddle jersey, bro. Like, really? Oh, man.
It's a shame.
Painful.
It's a shame because it didn't need to end this way.
And instead of consoling people like that, Waddle's out there arguing. Nice. Real classy, man. How about catch the football, Ted Ginn?
God damn.
How about catch the football, Mike Wallace?
God
Bro,
damn.
as
How
much
about
as
be
I,
worth the money and Ndamukong Suh?
bro, as much as I hate Ted Ginn, bro, that man never dropped 3 like that, dude. Come on, man.
Well, he definitely could track a ball coming over his shoulder and into his fucking hands. I'll say that much.
Really? Which Ted Ginn were you watching? That
What
must
you
have
talking
been
about?
that must have been the Kenny Stills version of Ted Ginn.
Ted Ginn, when you would just put him on a 9 round, you throw it and he just gets underneath it and lets it fall into his hands. What are you talking
I
about,
don't
Killer?
know
That was
about
like his
well,
only trick.
yeah,
He was a one-trick pony.
If he's lucky enough for it to fall in his hands, because his eyes ain't doing nothing to help him.
Yeah, well.
Well, he had one thing going for him, Color. At least he didn't jump to catch the football. I don't remember jumping.
Fuck.
They're all like, it was underthrown. He had to jump.
Oh my God.
No, he didn't have to jump. That's why it looked underthrown.
I didn't see any underthrown footballs yesterday.
Me neither.
Underthrown.
Matter of fact, on a couple of those, I seen the wide receivers have to turn on the jets. You know what I'm saying? In their route to actually get out underneath that football. Seen plenty of that.
All to serve an agenda at quarterback. We're gonna just excuse a guy dropping.
Scott Jackson says at least Ted Ginn returned kicks.
Yeah. Exactly. But I mean, all to keep our imaginary facade of our quarterback intact. We're gonna throw shade on Skylar to excuse Waddle. That's ridiculous, man.
Oh yeah, that narrative is ridiculous. Again,
I guess the ball that he fumbled against Minnesota was underthrown too, right?
Ooh.
That was a defensive back. That was a great DB play, right? When he fumbled the ball.
Listen, there was some good DB plays. I agree.
Well, yeah.
But I don't know, man.
Playoff defensive back was right there to make a play. And a playoff receiver needs to come down with that ball. You think Justin Jefferson thinks those balls were underthrown yesterday?
No, he do not.
Damn, Color spitting facts right now. If half the drop footballs were caught,
had those balls laid right in his hand yesterday, given that Minnesota's sitting on the couch now too.
Listen, all the things that happened yesterday that resulted in us not coming away with the victory.
By the way,
the biggest to me is that if half those footballs that were dropped caught, we would have won that football game. Half. And you can pick any half you want.
Even one of them leads to a field goal, bro, and it's a tie ball game.
Absolutely. Well, there were several plays in the game. You know, guys, like what I was thinking, because I've been one of the ones, and not even to get off subject, right? But I've been telling people all year, I wanted to see Tyreek Hill and Waddle return punts. Look at the punt return that we had from Cedric Wilson.
What a fucking
yesterday, right? That's a great punt return. But just, do you think that if that's Tyreek Hill with those lanes, you think the kicker is taking them down?
I don't see how.
Why wasn't Tyreek in that situation? Why wasn't Jalen Waddle? Because
in a playoff game, in a playoff game, I expected to see at least one of them get back there.
I tell you this, if even one of those balls are caught by Waddle, I bet you that little kid ain't got no tears on his Waddle jersey.
I agree with that. There were some drops,
bro. Get paid millions of dollars to do one thing, bro, and then you're going to go out there and argue with people on Twitter about it.
Shit happens. Okay, I get it. It happens. But in the same reality, you gotta make it up somehow. You know what I'm saying? You gotta go, okay, I had some drops. I'm gonna get free out in the back and I'm gonna catch this one. You know?
And look, Tyreek dropped a very important first down right in his hands too. But you know what the difference is? A champion like Tyreek corrected himself the rest of the game. And if you notice, everybody that we listed on a short list that had playoff experience on our team, all of them had some mistakes in the first quarter, and all of them corrected themselves. because they've been to the playoffs before. Then our 7th-round rookie, who's only played in 2 games in his entire life, was able to correct himself after a botched first quarter. Yet Waddle continued to drop ball after ball after ball. It's inexcusable. I'm sorry. I lay this loss right at the feet of number 17. Period. And if you want to go further, Wes Welker, and then on up the chain to McDaniel, because that's who's responsible for reminding these receivers that they need to watch the ball all the way in. Simple coaching. I played high school football. That's all I needed to play to know that your eyes are the most important thing on your body as a receiver. Just is how it is, bro. You take the ball out of the air. I've said it all off season. I've told you all season. A good receiver, a great receiver, takes the ball out of the air.
Again,
And
look.
if Waddle takes the ball out of the air on all 3 of those, there ain't no DB's defender's hand anywhere near Waddle in the football.
I think Waddle can get better. I think he will get better too.
That's the part people won't give me credit for, because I agree with you. Everybody can get better. I said that about
I think
Tua.
he will get better.
Right. And I said the same thing about Tua, and Tua got better. Good enough? Not for me. But
That's
better.
the question. That's the question. And remember, is Waddle's second year. I would say he and Jalen Phillips both got better from their rookie seasons. Well, no. I would say Jalen Phillips made head and shoulders better this year than last year, while Waddle, not so different.
Right.
You know what
this
I'm saying?
This is supposed to be Jalen Phillips' sophomore slump year.
He didn't look like a sophomore slump to me.
No. And I wouldn't say that Waddle had the slump either, but I didn't see the jump in production again.
Not in production.
Waddle had a record-breaking season. You know what I'm saying? For rookie catches his first year. But
credit
again,
to Waddle. And AB makes a good point right now, and it's probably meant for somebody else in a different discussion, but it's a good point for this one too. Credit to Waddle for not quitting, though. I mean, if McDaniel didn't want to bench him and he's still in the game, credit to Waddle for not quitting. He did almost score a touchdown on an end around. You know what I mean?
yes,
actually, if you go back and look at that, they should have. I mean, I would have had that review. It should have been reviewed because I think he scored a touchdown.
I thought he scored too.
Yeah, I thought he did too.
We ended up drilling it play anyhow. So.
And I said it during the live stream. Okay, yeah, good enough, but don't waste the flag when you should just be able to be men and punch it right in. And we did, to our credit. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
We did punch it right in.
So let me ask you guys something, because there's this one play that kind of stuck in my brain yesterday, where it was a deep ball right up the middle to Gesicki, and Gesicki wasn't even looking.
Absolutely.
Does that concern you at all?
No, he was looking, bro. The problem is
he didn't make an effort to try to get it.
No, the finger touching the ball that did not change the trajectory of the ball at all.
No. Different play. This is a different play. This is different. What you're talking about?
He was coming up the seam.
I'm talking about the one where it was a seam right up the middle, and he didn't even turn around to look for it. Flew right past his head, dude. Like legitly right next to his head.
See that one again, but the one that was tipped, the ball did not change its trajectory at all. It distracted the tip. The finger touching the ball distracted him, and the ball went right through his arms.
I saw that one.
Again, if a great receiver is in a zone where his eyes are glued to that football, it doesn't matter what it goes through before it gets to me. I'm taking the ball out of the air.
Yeah.
And I think, to his credit, later on he caught one that he was pretty well.
It was behind. It was thrown way behind him, and he reached out and snatched it with his hand.
And he was way distracted on it too, and he came up. So he corrected himself. With it. He corrected himself.
The reason I asked about
Waddle can and will get better.
Yeah, they will. I
I'm
mean,
not going to not call out the fucking blunders he had in a game that we needed him to be on point for a third string quarterback.
Right.
that
distraction when he saw the finger tip the ball.
Yeah.
That split second was all it took for
Mhm.
his arms to be late, and that's why the ball went right through his arms like he didn't even touch the football.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. They can and will get better, but the reason that it concerns me is this isn't the first time I saw throws both by Skylar and Tua, in fact, that the wide receivers were not even looking for the ball. This isn't this during the season. It was several times throughout the season I saw that, and it just kind of concerned me. And that points to to Wes Welker and hey, you need to address
here's what I
this,
wonder,
maybe.
Ali. Here's what I wonder, Ali.
Mm-hmm.
In plays that your number isn't called, it's not dialed up. Not that they're taking the play off, but are they just assuming that they're not going to be found in the progression?
Exactly.
I've seen it sometimes.
That's the problem.
I've seen it sometimes with
you should
Tua.
be prepared no matter what. Your number or not, you be prepared.
Against
and that's the
against
issue.
the Jets in the all-22, you can literally see two of our receivers run to the end of their route and stand there with their back turned to the line of scrimmage, like as if to say, well, our route's over. What do we do now?
That is an issue.
Absolute ridiculous, man. That is just ridiculous. We have, and you know what I noticed? Murmurs starting from the casuals yesterday about why the fuck don't we have any scramble drill? Why don't we have any comeback support to our quarterback from our wide receivers?
Oh my God, for real. And
why
is
Tua hasn't gotten that all year either?
No, but I will say
That's on Wes Welker.
At least through the play design, everyone's breaking to Tua's throwing arm. When Skylar comes in there, no one's breaking to that side of the ball. How many times do we see Skylar get flushed out of the pocket and roll to his right with no one around? Everyone's on the other side of the hash.
And even in general, they're not coming back to the line of scrimmage. The example of the two receivers standing there at the end of their routes with their back turned to the line of scrimmage. Like, really? What are you all doing? You know? I mean, come back to the ball. Come back to the line of scrimmage. Give your quarterback something to throw to. Why do you think when Josh Allen or any other quarterback is on a scramble drill, why do you think it always seems like they find some guy wide open with green grass with nobody around him? Because that receiver's on a comeback drill. You find an open space. You give your quarterback a place to throw to. That's what a scramble drill is.
You're not kidding about that, Color, because you can see Stephon Diggs do that every time. A lot of his catches, he runs back, catches the ball, and that's why he doesn't really get the yak yards. But that's essentially what he does. All over.
That's why I think it could get better, because it's fundamentals. That's on the wide receiver coach.
Shout out to Shula the Don
correcting the wide receiver coach.
For the $4.99 donation. He says Waddle catches with his pass. The colder it gets, the more difficult it is to catch with your body. Excellent point. When it's a colder game out there, that ball is a hell of a lot harder and it bounces a hell of a lot easier.
The only reason I'm catching with my body is if I need my shoulder as a second hand because my other hand is taken away from me. That's the only reason I catch with my body.
OJ McDuffie style, bro. That was the only time that man caught with his body.
Literally, one of his hands were held away. For a one-handed catch, you almost have to use your shoulder on the same arm as your second hand. Okay, that's the only time I ever let the ball come all the way to my body. That's it.
Like that catch that Knox had, I think, was it Knox, the tight end who scored with one hand on the side of the end zone?
And the reason you're able to do that is because when your eyes are fixed on the ball, it slows it down. And you're able to literally use your shoulder as a second hand.
If my tight end is making body catches, okay, he's a fucking tight end. You know what I'm saying? That I can almost understand. But shout out to EM saying he sees the haters around here. Apparently we're all haters now. So.
I'll say, though, again, it is just a matter of special relativity. When you stick your hands out to pull the ball in, it literally slows the ball down. It is special relativity. Go ask Einstein. It will slow the ball down. If you let that ball come in full velocity into your body, it is going to be coming in very fast, and it is likely to bounce off your chest before your hands can grasp it. It just is what it is. Do the test. Have somebody throw a ball to you, reach out your arms and guide the ball in and watch how slow the ball how much the ball slows down. Special relativity. I mean, it's science. It's not even, it is a reality. Speed is only relative to what it's around, what it's related to. And that's your hands. And if you stick your hands out there and reach for the ball is literally slowing down because your hands are now moving about into your body about as fast as the ball is. So the ball literally slows down as relates to your hands. Special relativity. It's a real thing.
Yep. And when you got soft hands, it's like hitting it into a pillow and you can lay it in there all nice and soft. Listen, I ain't a guy that got hands. My hands are like stones. So that's why I
hit the ball 5 times if I wanted to before I take it out of the air. I choose when that ball stops. And that's what a great receiver does. Now, do I have the body to be an NFL player and all that? No, of course not. I'm not trying to speak, above my pay grade. I'm just trying to say, as pertains to catching an object, I don't care if it's a football or if it's a 2x4. It's the same thing. And I'm not.
Everybody hit the like button.
I mean, I'll probably drop it now because my hands are so arthritis ridden, but that's different.
FM points out, Nate Burleson talked about this, said fingers are cold and numb and guys almost catch with their body.
That is the tough part about playing in the cold. Absolutely.
It certainly is.
Well, with them gloves on, no excuses. You all go do the exercise yourself. You all go to Walmart. Even Walmart. Don't even have to
Have you guys seen these gloves? Have you seen these gloves? Have you ever had? They are ridiculous. You can literally lay your hand flat like this and catch shit all day, just like with the grippy alone. It's insane.
When they say you have the stickiest hands, it's because of those gloves, bro.
Oh,
those gloves
God.
help you so much. It's not even fun.
That's why, despite being a great catch, that Odell Beckham Jr. catch is really not that impressive. If you actually went to the store and checked them gloves out for yourself, you'd be like, holy shit.
Yeah, the more impressive catch was done by Brett Grimes, who's a DB with those gloves.
Right. Or
how about the catch?
Or somebody like Edelman where the ball is an inch away from touching the ground, but he sticks with it,
Again, I'm proud in the way the team fought. Defensively, special teams, offense. We had a makeshift O-line. We had Robert Hunt playing right tackle. We had a new guy that didn't even know was on the damn team till he started at left guard.
He wasn't horrible either. It wasn't that bad.
We had Waddle was nicked up all day. He on that in the first series, I believe it was, he had landed hard on his shoulder and was shooken up the rest of the day. You had Ingold out there with a club hand. A lot of these guys played through a lot of stuff, and I commend them for it. There's somebody around here I would have liked to have seen what he would have done if he could play through some things, but apparently that wasn't the case. Boom. That's right. That was what we call a mic drop. Nobody even has anything to say to some shit like that.
Oh, man.
So, Lewis, the somberness you felt in the Dolphins' victory and getting into the playoffs was not because we didn't want to see games won, not because you weren't excited for one more week of playoff football, but because the inevitable was on the horizon. And now here we are.
F that. Lewis thought we were going to get destroyed.
No. Lewis realized that this was signaling that they were going to run it back, and about at almost 5:45, 5:50 in the morning before the game, Adam Schefter, I think it was, released that the Dolphins plan to go forward with Tua next year. And so then now it's
weird way Skylar saved McDaniel's job.
I think so. I think one more game played saved Boyer's job.
I disagree with Boyer. I think I give all that credit to the players, not Boyer, at all. The players
No,
are really what made that happen,
Nah.
bro.
he had a great scheme, Ali.
Yeah, he
He had a
did.
You
great
can
game
say he
plan.
had a great scheme, but I really think the players are really what did it for him. I don't give any credit to Boyer. Boyer has shown me that he does not know how to properly build schemes in important times. Even in the fourth quarter, you look at that fourth quarter, why weren't we blitzing still? Why were we not putting the pressure that we've done all game against Josh Allen? Why we didn't do that? So you guys can sit there and give Boyer, whatever.
Hey,
I'm
I'll
still
be right
saying the
back. I
fact
gotta
it was the
drop out for a
players and not
second.
Boyer. So we'll agree to disagree.
But I mean, okay, Ali, and I get what you're saying. Trust me, I get it. But the only thing I would say, like when you said, "Well, we were blitzing in the fourth quarter," but it was working all game. Every time we were bringing blitz, we were putting pressure. We weren't getting organic front four pressure. I mean, sometimes, but
Yes,
a lot of the time,
that was my point. That's my point, Lewis. We were blitzing all game and we were creating the pressure. That's exactly what I wanted. In the fourth quarter, go back when we watch
oh,
the
you
All
said it
22
stopped. Oh,
tomorrow.
okay.
You ain't gonna see it. That's my point. In the
I,
fourth quarter, we stopped
I
doing that
hear you.
for
I
whatever
hear you.
reason. Why?
Do you give Ali? Do you give Boyer any kind of pass for all the injuries he had to deal with on the defensive side of the ball? Would
Okay,
that
okay, that
sway
part
you?
I agree. On the secondary, because the secondary was decimated, even X is playing with a groin injury. I completely agree with that. So yeah, he can get some pass, but even then, even against teams like
Um,
Houston
can
or
I just,
other
can I just
teams, there's no reason to let your defense get rolled over like that.
yeah, well, and can I just address Justin Chokebert real quick? Says nobody saw our defense playing that well. I think you guys will probably back me up in this. I'm not picking on Justin. That's a good comment. I think he's right that nobody saw our defense playing that well, but they should have, because I seem to recall being the number one defender of our defense. So I'm going to go ahead and take it into victory lap. And I think you guys can back me up. I'm going to take 2 victory laps on this one.
I understand. I do
Honesty,
agree. The defense played very well in the game. I'm not going to
I at
disagree with
least
that.
predicted that our defense would keep us in the ball game like they have done all 17 games this year.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it was.
Look, we've had a chance to win every single ball game this year. People forget that. So when people were like 42-6 for yesterday, it's like, how do you figure even if we're gonna lose, we're not gonna get blown out? And that was throwing shade on Skylar, and the people that were saying those things were so transparent to me. It was,
and that is actually one thing I do 100% agree with. We did not get rolled over whatsoever. We didn't take it like everyone thought. There's no 42-6.
That's why I didn't have no butterflies going into the game.
Exactly, I do agree with that.
I felt like Lewis did, but more on the other end of the spectrum a little bit, just on the other side of the fence where I thought we might be able to pull it off. We had we had the keys if we executed. And guess what? We didn't execute. There's a lot of places we didn't execute. I know that people are going to say, and they're right for saying this, that there are several different people that if they'd have done X or Y differently, we would have won the game. But none of them have 3 notches in their belt for that game yesterday. And that's why I put the game solely at the feet of number 17. Yeah, I'm sure he did, Justin. I'm sure he missed touchdowns, wide open touchdowns. Did you look to see if he had a linebacker in his face? I mean, and besides, even if he did miss them, so what? Neither of those misses cost us the ball game. And guess what? Those plays that you're talking about don't even happen likely if Waddle catches 2 of those 3 passes. We're not even in the same play calling realm at that point. So you can say, yeah, Skylar missed guys, but saying somebody missed something as opposed to somebody dropping a football that they get paid millions of dollars to catch 3 times in a row. The man was 0 for 4 before he even caught his first football yesterday. And people want to call that a wide receiver 1/2? Sorry. Sharik, I would have. Hey, are we going? You think we can snag Sharik from the Bills in the offseason? I'll take that. If we're going to compare to Waddle, if we're going to spend money on Waddle, if we got to sign him, whatever, no. I say you still take advantage of the 80% of the league that's still fooled by this man, and you take the bag now. Because we can probably still garner a first-round pick for him. Maybe. Given that, as everybody likes to point out, his name is in Canton already. No, I know you're not throwing shade on Skylar. I know you're being fair, Justin, to point that out. I'm not trying to be unfair. Yes, he missed some throws on that last drive. I would expect a 7th-round rookie to do that. But at the same time, when you're talking about no comeback drill, no scramble drills, no help from his receivers all day, and then to be dropping 3 dimes like that, oh man, it's just there's no way anybody. Tua couldn't have won that game yesterday, given the same circumstances. And that's not throwing shade on Tua. You cannot win ball games when your star receiver is dropping 3 passes like that. You just can't. Not a playoff game. We might have eked by in a win if it was a regular season game yesterday. But their wide receiver 4 stepped up as a rookie because he knew it's the playoffs. And our wide receiver 1/2 shit the bed, for lack of a better word. And I'm not going to excuse it. When you're talking about, yeah, other people could have done something differently to get that extra 3 or 4 points to win. Sure, you're absolutely right. But when you're talking about one guy with 3 opportunities like that, I'm sorry. I don't care how good the defense was.
And then even the commentators were saying they were impressed with the dimes that Skylar were throwing. The fact that they were dropped, it was horrible.
Yeah, and then to not bench the guy for even a series. That's squarely on the coach. That's favoritism. That is somebody that's Mike Matheny-ish. Now that's 2. Like I said before, you coach a playoff game differently than you do a regular season game. If somebody is dropping balls like that, what are they doing for you? I understand you don't bench a name like Jalen Waddle, but what is he doing for you? I would have rather added an extra blocker in the game. Complete malpractice on the coach. That's getting too friendly with the players, like Mike Matheny would do. He would not pull out a guy or trade a guy or whatever because, oh, they're all friends. Well, sorry, you got burned yesterday, Mike McDaniel. You got burned by a friend. And if you'd have benched his ass, I guarantee you he'd have either corrected himself or the next guy in would have corrected himself for him. Just is what it is. I had a foreman on a construction site tell me when a guy was a great leader. Told me one time he don't believe in using the word can't. The last time he used the word can't in his life, he was on a job site and the boss asked him to do something and he told him he can't do it. Next thing he knew, he was standing on the other side of the fence watching somebody do what he couldn't do. And that's stuck with me. You don't want to catch the football? Sit on the bench and watch somebody that will. And that's Mike McDaniel's fault, not Waddle. Waddle's going to go in and give his all if his number's called. I don't blame him for continuing. He's not going to bench himself. Great questions. Where was Easy E? I mean, was he even active? Craycraft doesn't drop a damn thing thrown to him. You need a possession receiver at that point in a playoff game where you're having some debacles. Your receiver ain't catching the ball, blah, blah, blah. You need to keep moving the football. You put in a possession receiver. You put in a Wes Welker, a Cole Beasley. Hey, Mike Gesicki, albeit I won't call him a possession receiver, but he'd have done better than Waddle yesterday. Am I wrong in any of this, guys? Am I being too harsh on Waddle?
I mean, no. Listen, the guy had 3 critical drops. But again, see, for me, and this is, I think, where me and you might differ a little bit, Color. I'm not going to put a lot of – I mean, I wouldn't say Waddle cost us a game. There was several plays. I think I said it yesterday on the stream. Bro, when I watched, for instance, right, when I watched Minnesota and the Giants, bro, when there was a timeout called or whatever, Brian Daboll would be talking to Daniel Jones, right? Everybody, a guy that everybody wrote off. And I know there's a difference. Daniel Jones was a first-round pick. Skylar is a 7th-round pick. I just think that there was a lot of play. Bro, we all got enamored.
For the wide receiver, though, too, Lewis. What round was Waddle drafted?
I agree. The first round. Absolutely. For me, when I look at the game, right, and I hear I'm going through the chat while you were talking, Color, and people are saying, well, Skylar missed a lot of throws and stuff. Bro, there was a lot of times where Skylar would escape the pocket and he's patting the ball. And I get it. There's no receivers coming back. I get it. But, bro, there's a lot of green grass in front of you. Go get me 5 or 6 yards.
That's true. And another thing, there was a few times where I don't think he necessarily needed to leave the pocket.
Agreed, Color. Agreed. But when I look at Daniel Jones, again, the only reason I bring him up, I don't think Daniel Jones is that much better than Skyler Thompson. But again, look at the stat line for Daniel Jones yesterday: 300 yards plus passing, another 80 yards rushing.
Now, just no fair, and I don't want to say this like I'm saying that he was ordered not to, because I think that is also not likely.
Right, I got you.
But do you think that there was a group discussion before the game about, hey, we can't really risk this as much as you'd like to, because we literally have a giraffe standing behind him?
There could be, but see, I'm on the mindset you're playing for your life right here.
I agree. There's nothing else to win. You played a win.
You know, like,
so if that discussion was had before the game, then it falls squarely on the coach.
That's where
the coach should have been saying what you're saying. It's balls to the wall. This is a playoff game. We got no tomorrow.
Exactly. I just think, kind of to what your point, Color, McDaniel's too friendly, but when I watch other coaches around the league, like, all I see Coach McDaniel do is have his head in the play sheet all goddamn game. That's all he's doing. He's not interacting with players. He's not talking to nobody. And I just think, again, we know Tua wasn't on the field. Teddy Bridgewater just looked like he was. And again, I'm not saying that they're panning on and we're seeing what's going on the sideline. I just think that McDaniel didn't help Skylar at all, man, yesterday. I think he left that kid high and dry and just let him out there just hanging himself. Again, Brian Daboll, when I'm watching him interact.
He's done all season, bro.
When he's done all
Connor
season.
in the play against the Jets, game 1 against the Jets.
Agreed.
I mean, we've gone through all this. Question, though, I have is, do you think maybe my bias that a bias is being created? Like, in other words, am I being too harsh? Am I directing the energy because people are throwing so much shade on Skylar wrongly? Do you think I'm redirecting that negative energy into Waddle? Am I being unfair to the guy?
I mean, I would say, in my opinion, Color, I would say no, because you played that position, maybe not at the level of Waddle, but you played the position and you got a strong point. Like, Listen, and Pete's been saying it all year. Tyreek and Waddle are both body catchers. So I don't think you're being overcritical on Waddle. Listen, we all said it. Tyreek is 1A, Waddle's a 1B. And in a playoff game, in those situations, you can't have your 1B receiver dropping passes. So, no, I don't think you're being overcritical.
I mean, and again, you can drop one or two. Not even one of those three caught, dude. One of those three caught could mean a tie ball game.
Absolutely. Well, think
I'm
about
not even giving us the touchdown. I'm saying we at least score 3 there. We only lost by 3.
Agreed. Well, see, and see, I'll be more critical than you then, Color, because on the first one when he jumped, I believe if Jalen Waddle just keeps running, I think he scores. I think that is 7 points on the first drive of the game. I think I don't understand why he's always jumping every time. It doesn't matter what the route is. Jalen Waddle is just number one, he's a body catcher, and number two, he jumps too goddamn much.
Right,
bro. Stay on your feet.
And CB83 makes sort of a fair point, but the problem is Skylar did overcome it, because if you look at his stat line, as far as time goes and what you can accomplish given a time frame, he did what he needed to do, because if you add 2 of those receptions, that's another 100 yards to his total.
I agree.
And so now if you're going to tell me an elite quarterback would also make up for that, okay, fine, that's fair. He's not an elite quarterback. He's a 7th round rookie. However, even that being said, being a 7th round rookie, you don't think McDaniel is in his ear going, guess what, we're not going to try anymore because I, as the head coach, can't trust our receivers? Like, you don't go back to a receiver after he dropped the ball 3 times late into his hands like that. No quarterback worth his weight in salt would go back to a receiver. You can't trust him, at least for that game, for whatever reason. So, I mean, what was Skylar supposed to do? Chuck the ball up for Waddle again? I mean, he could have, I guess. Man, 4 drops would have been like, damn, what do we say then? Now, Barry's pointing out that Skylar did go back to Waddle in the 4th quarter. He made 2 huge plays. Did I not watch that? Yes, I did. That's why I'm asking if I'm being fair or not. It's almost like, Lewis, it's almost like they're just only hearing the words they want to hear out of my mouth. You know what I mean? I'm literally trying to find a way to be more fair to Waddle up here by asking you guys that. Like, I'm asking for y'all's help. You know what I mean? And this dude's still like, did you watch that? Yeah, I also saw the end around. I also saw the end around that he almost scored a touchdown on. And I said during the stream that if he scores that touchdown right there, it erases the 3 drops. I'm just, I wish people would just listen and quit being so defensive all the time. And I get made out to be defensive. I don't know. I'll lay off the guy. We said enough. He dropped the 3 balls. I think it's responsible. I think it's the main reason we lost the game. And, that's just my opinion. Okay, Barry says I'm not being fair. All right. Well,
but here's the other part of it, though, Color. I mean, I understand what you're saying and all, but the flip side of it is that how are we not being fair? This is the 2nd or 3rd most important time where Waddle's dropped the ball or fumbled or messed up on a game-changing play.
And I'll lead to that point, and it's something I said earlier, but I didn't really drive home. If I'm not sitting here having to defend against the verbiage of trash when referring to Skyler Thompson since the game, actually during the game, then I probably wouldn't be so harsh on Waddle. Like, I've had to do nothing but defend the fact that Skylar is not a garbage can. And you all call my take on Waddle unfair. I think
what's
that's
unfair is the fact that
the energy in me. You know what I mean? Directed Waddle.
I understand what you're saying, but you also got to look at, here's another perspective for everybody. We call Waddle an all-pro, Pro Bowl wide receiver, top talent. At one time, I think we said he was the number 3 receiver in the league based on stats or whatever. He shouldn't be dropping these balls. He shouldn't be making these mistakes, even though it's only his second year. I get that. But
Donald Henry says Waddle dropped 1 and Skylar underthrew 2, which got defended. That is absolute nonsense. And that is, you are transparent right now. It is obvious you have a bias against Skylar. It's obvious. It's the most transparent thing I've seen all day. I've seen it all morning. Yep. And I'm telling you, your opinion, fine. But it is, to me, an incorrect opinion. And yeah, that's my opinion. But I'm pretty sure I'd have 90% of all of the fans in the entire NFL on my side. So you guys can keep throwing out that underthrow word because you think it's a buzzword to compare him to Tua. Again, this has nothing to do with Tua. Tua would have lost yesterday just the same because of Waddle dropping 3 of his passes. Doesn't matter who the quarterback is. None of them were underthrown. 2 of them were well defended. But if you're a wide receiver 1B in this league drafted in the first round, that was not defended. Sorry. I'm sorry. Those were absolute dimes, all 3 of them. And if you can't handle the fact that 7th round rookie threw 3 absolute dimes, then just admit that. Admit that you don't think it matters, that Skylar's still a garbage can, but even though he did that. But admit that he did that. Don't just outright lie.
Yeah.
You can say, those dime passes, sure,
and
they were great,
the haters.
It matter to me. That's fair.
And apparently, we're the haters, boys. Sorry about that, guys. I had a issue I had to address.
No worries.
Got a hand. Listen to these guys. Got a hand in. Got a hand in where? On his chest. Look at the damn play. The DB's hands are on his chest.
Yep.
Yeah. If he reached out and grabbed it, he wouldn't have a chance to bring it out because he would have grabbed it with his hands. Thank you.
But if I want to go to appeal to authority, I'll be called a non-Dolphin fan, and they'll tell me to go root for the Vikings because I guarantee you, look, other people ain't got no obligation to suck Waddle's wee-wee, okay? Go ask other people in the league. That's your only measure because you're so blinded, okay, that you can't see it. Well, guess what? I want what's best for this team. Okay, and what's best for this team is grabbing a first-round pick for Waddle while we still have the chance. Because you guys obviously believe he's still a star, which means a good portion of the league probably does too, even though he had a bad game yesterday. Let's take advantage of that like we should and get our bag for him.
No, I don't. I push back on that, Color. I'll push back on that. I don't want Waddle to leave. I'm not infuriated. I'm infuriated at some of the drops, but I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna get it mixed up. He's had this issue. I know he can get it corrected. I believe in him to get better. I don't think we'll ever recoup the draft capital we put for him because remember we traded a first round to move up in that draft to get him. He will be a Dolphin.
I tend to agree with that, and I'm just saying if we have the chance, if somebody like Jacksonville who gave the bag to Christian Kirk comes knocking, we need to take advantage of it. Now, if we're stuck with him, that's fine. I know he can get better.
I like Christian. Listen, Justin Jefferson, fine, okay, but other than that, no. And shout out to Carlos for the $5 donation. Sky did not underthrow any deep balls. Skylar has a stronger arm than Tua. He can run, but Mike McDaniel did not let him. Color is awesome. Look at this Color. You got yourself a big fan here. I love that.
Thanks, Carlos. And I don't think Tua's balls were underthrown either that we've seen.
I've seen plenty of underthrown footballs from Tua.
But no, wait a minute, though. What I'm saying, though, is they look underthrown, but that's just because they're late. Skylar's balls weren't late.
Well, no, even if Skylar's throwing it late, he has the arm strength to.
But even if they're short, even if a ball is thrown short, if it's not late, it's not underthrown.
Listen, I want everyone to understand. Skylar wasn't perfect yesterday. I seen some short arm balls. Skylar wasn't perfect, but when I measure up him with his draft status versus the quarterback with their draft status that we're measuring him up to in Tua, in the pantheon of second football game, it's too close for the capital spent. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying here? It's far and away too close for a 5th overall pick to only slim margin edge out a 7th rounder.
Hey,
it's bullshit.
If I knew giving them an inch, they wouldn't take a mile, I'd say let's run it back with Tua. But you better put the gaff around his legs, in game 1. And stop this nonsense if it starts again and put Skylar.
Here's the problem I have with the ideology of running it back with Tua. Because it ain't going to be 1 year. It's not. Running it back with Tua is the foreseeable future. It is minimum of 2 years. And again, and I made this point in my monologue, and for all y'all that don't want to address this type of reality that is amongst us as football fans with our football teams, who's to say by week 10 he doesn't take himself out because of contract negotiations not going for the extension that they're going to want? He could go on a friggin' 9-game winning streak and then say, that last week I put, I took a hit in the head. I'm putting myself in concussion protocol, and sit out 3 weeks and let the Dolphins flounder through getting losses to try to make a point, a la Lamar Jackson with the Ravens. And anyone who says that ain't the fact, then you're an idiot. You're a dumbass. You're willing to take everything on face value, all the PR, all the window dressing, all the nonsense they want to put on as a facade. Lamar Jackson has deactivated himself because of contract dispute.
Yeah, and Barry asks, wait, you actually think Skylar's second game is better than Tua's second game? Yes, I do. And I can actually show you why. With not only stats, but what we actually saw. Because, again, if Waddle catches one of those passes, Skylar's stat line is better than Tua's against a team in the second game of the season, Arizona, with a trash defense compared to a 7th-round rookie that just played the Buffalo Bills in a playoff game.
In their house.
In their house.
In the cold.
In only his second true start of his career. Yeah, Skylar's second game was better than Tua's second game. Guess what? Skylar's first game was actually light years better than Tua's first game. Should we go there? I can pull up the pages.
I will say there is a correlation between Skylar's second game and Tua's first 2 games. Both had a really stellar defense out there.
I can also tell you that in Tua's third year against the 26th ranked defense, Skylar's first game was also better than that on the stat line.
The poll is ended. It is overwhelming.
Please don't go here. I do not want to throw shade on Tua for absolutely no reason. Please do not take me here and bait me into
Lewis, help him out. Help him out, Lou. He's not willing to go there. I think you will, Lou. Help out Color on this.
What was the debate? Listen.
Well, it started with
people ain't gonna.
It started with Tua's second game compared to Skylar's second game, and I moved it into, hey, why don't we throw in Tua's first game compared to Skylar's first game? And at that, why don't we throw in Tua's third-year performance against the Chargers, 26th ranked defense against Skylar's second game or first game? Let's go ahead and do that. And I just don't have the energy to do it because I've done it so many times already.
Right. Well, I think, again, when Cap just got back, I think he made a great point. If you look at where you're talking about a 7th-round rookie and a 5th overall pick, bro, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, the gap just really ain't, there's really not that much of a difference. The only difference is Tua's a 3-year veteran, right? So yes, again, there were some plays that
They're
maybe
trying,
Skyler
bro.
didn't
They're
see
trying.
yesterday.
They're trying. He's showing the stat line, which obviously looks like it's Tua's is better, while totally disregarding that it was the second game of the season against the trash Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals, right? And not a playoff game in Buffalo.
Also,
Again,
also ignoring the fact that Waddle didn't drop 3 perfectly thrown deep shots by Tua in the Arizona game. Can we add maybe 90 yards to Skyler's total yesterday for that? Now look at the stat line. Let's do this. Y'all wanted to go here. Don't forget this either. Third thing that they're within 5 minutes of opening this conversation, that they're already ignoring. 7th round rookie. 3rd year
God Soldier
overall pick.
God Soldier has the rebuttal that's even better. The Chargers game.
Yeah. 10 of 28 for 144 yards in the touchdown.
And I'm sorry,
Now,
but none of those interceptions were the reason why the Dolphins lost this game yesterday. Right. That's a fact.
Exactly. And now, God Soldier, while you're at it, pull up Skyler's first game. Let's see that stat line compared to that game right now.
Again, we're splitting hairs with the reality of the fact of a 5th overall to a 7th round quarterback.
And guess
what? Flyer guy.
Hold on, real quick.
That's the biggest point.
Real quick,
that's the stat line.
The stat line for Skyler's first game compared to Tua's Chargers game is almost identical. You know what the difference is? We beat the Jets. We lost to the Chargers. Mic drop.
And Lagerhop says Tua was injured. Tua was injured when? When we need him?
I guess in the Chargers game. I don't know if that's what he's claiming.
Again, you could make the case that Tua's playing injured every freaking game if you want.
He's probably saying against Arizona when we played the Cardinals. He was coming off the hip injury, is what he's saying. He was hurt there.
Again, still
Two
the
interceptions.
fact
Two
he
interceptions.
is constantly either on injury, coming off injury. I mean, what the fuck, bro? Again,
Two interceptions against the Buffalo Bills defense in a playoff game in his second start in his career.
CB83 goes, wins are a team accolade. Only when Tua's not fucking playing, CB, is it a team accolade. Get the fuck out of there with that bullshit.
That's old. That's such a tired statement.
Oh,
CB83.
my fuck, bro.
I really expected more.
Shout out to Carlos with the
tired.
$20 donation. Tua, after 3 years, is still consistently inconsistent, and Hill will be gone after year 3. Too many fans are enamored by numbers instead of winning and championships. Marino, 8-10 all time in the playoffs. Carlos is on fucking point this morning, guys. I mean, y'all can push back all you want. But the reality is, I don't give a damn if it's a full team, not a no-name defense. Give me a no-name football team. As long as I'm winning and getting championships, I give a fuck notteth. Careth, notteth. Pushing Capitan to the edge, boys.
Man.
And another one, comparing Skyler's best game to Tua's worst. Bro, you didn't know that was Tua's worst game back when he played it. And you don't know if this is Skyler's best game. It's 2 games in. That's why we did the fair comparison between Skyler's second,
Color,
second,
you're talking,
first, and Tua's first.
You're talking literally up a wall, because the reality is this. Skyler, rookie season, 2 games, won both games with the same amount of stakes. A playoff clinching game and a playoff game. Tua, in 3 years, 5th overall pick versus the 7th rounder. You could cherry pick which games are better or worse all you want. There's no way to equally get the stats or the anything in there.
Playoff berth clinching in week 13 is too big a stage for Tua.
Exactly. Tua had playoff clinching games for 5 weeks, bud. 5 weeks. He could have won any one of those games that he lost, and we would have clinched the playoffs.
We would have at least not had to worry about the Patriots winning.
Exactly. Would have still maintained a control of over our own destiny.
Might have even
Which
gotten
we
a
did
home
not.
game.
Fuck. I don't know about all that, but again,
Well,
bullshit.
I mean, at some point in the playoffs.
I don't know. Again.
Oh, and I got to do one more victory lap, El Capitan. This is a big one. This is community-wide. Like NFL community-wide. And I'm taking 3 victory laps on this because there's only 3 of us up here today. Right? And I want everybody to remember this during the offseason coming up, when we're getting close to the start of preseason and everybody starts making their record predictions and everybody starts this nonsense we hear every single year. There's certain things we hear every year. Tom Brady is going to finally fall off the cliff. Bill Belichick sucks as a head coach. We say these things every single offseason, and we're proven wrong. Oh, there's not a difference in caliber of play from the regular season to the playoffs. Oops, here we are on Monday morning again going, oh, wow, we never had a chance. Yeah, just like we do every year. And one of the other things that everybody does is they say, just like they did this year, oh, 12-4. That's the playoffs. You can't get the playoffs without 12-4. It's going to be 12-4 minimum. And here was color, bro. We've had a 9-8 team in the playoffs for the last 25 years straight. Stop this nonsense.
How can we take CB83's comment seriously when he literally has Skylar on his fucking avatar? Fuck out of here, bro. You're the biggest flip-flopper of all time.
And not only that, but see, right now we're starting to get to the meat and potatoes. Because let me answer CB83. That's why I've been one of the guys in this community saying I don't want to roll next year with Skylar or Tua as our starting quarterback next year. Because that's what this organization has been feeding us for the past 25 years, mediocrity. That's why I'm with El Capitan. Let's go get a Lamar Jackson. Let's go get a Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers. Let's do something
we ain't never
different.
done. We ain't never done that shit.
Right.
And the conception of this bitch.
I'm not trying to ride with Skylar or Tua.
One other thing,
I'm not trying to ride with Tua or Skylar.
One other thing, though, the reason I took 3 victory laps is because not only did a 9-8 team make it into the playoffs, a couple of them, but we almost had 2 8-9 teams in the playoffs. We almost had an 8-9 4th seed this year if Tennessee would have beat Jacksonville.
Yup. I don't know what the hell you're doing, Color. I'm just saying yup, but I don't know. I missed your point. I'm just yupping
point
you.
that we
Just a
almost
hype
had
man.
2 teams in the playoffs that were 8-9, and people were saying 12-4 was going to be the minimum this year.
See, and I agree with CB83. I agree. This is what's funny right now. I agree with CB83. We do need another guy. Next year, I do not want to see Tua or Skylar be QB1 of this football team.
Well, Skylar don't cost the money Tua's going to cost with the 5th-year option.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Skylar don't need to be clipped, but I don't know if Skylar needs to be QB1.
No, he's definitely not QB1.
Well, bro,
you mean
Lewis,
open
to that
quarterback
point,
competition, bro.
I think my point got missed a little bit because we've talked about this already. And I think it's more like, look, if we're going to run it back with Tua as QB1 and he's going to be anointed, I'm with John. Anoint Skylar instead, and that's the project we really should be dumping our 5 years into.
Yeah, if we're going to be anointing people and going ride or die style.
So in that regard, I'm willing to give him the QB1 label, just like everybody else has been handed it to them that's come through these doors.
The reality is I would love an open quarterback competition, but we know that's not how it is. They can say that all they want.
Well, how about we run it back in the reverse order? Skylar gets designated the QB1 and Tua has to compete in the fake competition.
I would love to see that competition, honestly. Would Tua fold? Would he curl up in a ball and say that this is unfair and they're sabotaging me like he has in the past? Or would he rise to the occasion and win back his football team and become the starting quarterback?
See, and again, that's where the conversation between me and John, and again, I know I was screaming yesterday. I agree with what John was saying, but the point I was trying to make, let's say we're running it back. Tua and Skylar are the quarterbacks here next year. Then there's no competition. They're not going to start Skylar over Tua.
Nope.
So there is no competition.
We know
And
they
then
aren't, but what is your personal decision? Like if you were the one to make the decision, I think that's where John was saying, and that's why he
well,
withdrew, because he was like, we're saying the same thing in different ways. You know what I mean?
okay. Well, then let me answer that then. Again, if
We
it's
can
Tua,
be cynical and say what we know the organization's going to do. You know what I mean?
Carlos says, Rabid Dolphin, you can't call Skyler mediocre. He's a rookie. Tua's never played a full season in his life. And that's kind of the point. If we're saying that Tua has played good at times or even really great at times, but here we are with a 7th-round rookie being on par or the margin just being too slim, I mean, just a simple investment firm would tell you where to put your money. A simple investment firm would tell you where to put your money.
To y'all's earlier point, I'm not sold on Skyler as like, sure, I think he can be developed, and I believe with his talent that he can be, but I'm not a man of faith, so no, he didn't show me enough yesterday where I'm like, abandon all, everything, abort mission. No, we need to go get an elite quarterback, period. I'm tired of the nonsense.
Exactly. And I again, maybe calling Skyler mediocre, that's not the words I should have used. What I'm saying is, do I believe it would have to be a quantum leap for me? And again, maybe he takes that leap in the offseason. But if you're asking me right now where we stand
Threatening
today,
it in training camp, you know what I mean?
Right. If he's absolutely lighting it up, then again, opinions can change. But where we stand today, do I feel comfortable giving this football team to a 7th-round rookie in Skyler Thompson? I do not. See, again,
that's the implications of where this team is, Lou.
Exactly. Absolutely, bro. Again, Color made a great point yesterday. If we would have gotten this playoff game yesterday and the final score would have been 41-10, right? It would have been different, bro. But Color made a great point. We never got blown off the field. We actually competed with a team that was a preseason favorite to win the Super Bowl. We're not that far off. So again, I'm not going to give the keys to Tua, which I know can't get the job done. And I can't give it to Skyler just yet, right? That's why we need to go get an elite guy because, again, if Brady, Lamar, or Aaron Rodgers was a quarterback of the Miami Dolphins yesterday, we're killing the Buffalo Bills. It's not even close.
It's an absolute shellacking yesterday.
Lager says Skyler and Tua are the same guys. Watch college history. You may be right about that, Lager. It kind of looks like that right at the moment.
I don't think Skyler's head and shoulders better than Tua is as a quarterback. Right. Skyler's a 7th rounder. Tua's a 5th overall.
That's the part that keeps getting glazed over.
Yes. Everyone's like, well, Skyler's not that much better, if not the same as Tua, maybe slightly less.
I mean, if y'all want to go redraft Tua in the 7th round, then we can talk.
Exactly. But again, Tua's this is his 3rd year. I don't know where's Skyler, the 7th rounder, going to be in 3 years. Is he going to be better?
This is the comment right here that I just don't like, right? We're going to run it back with Tua, and we're going to bring in Jimmy Garoppolo as the backup quarterback. Bro, this is what this organization...
Tua will be a backup, bro. Done deal. Done.
Go through that.
Absolutely.
You bring Jimmy G here, and
he just go through that stupid game and put Trey Lance out of his misery.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Bro, Jimmy Garoppolo, that's what we want. So we're gonna have our backup that's injury prone. Jimmy Garoppolo is also injury prone. We're gonna have him backing up an already injury prone quarterback.
We'll be seeing our 3rd-string quarterback.
I'm not trying to be unfair to Batman
now.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to be unfair to Batman. Hold on. I'm not trying to be unfair to Batman. But first of all, you started with the hashtag Run It Back 2023.
Yeah,
that's an obvious bias. Secondly, you listed Rodgers, Lamar, but neglected to point out another viable starting option in Derek Carr.
Maybe they get Brady, but doubtful, he put at the end.
No, but even if he didn't even mention Derek Carr.
Oh my God! Listen, Derek Carr and Jimmy G are damn near the same guy.
The bias is
I don't want either one of them.
I don't want either one of them. The bias is obvious, dude.
Listen, I see Derek Carr or Jimmy G string.
Hold on. But if we're talking backup, I would still get Derek Carr as a backup before Jimmy G.
Yeah, I would give you that because at least Derek Carr can put like.
Well, we don't want
gunslings
nobody
at
threatening
times.
Tua, bro. That's my point. It's biased.
But that exactly right there, because if you bring in Derek Carr again, this is what I was trying to explain to John, bro. If you bring up Derek Carr, how is he beating out Tua, or how is he not beating out Tua? Tua's not better than Derek Carr. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, I was trying to explain that to John.
Health alone has these quarterbacks potentially edging Tua out in a competition. Health alone.
If it's an
much less execution of offense.
1,000%.
Lewis, remember months ago when I was up on that one panel with EM and I said that Tua didn't even belong in the NFL? And he like immediately excoriated me and forced me to retract my statement. Remember that? And I retracted it like right after I said it because I thought it was kind of foolish too. Like I was being hyperbolic, right? Now you had like 2 or 3 casuals yesterday in our chat talking about Tua don't even belong in the NFL. I'm like, when I say it, it's like really? Okay.
Well, color, listen, you got to remember round yonder. Because of the free thought, we will always be the curve. You know what I'm saying? We'll always be ahead of the curve on these things. I refuse to allow myself to be gaslit. The same narratives, the reprint, the rebrand, that shit ain't flying around here.
I still think he barely belongs in the NFL. It's not. I did retract the statement for a reason.
I don't want Skylar off this team. Whether you get Carr, which I don't want, Garoppolo, which I don't want, Rodgers, which hell yeah, Brady, which I'm on the fence about, or Lamar, a great backup to any and all of those quarterbacks, a guy be able to learn in the wings as a potential starter down the road is all of those except for maybe Lamar. You know what I'm saying? Skylar's story is yet to be written.
Right.
To me, Tua doesn't sit and back up any of these guys on pride and pride alone, which is who's the team player now? Who's the team player now?
Exactly. And also, John, just to point out,
shake money.
John, going back to the John and Lewis debate from yesterday. I agree there, but I also think that John understands that there really isn't truly going to be a competition if we bring in a guy like Lamar or whatever. Right. He's just saying, principally speaking, he's tired of the anointments. And I agree with it. You know what I mean?
And that's why I wanted to highlight the comment because I wanted to shout out the homie John. It wasn't that I was disagreeing with what he was saying. It was just, that's the point I was trying to make, color. No matter what, if Tua's here, there's not going to be no competition. We all know that.
Outside of a Brady, Rodgers, or Lamar coming, anyone else, Carr, G, anything, it's not a competition.
Exactly.
It's just more window dressing, more. It's like a fucking magic trick. Look over here while I pickpocket you.
Because with Carr, there should be a competition.
Well, there should be.
You know what? Again, the more I think about it, guys, the more I think about it, they'll probably bring a guy like Carr or Jimmy G in here with Tua, and they'll have the competition. Then they'll go, Tua edged him out. And next thing you know, everyone's like, ooh, Tua's a winner. He beat a veteran cast off of another team. He's still good.
$10 million, and we've got a $20 million soured quarterback for the same reason Teddy was soured.
God,
never even having a chance.
Damn it, dude.
That's great. Good plan, guys.
I meant to get Miss Finn's the link. She had asked for it. I fucked up. I had gotten a work call.
More than 20 million.
You see, Batman, but this is what we're trying to change, Batman. See, this is what people don't understand. It's not what we want. It's not what, bro. But again, you know why Miami keeps doing it to us? Because of people like, again, and Batman is my homie. But it's people like you, Batman, that keep giving this organization the outs to let it happen. Because when your first comment, when you put hashtag 2023, run it back, you're giving them the okay. But people like me, El Capitan and Color, are going to be out here screaming,
keeping it real.
We don't want to run it back. We don't want to run it back. We're tired of this bullshit. So all of us have to be on the same fucking page, man.
Batman says Miami will likely keep Tua. That is a complete opinion, no different than our opinion, and
So
no
exactly,
more or less
like,
likely than our opinion.
I would say
Bro,
it's
is
all
no
but a
just one
certainty with
change,
this
man.
team.
Whatsoever, there is no indication whatsoever that they will likely do anything we think they're going to do.
No,
They
bullshit.
simply
I have the
said
indication that they will likely.
Some reporter simply parroted his sources from wherever that said they are expected to keep him as QB. If you I mean, hey, you can grab your Tua fix and believe all you want. You know,
Hey, how about Cappy blow it up 2023?
Mm-hmm. I love that avatar too. Little freaking.
But using words like Miami will likely do that. Those are the same words we use, Batman, except we use them out of cynicism because we're so used to this trash organization making decisions like that.
Mm-hmm. They're going to likely screw me over is what's going to happen. I'm likely going to not get the right shit.
In other words,
that's likely what's going to likely fucking happen. Likely come to the end of this likable.
I actually agree with Batman's statement, but Batman is making a probably
it's a blanketed statement, Color. You're likely never wrong when you use the word fucking likely.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is,
you're never wrong
Batman's
when you talk
statement
like that.
Was a probably will statement instead of a should be statement.
Right. And I hate statements.
Go ahead, Luke.
I hate statements like this one by Justin. Oh, well, McDaniel confirmed it yesterday. Okay. What is McDaniel supposed to fucking say in the press conference? No, we're moving off of Tua.
But that's the point, Lewis. He didn't.
Like, what is he supposed to say?
He didn't confirm it. Justin is using a word incorrectly. He did not confirm shit.
Well, I just don't. Again, people eat their Lucky Charms in the morning and chase the fucking rainbows and lick ice cream cones for afternoon fucking snacks. Bro, like, again, what is fucking Coach McDaniel supposed to do in the press conference?
The ability to confirm that. He's not the GM.
Exactly. But again, Color, but what is he supposed to say? Oh, we're moving off of Tua. He's trash. We benched him. They can't say that.
Man, if I ever seen a coach talk like that, it would blow my mind. It would be amazing.
It would blow, like, bro, these people take everything they hear for fucking Billy Gospel. But when me, Color, or Capitan say something, we're all liars. We're just hypocrites. We don't know
Sorry
shit.
that we're just a little bit more brash with our reality and speaking it how it really is. These guys will say some shit like, well, Tua's likely a great quarterback that'll likely fucking come back. I mean, what the fuck, bro? That ain't saying shit. That's likely bullshit. Everybody hit the like button while we're talking about liking around this,
Well, we're gonna do this since everybody wants to refuse to do it themselves. We're gonna do this.
Before you do that, Color, I'm gonna do a little bit of breaking news. It's not really breaking; it's kind of old, but I'm gonna do it anyhow.
Break.
Couldn't really hear you on that one, Color, but either way, just so everyone knows that the plays were called all year by McDaniel. Frank Smith is a coordinator, and the guy I believe to be a hidden gem on this offense, Darren Bevel, has been requested by the Jets to see as the OC job. Bevel has served as OC 3 different teams and will be a key veteran voice as they look to get their quarterback situation remedied. To me,
he will.
I would clip Frank Smith and promote Darren Bevel before I let that man walk.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, that's what I would do.
Mm-hmm.
But just so y'all know, the shitstorm is upon us. And the insanity of who goes what and where, the rumors, God, dude, I haven't even gone in to check my messages to look at what some of my sources have been saying about all kinds of stuff because I quadruple check everything. But the rumors have already begun for draft, for who's heads on the chopping block. Everything, man, everything. And it'll continue to pick up steam as the draft edges closer and closer.
All right, here we go. We're going to do this. Everybody forced me to, baited me into doing it. So we're doing it.
Do it away.
According to Merriam-Webster's dictionary. That big enough, everybody?
I'm going to have to put this episode on educational instead of sports now, Color.
Right? The word expect, a verb. Other forms, expected, expecting, expects. To consider probable or certain. Expect to be forgiven. To consider reasonable, due, or necessary. Necessary, huh? Wonder why that would be. C, to consider bound in duty or obligated. Number 2, to anticipate or look forward to the coming or occurrence of. 3 would be to suppose or think. A supposition. All right. Now, I can understand how that makes people feel real excited in their feels, makes them grab their Tua fix because, man, somebody said Tua is expected to be Miami's QB next year. Awesome, right? Now let's look up this word. Hold on. Let's let the page refresh. What's going on? Oh, I'll just do it this way. Since their website sucks. I understand a forward command. Definitive. It's an adjective. Serving to provide a final solution or to end a situation. Authoritative and apparently exhaustive. Serving to define or specify precisely. Fully differentiated or developed. Now, I just want to go back to this definition. Do you guys see the word definitive anywhere in these definitions?
I didn't expect to, and I didn't.
Oh, wow. Look at that. So it was almost definitive that there wouldn't be.
Absolutely.
Almost definitive. But see, I could have come in here and edited the page and put the word definitive in it, and that would have soiled your expectation.
Bazing, bitches. I don't know, man. Look, we can
stop with the confirmed shit. Everybody knows. You know what I mean?
Again,
there's like 10 years from now till the regular season.
I can go off of my entire history with this franchise, and they will always take the path of least resistance and the path that best serves the dollars and cents. And because of that, Tua will be the quarterback here, unopposed with any other quarterback to.
Well, that's why I pointed out the verbiage of
and that'll
necessity.
be the end of it.
That's why I pointed out the verbiage of necessity in the definition of expected.
Yeah, well,
because it probably is a necessity now to expect him to stay here.
Yeah, well, necessary.
Jose Valdez, just real quick. I'm sorry because Color was educating everybody. And I love Lucky Charms with Jose Valdez. I just don't change the rainbow after I'm done eating. That's the problem.
Right.
But I love Lucky Charms.
Right, Lewis. Right.
That's
Lewis.
for children, bro. That's
right,
for kids.
Lewis. Exactly, Lewis. You just don't expect to find any gold at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, exactly, Color.
Yeah, bro. When you become an adult and you become wise, you start saying, hey, you know what? This is the same shit from about 5 years ago. And because of social media and the way we're all overwhelmed with content and nonsense, it went from being a 10-year recycle plan to a 5-year. Now they can do it every year because they can overwhelm you with nonsense like BS stats and bullshit like that.
And B+ PFF grades.
Yep. They can manipulate all they want at their will and just hide the facts of that. There needs to be change. Different.
Changing.
I mean, I don't know.
Just need a quarterback.
I look, whatever, you know.
Poll the entire league and ask them, what does Miami Dolphins need most?
I've got it on offense right now. It's in the poll. The poll is leading right now. It is running back overwhelming. I mean, I'm about ready to close it down. Everybody needs to hit the like button, though. That's for sure.
Well,
And
hold on,
share.
I gotta check to see the results of the earlier poll. That was
The results of the earlier poll was overwhelming, 40-something%. Everything else, nothing. The second was like 17% that he's a wide receiver too.
Fair enough.
Overwhelming.
I actually voted 3, not 4. So.
Well, right now it's 65%
2 is fair.
for a running back, 24% for a tight end, 11% for a wide receiver. So I'm going to end that poll right now, and then I'm going to switch that to the defense. What defensive position? And I didn't put quarterback on there on purpose because that's a whole separate deal.
Right. It's like adding Star Wars to your favorite movie list. I mean, well, of course,
Yeah. Or the Godfather to that list.
Right.
Yeah.
Every one of us has a movie we got to set aside when we're telling people our number one movie because it supersedes the number one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's no way to get a.
For some people, that's like Lord of the Rings and shit.
Yeah. Or
Harry Potter.
Yeah. There you go. We're on it.
Star Trek. See, for me, I've got to go to position 3 before I ever get my number one, because I got Star Trek and Star Wars. We'll throw in the Matrix there, too. And yes, Agent Smith was the one. I said it. Come at me. Prove me wrong.
I'm going to do something here. I'm trying to get this.
The Exorcist. Together. Yeah, as far as horror movies go, the Exorcist would have to be there like above everybody's number one.
Or Halloween or something like that, as far as if you're going slasher, if you're going to break down what scary movies are.
Mm-hmm. To me, it'd have to be Hostel. I ain't never even
Hostel,
seen.
Dude, I can't. That movie's just nasty. Hostel.
I ain't never even seen Brokeback Mountain. I don't like new modern westerns. And I mean, when I mean modern, I mean set in like the year 2000. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I know what you're saying. Like a western that's today type western. I'm not into it either because there's no high noon freaking gun battles.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And that doesn't mean I don't like modern westerns. Like I like modern westerns that are set in the Victorian.
That are period pieces.
Right,
yeah, they're period pieces. Yeah, I'll take that. In fact, I like those.
I like Yellowstone. Believe it or not, that's too new for me. Now I know they have their new show, which is like it's a Yellowstone story. It's called like 1891 or something. That looks pretty good. I might catch that.
Godless was pretty dope. Yeah, Godless was pretty dope.
Spartacus, Blood and Sand.
Godless was good. And I see a lot of these people, they're like, oh, these are Skylar's sexuals, Skylar Nears. I think you guys are missing it. We want better out of the quarterback position. I don't give a damn who it is.
Skylar is not the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's just the latest example of how sad the state of our QB1 is.
That's right. The reality, again, is that I've lost faith in the fact that we will get any better out of Tua than what we've already seen. And listen, he made a great leap from last year to this year as far as production goes and stats. But Is it any different? Is it really? He's not out there playing all the games.
Hey, you okay if I mod Batman?
Yeah.
Hey, but I want Batman to
know.
know, since he always believes in the worst and everything I say, I want Batman to know who gave him the wrench. And that was me, Batman.
Yeah, Batman.
I'm just messing with you, bro. It's Monday morning. Season's over now. We're going to be arguing about Tua all year, all offseason, all summer. I can already see it. So I figured I'm just gonna re-upload all of my takes from last summer and save.
Well, that's the fucking problem, Color. That's the problem. We're in the exact same position with this quarterback that we were last fucking year. This is the reason that it's proof that nothing's changed. We got better stats, but we didn't get more games. We didn't get more wins.
Yo,
we got a playoff berth, but he wasn't even fucking there.
If we wouldn't get in trouble from YouTube from re-uploading content, bro, I would so do it, bro. I would just like re-upload every one of my shows from the summer. Be like,
go in, we'll clip it, I'll edit it, and then we'll just change like the opponent, and we'll change like the game stuff. Like we'll be like, he didn't show up for the Tennessee Green Bay game. Click. Right, you know what I'm saying? We'll just clip it in there.
And we'll have to change every instance of Teddy or Skylar to Fitzpatrick,
Yeah, or friggin' Dingleberry. What was his name?
Oh, Jacoby, right.
Brissett, yeah.
That's not a bad idea. Chop them up into a bunch of shorts. Oh, yeah.
Stay tuned for color shorts from last year.
Not making work for me and shit.
That ain't me. That wasn't me. That's HB doing that, I think. HB creeping in this mud.
What's up, HB? I forgot he lurks around the morning time. I forgot.
Yes, he does. He's a lurking McLurker. HB gonna see his Cowboys go today.
Wait, I thought he was a Minnesota fan.
He because he lives in the region.
I'm sorry.
he kind of sits over there and he does whatever, but he's a Cowboys fan through and through.
Oops, I'm sorry, second cousins. Sorry, I just stole that from Shay Shay. That's what Shay Shay calls.
See, I don't agree. I don't agree with Jay Mess's comments. The Dolphins were a phony, inflated team due to an easy schedule. When the schedule got harder, teams started failing. See, in my opinion, the quarterback started failing. Because, again, I didn't see the offense change. I didn't see the offense start failing and
as was proven by the fact that as was proven by the fact that we competed yesterday in the playoffs with a third-string quarterback.
Exactly.
And that defense that showed up is the defense that's been there more often than not this year, too, for all y'all that don't know.
Exactly. It was the quarterback that fell off.
What the guy was trying to tell his little crying kid. You know what I mean? Like, we did all this with a backup quarterback.
Right. So
there's hope.
Listen, the Dolphins were not an inflated football team. The quarterback had inflated stats. That's what it was. If we're going to be one thing, guys,
right
get
now,
him, Lou.
The one thing I just said, that we did all that with a backup quarterback. Did Skyler save McDaniel's job yesterday? I really think McDaniels got saved yesterday. I do.
I don't know, Color, because I'm telling you this
with
right
all the
now.
Mistakes he made.
I don't know, because I'm telling you right now, the Twitter mob, the team, the big media companies like Sports Illustrated and even Bleacher Report and them, they're all starting to release articles saying things like this: Dolphins fans fuming after clock management issues.
Oh, shit.
The NF world reacts to the Dolphins' fourth quarter mistakes, Color.
Putting that slander out there.
The NFL world reacts.
Y'all didn't watch what he did to Flores last year.
That's right. This ain't no bullshit, bro. I'm telling you. I tried letting everybody know. Wait until you see the pivot where they try to hang this man, too.
I'm surprised we haven't already got the news then.
Well, Jay Mess, Skylar was terrible yesterday. Did you look at the stat line? Yeah, I seen it. Did you look at the stat line for Tua against the Chargers? Was he terrible in that game?
Did you watch the fucking game, bro? Don't give me stats. Go watch the fucking game.
You know what's funny with stats? I'm the one to say I don't believe in stats, but since J-Mets believes in them, what was the stat lines for Tua Tagovailoa last year? 190 yards a game? Were those stat lines elite quarterback worthy?
204 to be correct, Lewis.
It's J-Mess. He's a literal
J-Met,
mess.
yeah. The stat lines for Tua was an average of 194 yards last year. And then all offseason.
204, Lewis.
Okay, well, 204. But then I had to listen to everybody come at Color and Cap that were all this offseason having to fight people saying that Tua Tagovailoa was the elite quarterback that we've been missing since Dan Marino.
Fuck, dude.
200 yards a game ain't fucking elite stats neither. So save your fucking
7th
stats.
ranked.
Is that what he's ranked? Yeah.
Yeah. Stats don't mean shit. We had all the stats and numbers this year, right? We finished with 9-8. Same record as last year.
And Lewis, is that a testament to Mike McDaniel despite all the mistakes? Because you could argue Tyreek Hill and blah, 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 but somebody still had to scheme them to get the production.
Agreed.
You know?
Well,
you're going
again,
from 27th ranked to top 5 overnight. That ain't improvement on the quarterback alone.
I've got an article here from Sports Illustrated if you guys want to hear it.
Taking shots at our defense. Buffalo could have easily put up 55. Well, why didn't they?
They may have. That person may be backing us up. You're right. They could have easily put up 55, but they didn't.
But they didn't, exactly.
Here and again, believe you me, if Harbaugh can be the Dolphins coach or is willing to, because I don't think he is, Mike McDaniel will be hung out to dry. And here's how it starts. And I got a Sports Illustrated article talking about it. And literally the heading of the article says the NFL world reacts to the Dolphins' fourth quarter mistakes versus the Bills. Late in the AFC wildcard showdown against the Bills, the Dolphins faced 4th and 1 on their own 48-yard line. Buffalo clung to the 34-31 lead as the Bills were unable to shake unheralded quarterback Skyler Thompson. They were unable to shake him. No matter how many times they blitzed, no matter how many times they sacked that guy, he still hung in there. What followed was nothing short of a disaster. In drawing up the next play, Miami bled the entire play clock, incurring a delay of game penalty that they could not afford. On 4th and 5, Thompson missed tight end Mike Gesicki to send Buffalo, in all intents and purposes, to the divisional round. It was an inauspicious end to a mistake-filled quarter for the Dolphins, blowing a golden opportunity to pull a seismic upset. God, what a fucking terrible way to put it. Writers and fans alike took to social media to criticize Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins for the end of this football game. All kinds of social media nonsense. Still, others noted the mistakes were on brand for the Dolphins. And I have a article or a thingy here showing that the Miami Dolphins again, kept to it. McDaniel, for his part, told reporters that he was misinformed by another staffer on whether the decisive play was fourth or first downs. What the fuck does that mean? So on 4th down delay, McDaniel said he believes he was told in the headset that it was first down, thus the second change of personnel that went. So again, more blunders, blaming someone else, the man on the headset, who is, I don't know who the fuck that is. That's some bullshit. Again, these are the articles that start rearing their ugly head when they're ready to hang someone out to dry, because they'll find any and all mistakes you made and pile them up and make it look like a mountain, and they'll go, well, this is why you lost your job. It's how it's done. If you don't believe me, go back and watch all the episodes from last year. They did it.
Right.
They did it.
And trust
me.
Wait till
they hang that Mike McDaniel kept to out of this game.
If somebody upstairs cared about Mike McDaniel, there'd have been some checks being written to those news media outlets to not publish those articles.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all know it. That's what actual gatekeeping is, by the way, in case you didn't know. It's called pay to play.
Payola, bruh.
People
Payola.
pay journalists all the time to give them glowing reviews. The fact that Stephen Ross didn't pay them to keep those words, hey, if the guy would have done it, it'd have been an easily $100,000 to somebody to just say, hey, don't write that article.
And again, pointing out, and I'm going to pull up this graph real quick to show the type of mistakes and penalties that the Dolphins received this year, which is not the team we had under Flores as far as the TNT wall and costly mistakes. But here's a good indication in this draft right here. Philadelphia, the least mistake team around, while then all the way on the other end, a playoff Miami Dolphins team over here on this part. I mean, delay of game, lost challenge, operational, everything. The Dolphins are only outdone by operational blunders by LA and only outdone. That's it. LA had only more operational blunders than the Dolphins. And I believe that's the Rams, not the Chargers, who completely fell off this year. In every other way, we only won one challenge all year, which we were equal with the in this graph with the Rams, and completely head and shoulders above everyone else in every other category. Every other category. Explain to me how all this offensive coaching staff and all this offensive stuff, these are offensive penalties. Get control of your fucking unit, Mr. Mike McDaniel. And I don't want to hear, well, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? We had just as many people changing the O-line, just as many, even more people changing positions on wide receiver and quarterbacks in rotation as ever this year and last, and not any of those mistakes. What was Skyler Thompson's pressure rate yesterday? That's a good question. That's a good question.
They didn't have it updated as of last night. Let me look it up.
And he did have Armstead out there, which, really could help with a lot of that situation. Yeah, I get it. Rookie head coach. But don't you guys get it? That's the excuse they want? They'll be bringing in a rookie head coach every 3 years just so you can go, well, it's a rookie head coach. You're giving them the excuses. You relinquish your power as a fan willingly to hold this franchise accountable for their lack of success for us fans. You should be grateful. Be grateful you even have a team.
Doesn't have it updated yet.
They should be grateful that this entire fan base don't go become friggin' Jacksonville fans. Like the entire Jacksonville fan base. You think Jacksonville fans just sprouted up out of nowhere? No. They are droves of Dolphin fans and even Atlanta fans that have turned their back and said, I'm going to go here now. That's what it is. Panel, I warn people we hire McDaniel that is being a player coach, like a specific backfire on us. I didn't see the locker room quit on him. I'm not going to say that. I think they like the guy. I do think that he kind of pigeonholed himself, hitching his wagon with Tua, so much so that he didn't have any attention given to Skylar before it was too little too late.
Yo, real quick, I was looking for that stat. Nobody has it updated yet. But I happen to be on PFF right now looking at the stats from yesterday's game.
Pull them up, Color, if you want.
Well, real quick, I'm going to run through the defense real quick because it's kind of striking here. Passes defended, Miami 6, Buffalo 10. Interceptions, 2 for both teams. Interception returns, also 2 for both teams. Interception return yards, 10 for Buffalo, 78 for Miami. Forced fumbles, 0 Buffalo, 3 Miami. Fumbles recovered, 0 Buffalo, 1 Miami. Fumble return for touchdowns, 0 Buffalo, 1 Miami. Sacks, 4 for Buffalo, 7 for Miami. Solo tackles, 37 for Buffalo, 44 for Miami. Assisted tackles, 17 for Buffalo, 21 for Miami. Both had 5 touchbacks on 6 kickoffs. Buffalo punted
Color.
5 times, Miami punted 6.
Again, in the pregame show, you guys can go back and check it out if you want. But this is exactly what we said needed to happen with this football team. The defense needs to make plays. God willing, they can score points. They did. The special teams needs to show up. Sanders needs to make anything he's asked, and maybe we can get some sparks out of there to flip the field. That showed up. The Skyler Thompson, a third-string, 7th-round rookie in his second ever full game in the playoffs, just needed to do what he did. Clock management, blunder play calls, and drop footballs cost this team a fucking
another thing
victory
too.
yesterday.
If he had miles more attempts than Allen did, and his passes defended was lower, how are you going to call 2 of those 3 deep shots defended passes?
Listen, if you're a wide receiver and you have the football, you got to come down with it. Okay, defense makes plays, punching footballs out, stripping it out, fine.
But if PFF considered any of those 3 defended, one of those defended passes in their defended passes total, I'm really curious to know if they counted those. PFF is a little active in that area. That's why I go to Pro Football Reference, but they haven't updated their stats yet for like pressure rate and all that.
Another thing, that 4th and 1 play, the big blunder, it's like they had nothing ready for it. It was dumb. Where we saw the Jacksonville Jaguars and their head coach on their 4th and 1 come out in a formation that they hadn't shown all fucking game. And they damn near ran that bitch to the house, and they won their football game. The night before. 4th and 1, Jacksonville going for it. Go home or go broke.
I'm not trying to prop up Skylar to the heavens. I'm just saying those people putting a garbage can next to his name are blind.
You're never gonna make them believe, Color, because they only want to believe.
Well, it could be purposeful blindness, sure, but it's blindness.
Again, it doesn't matter because the reality is that they only want Tua because that's the one they only believe in. The man that is, when it's push come to shove and you need him most, he's nowhere to be found, not even on the sidelines.
Hey, Lewis, remember before the game last week, all week I was defending Skylar by saying, did Tyreek and Waddle forget to run and forget how to catch the ball? What are we talking about here? And sure as shit, what happens?
Yep. Oh, man.
Everybody was like, oh, we got no hope. Well, why? The guy can throw the football. If he can get it into Waddle's hands and Tyreek's hands, then what's the difference? Oh, did Tyreek forget how to run? Did Waddle forget how to catch the ball? Oh. And we still only lost.
Well, I would imagine, just from looking at the 2 quarterbacks, Tua throws a softer ball than Skylar, just on arm strength alone.
Well, I'm just pointing out that given all that, we still didn't get blown out like everybody predicted.
That's true.
And Waddle did, in fact, forget how to catch the football. So I don't know where this whole thought that like we were going to be totally destroyed. That is complete shade on Skylar, and you all know it.
That's exactly what it was, Color. They wanted us to be destroyed. They wanted it.
You all predicted him to fail.
Predicted,
and if you can catch
Color,
me
they
ever,
wanted him to be the reason we lost.
If you can ever catch me predicting Tua to fail, I'll give you money.
20-plus QB pressures on Skylar. Douglas says 20-plus QB pressures on Skylar. and we only lost this game by 3. First of all, with the sacks alone, does Tua make it out of that football game? Especially coming back from a concussion. If he was going to play, which he wasn't, and he wouldn't have played next week. They already said if the Dolphins win, he wasn't going to play next week.
Well, I want to be fair, and I don't want to be add conjecture, but at the same time, I don't know if Tua survives that game yesterday. I can tell you this, unless there's favoritism, Waddle isn't all of a sudden going to catch those 3 passes just because Tua was on the field. And if you think he would have, then there's a problem. Not with your thinking, but with the locker room. I mean, he went just about to sleep against Cincinnati after Tua got taken out of the game. We heard virtually nothing from Waddle the rest of the night. And if that's how it's going to be, then it's going to have to be a package deal when we trade off Tua, because obviously this kid can't play unless Tua is in the game.
Zach Sealer's wife got the game ball because he told her, I guess, the night before that if he scores a touchdown, he's going to get her the game ball, and that's exactly what he did. How fucking cool is that? That's a man of his word, making all us husbands look bad now.
Yeah, he is.
Fucking guy, what a legend. What a legend.
No, Ralph, we can't win with Skylar in and Waddle dropping footballs. That's precisely what happened yesterday.
Color, I would say this. Skylar doesn't drop footballs, or excuse me, Waddle doesn't drop footballs with Skylar if he gets to work with Skylar all off season. How about that?
Right, but here's the thing.
How about Waddle knows how to catch a hard-thrown football by a strong-arm quarterback if that's what the work he does?
But here's the thing. He's saying we can win if Skylar's in QB, but we can't if Tua is. And no, we can't. We lost yesterday. When our wide receivers drop footballs like that, we lose.
Ain't no lie.
Everybody does.
So listen, boys, we're at the 2-hour mark. I'm going to do the rundown real quick again. Everybody, if you haven't hit the like button, you're not going to hit it by now, and you're an asshole. Thanks a lot for not being cool. But if you forgot, it would be much obliged if you did hit the like button and subscribe to the network if you are visiting, if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you might be viewing this from the CB radio of truckers around the nation who have it on live on their CB, broadcasting it to all their friends. We appreciate you guys out there as well. Make sure you guys are coming to YouTube and subscribing here on the network and becoming part of the TFTG family. Check out all the great content. Myself with the Fins Tailgate coming at you all the time, anytime, every time. You got Rabid Dolphin Rants with Lou. Going to be doing all kinds of stuff. We'll figure a time slot to slot you in for certain, Lou, but we will continue to cater to the needs you need as any way possible. Color commentary coming at you in the mornings with coffee and a cup of color, and in the evenings with late night color commentary. You guys also can find DTA's Dolphin Debrief, doing the shorts, doing the super late night for the West Coast crowd and the international crowd. We appreciate that. And then you got Late Night Exhale on Saturdays with Ali, also doing some recorded segments with Broken Takes. We have other programs and content coming around. Newest member around these parts is Roach, the Jacksonville branch of the Fins Tailgate. We will look to invade the Jacksonville branch if the Dolphins can get to themselves to notoriety, and we will take over Duval County and change them to aqua and orange once again. But until then, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the way their second round of the playoffs. Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. Help support the show in that way. Also, link is in the description for Fanatics.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
And then also, guys, link in the description for all of our great gear, activewear for the ladies and men, even the baby activewear, coffee mugs, tumblers, beanies, flags, flip-flops for you turncoat sons of bitches, And we got, good stuff. Get yourself a hat, get yourself the DNA, and represent the family. Also, Backroom Collections, great product that they serve. All one-of-a-kind stuff. Use offer code #TFTG to receive 10% off of all of those purchases. Join the membership. Hit the join button. Become a member of the TFTG family. We will be here with you with all of the members of the Fins Tailgate, giving you content all the way every day. We're doing everything to bring you guys an overwhelming amount of content to have something. And as you guys know, it is fun, it is free, and it is family around these mugs. So join, hit the join button. Also, guys, you can support the good old-fashioned way with hitting the money sign on YouTube and sending some super chats. Those are always appreciated. Best way to get your comment up, get it read, and direct the show in the way you choose is to use the super chat. Ask your question. Pull it up. We will not, cannot, and shall not ignore any super chats. That does not happen around here. So I'm gonna drop the link, guys. I'm ready to hear from some of these folks out there. We're gonna run this bad mamma jamma.
While you do that, I want to address this comment real quick. There's one up here. I keep seeing it because they keep throwing it in here. Where is it?
Well, you probably should have super chat that comment if they were really trying to get it in.
I know, right? I know.
If you would have super chat the comment, I would have read that bad mamma jamma by now.
I should have made him. Skylar QBR 22.6, Huntley 74, Purdy 89.5, and then the same person, J Mess, says that 3 rookie QBs and Skylar did the worst. Okay.
By far, I'm guessing.
And then, of course, MC comes in to a 0.0 QBR, not available. That's a fair point. However, I wanted to let J Mess know, since he thinks that 22 is a very low QBR, which I agree it is. That was the Buffalo Bills defense in a playoff game. The LA Chargers,
QBR. That's his
the
total
LA
QBR
Chargers
color.
with the 26th ranked defense held Tua's QBR to 28.1.
And that's a third-year vet, 5th overall pick in an offense that's tailor-made for his motherfucking ass.
How about this one? San Francisco held Tua to a QBR of 18.3. Green Bay held him to 25 even. So keep it coming. Pittsburgh held him to 45.4. Cincinnati 44.4. Obviously was injured that game. Should I continue?
I think Chicago, you should, Color. I want to hear it.
Chicago held him to 79.
Chicago, shitty Chicago, who doesn't even have an offense to put the pressure on the other way. A team we lit up.
Right. Buffalo. The night game. 53.8.
QBR.
Now, New England, the first game of the season.
3rd-year veteran, 5th overall pick. 3rd-year veteran, 5th overall pick, in a tailor-made offense. A coaching staff brought in to specifically build his offensive
Right. And so New
style.
England, the first game against New England, 77.6. I would like to be able to tell you what he did against New England the second time, but oops, he didn't play that game. Sorry. I'd love to be able to give you the number. Also, I want to point out that you compared him to Huntley and Purdy, who both of whom probably are having out-of-body experiences, and secondly, are coached by a way better play caller. So if you want to lay that at McDaniel's feet, go right ahead. John Harbaugh and Kyle Shanahan are absolutely taking McDaniel to school.
Kyle Shanahan
shitty quarterbacks.
And John Harbaugh don't have to prove shit to nobody. They've consistently proved it already.
What I'm saying is they are taking him to school with their shitty quarterbacks, one of which actually beat Tua. So keep it coming. Let's do this. Let's keep doing this exercise of throwing out random QBRs like that. Go ahead. We can
Hold
do
on
it all day.
before we bring everybody up for the panel. I want to go over some of the rules of the new timeout paradigm. I see there's some confusion about it. As you guys know, sometimes we activate the timeouts just in all good fun. It allows you guys to have another level of interaction with the panels, with the show and things like that. We are doing dollar for dollar on timeout and bailout, meaning that if you put $2 in donation, you now have on that channel $2 in the chamber. Okay. That means if you want to time someone out for 2 minutes, you can. If you donate $1 and say, I want this guy off the screen for at least a minute, give me $1 and I'll take his ass off. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works. Now they can in return themselves or someone else can foot up their bail. Someone gets timed out for 10 minutes and somebody says, I'm bailing that person out for 10 minutes. That's how it works. It's equal number. We're not going to get too crazy with mathematics and stuff like that. And just FYI, Carlos has, I think he's got 30 minutes of fucking timeouts now.
Yeah.
So Carlos, I do credit that in there. So Carlos, you have 30 minutes in timeouts, and we will bring up people for the panel, and we will get into all this nonsense. And it is timeouts in effect.
So one last conclusion comment to J-Mez.
Shake going off right now.
One last conclusion comment to J-Mez because he keeps throwing out other games, right? J-Mez, all you're doing, in case you haven't realized, I have trapped you right where I want you because all you're doing is telling me we have 2 shitty quarterbacks instead of 1. That's all you're doing. I'm not saying Skylar is Dan Marino. I'm not saying he's great. I'm saying Tua is no better.
Color, I'm saying that Tua should be 100,000 times better than his 7th rounder as a 5th overall pick. So
thank you guys for being live.
On draft capital alone, it's upside down. You've lost your investment.
Right, but the more you keep throwing out other comparison examples, the more you're just telling me we've got 2 trash quarterbacks.
So Nightwolf, real quick, do I go about past shows saved? I don't, but Nightwolf, you have been extra with your donations. I will allot you a 5 minutes of timeout to carry over for today. So people who partake in the donation button, often like Nightwolf, I will allow a minimal amount of carryover.
You know, guys, I think I see a little bit of the problem. I was listening to another Dolphin YouTuber whose name I will not bring up on the panel, who was saying that they were full supporters of Greer, McDaniel, and Tua. And I think this is part of the reason for the chasm in the fan base.
Mark, can I take a guess? I'm sorry. Was it Steven where we were just at? Because I just told them we need to get rid of.
I will.
You can't do that.
I will not name another person. That's not right to do.
We were just there, Mark. You saw how they were just going at me when I said get rid of McDaniel, Greer, and Tua. So go ahead. I just know who you're talking about, but you just don't want to confirm.
Okay, I'm trying to be courteous and polite about it. But I'm saying that's where the chasm in the fan base comes from, is that they have this overriding feeling that everything's going to be all better if you just replay the same situation over next year, and it's not going to be better. And I think we all know that.
Wait, Mark, did you just say did you just pronounce that word chasm?
Yes, it's chism,
I did.
bud.
So
I'm sorry if I mispronounced.
Are you the type of person that pronounces schedule as schedule, like Captain Clark?
You know, if I'm talking hockey, I do.
That's why.
That was good.
Oh shit.
That was good.
Hey. Anyway, my point being here is that the Dolphins need a culture change. I've thought that for the longest time. And as we've talked about last night, I'm into a competitive situation because, as we again stated, that iron sharpens iron, and the better the Dolphins get is going to be the better that it makes Buffalo. So if you continue, if the Dolphins continue in the same pathway with the same general manager who has honestly is directly accountable for this 9-9 record, and a coach who came in and took a 9-8 team to 9-9, and a quarterback who falls down and trips and gets concussed on a blade of grass, I don't see where the situation is going to get better next year. I don't see how it's going to get more competitive.
Mark, this will continue to be a clown show if we keep McDaniel, Greer, and Tua. This
Pete, I totally
organization is
agree.
literally, this is the laughing stock. The first move this organization needs to do is get rid of the coaches. In all reality, yesterday, matter of
What's really
fact,
funny,
yeah,
Pete.
if
Let
yesterday's
me just
game,
finish real
Mark,
quick.
doesn't show that the players are outdoing what the coaches can do, then I don't
What
know
I
what to
thought was
tell this fan
particularly
base
humorous,
anymore.
Pete, was the best players on the field were coached by the guys that everybody that they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of Boyer, who led the team to 7 sacks and 12 points yesterday directly, and they want to get rid of.
Damn, I was just about to do my victory lap for the Giants prediction too. Shit. Hang around,
happened?
Mark. We got to talk about the Giants yesterday too, bro.
Cappy the Penguin straight capping fools.
He capping out here. Mark was spitting facts, and the sad thing is sometimes he could get like that, and he's like, look, man, this organization just needs to get rid of Tua already. McDaniel, because he failed. He failed to deliver in crunch time. Now, I got a question to everybody in the panel. I'm not going to use Brian Flores' name, so I'm going to go out and switch it. Because Doug Peterson, wait, Color, real quick.
Let him cook.
Color, let me ask the question, Color.
Wait, you expected Mark
man.
names?
I'm using names.
All right.
Hey,
but I don't want to use Brian Flores. So since I'm not going to use Brian Flores, I'm just going to ask: does Doug Peterson make those mistakes yesterday on offense?
Absolutely not.
Well,
hey, Pete.
Well, Pete.
So
look
that's
no further
it.
than the 4th and 1 play that they had. He came out in a formation that nobody was prepared for. He came out of like a triple option look almost, and they took it to the outside and almost to the fucking house to secure their victory.
Hey, Pete.
With ETN on that outside run.
That was a brilliant play, man.
It was fucking brilliant. Go ahead, Shake.
No, did you say it was going to be a circus show if we ran with everybody back?
100%. Nobody's going to buy this. Nobody believes this.
Guess what?
No, I don't like guessing. I'm already guessing what's going to happen. I'm telling y'all what's going to happen.
Well, I don't want to run it back with
circus. It's going to be a circus show.
I don't want to run it back with Tua, Pete, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I don't have a problem with Coach McDaniel or and even Josh Boyer. I bring both of those guys back, in my opinion. It's Tua that's the problem. Again, we're talking about situations here and there. That's just called football. In every football game where there's going to be a play or a call or whatever that we don't like. But again, I'll use the Tua Near's words. If you take the body of work, I think I've seen enough from McDaniel that this offense can work. With the right
body of work.
With what? What'd you say, Pete?
Body of work.
Yes, throughout the season, bro. There's no since we're dropping names, put Tom Brady in this offense and tell me we're sitting at 9-8. Put
Tom Brady in this offense
and tell me we're sitting at 9-8. The reason we're 9-8 because Tua Tagovailoa failed down the stretch.
Are you not getting it, Lewis? The fact that you're asking for Tom Brady almost confirms we have no head coach. Tom Brady comes here, he overruns that coach. This is a clueless head coach, Steven. I'm calling you Steven because you're over here wanting. Look how it's crazy. You're over here wanting this clueless coach. Hold on, bro. Bro, this coach we need a leader at coach, Lewis. This is a clueless head coach who has no say. He can't bench a quarterback. He can't even bench a quarterback correctly. He goes out and says, he has a concussion. He makes all this up. Bro, this guy has no defensive say. He's not respectable. He's clueless. And in the biggest game of his life, he turns around and his specialty, play caller, he can't do it. So he folded under pressure.
What do you mean he can't do it? The offense hasn't been the problem this year, Pete.
The offense. Look, this is another coach, Lewis, that had the whole full rank.
Executing this offense, Pete, is the problem.
He was the coach that believed in him. He had all the say. Stephen Ross told him, pick your quarterback, and guess who he picked, Lewis? He picked Tua. I'm done with this crap. Get McDaniel out of here. Get Tua out of here, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree. When Ross told Brian Flores what to do, he told him fuck off. When Ross tells McDaniel to do something, he says, "Yes, sir. Can I have another?"
Matter of fact, all these little 2-year coaching staff got to go because under Flores, we had locker room issues. Why did we have locker room issues, fellas? Let me tell you why. Those guys last year in the locker room wanted to win. Those coaches, Gerald Alexander, they wanted to win. They didn't care about Tua. They cared about the Dolphins organization. They cared about their name, and they cared about them winning while they were here. Over here now with McDaniel, you don't hear these coaches fighting. They're just going along, get along, gang. And I ain't with that shit. Fire this coaching staff, all of them, GM included, by quarterback. It is Skyler time, and I dare anybody to come in.
You really feel,
Hey, matter of fact, this is how I really feel. This organization might turn around and trade for Derek Carr, and that's going to be another mistake trading for Derek Carr, because I promise you, Skyler Thompson is going to beat that guy out shortly after they give him the stink. He stinks it up, and Skyler Thompson will beat him out.
Or Jimmy G being the quarterback guy
Skyler
coming
beating
in
out
here.
Derek Carr. Damn.
Skyler will beat out Derek Carr and Jimmy G, guaranteed.
Wow.
I think you only upgrade those two positions, the quarterback and the head coach, if you could find an upgrade. I think
this buffoonery coaching staff.
And to that point, Triple S, if we don't find an upgrade, we're going to win no more than 6 games next year with the hard schedule.
I'm about to get to that, Crypto. Let me finish. So all I'll say, and then I'll let y'all rip. I think the quarterback is the primary one. I'm kind of with Lewis on that. If we don't get a quarterback, the ceiling with Tua, even if he was to play 17 games, this is my opinion, might not be fact, but I think even if you get 17 games out of Tua in a postseason, you maybe win one playoff game, but you're not winning a Super Bowl. That's just my take. And there's also
you're not even getting to the playoffs.
Maybe. You might be right, Pete. But all I'm saying is I think the ceiling with him is maybe winning 1, maybe 2 playoff games, and then you're out. And that's even if he survives the season, doesn't get hurt. So I think we need to upgrade that position. If we can upgrade that position, unfortunately.
But the body of work. The body of work.
And they'll try to package it up as I think it was Cap for Life was saying on the other stream, on Steven's stream. They'll try to package it up, sell it to us, show the highlights of his good games against the Lions, Tigers, and Bears, and roll into next season. The head coach is a little bit trickier, but I think that's a similar situation where if you can get a Peyton, if you can get a Hardball, if you could get one of these upgrades, you go for them. With that said, if you can get a Peyton, Hardball, one of those really established coaches, what I would try to swing is, McDaniel, listen, you can still call the plays. You didn't even do that in San Fran. You could try to get a head coaching job elsewhere, but no one else interviewed you but us. So why don't you stay here, be the OC, and it might not look good to be demoted, but be an OC under Sean Payton, under Harbaugh.
But Harbaugh's not a better option.
Watch those guys, manage the clock, keep the same offense.
Hold on. Was Lewis going to say that Harbaugh is not a better option?
Harbaugh's not a better option than Coach McDaniel.
Lewis? You don't think
no.
We can agree to disagree. That's fine. I would say he is, but we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that again, but what has Harbaugh won?
Which Harbaugh are you talking about? Because they're both better, Lewis. It doesn't even matter.
No, they're not. Jim Harbaugh is not better than Coach McDaniel.
They kind of are.
If Jim Harbaugh comes over here, I guarantee you this offense is fucking worse than what it was this year. I can promise you that.
But I guarantee you the defense is better.
Oh, my God. Jim Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick.
We ran up out of the goddamn building.
Lewis.
Did we forget how Jim Harbaugh was going to Super Bowls with Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick? NFC championships games back to back to back.
The man went to 1 Super Bowl.
And NFC championship games back to back to back to back 4 years in a row.
Real quick.
This guy's a more
Hold on, Pete. I just want to shout out CJ for his $5 donation. He says, folks, Mike McDaniel is a stooge.
No, hold on. Hey, Lewis, since you're the Mike McDaniel, what body of work would you say he did good as a head coach? Let me know. As a head coach, what's the body of work that you're asking, that you're telling us he's good?
What are you talking about? The offense was fixed. Again, the guy executing the offense
was the offense fixed? I thought Flores' offense was 25 point or did more with less talent. So was the offense fixed, Lewis? Go ahead. Keep going, Lewis.
Again. If you
just
put a good quarterback that can execute this offense, we're not averaging 23 fucking points a game.
Well, just to clear
That's where you're fucking wrong.
Hold on.
Again, this is why you're wrong. McDaniel had the option to choose any quarterback he wanted. He stuck with Tua.
I told you he's a yes man. Okay, that's fine. But if he goes and gets a Lamar Jackson this year, then he won't have fucking Tua holding him back.
Yeah, again, Pete. I gotta.
If we go for Lamar Jackson,
hold on a second. Money Mitch.
Scrooge needs to go. Grit needs to go. And so does Mike McDaniel.
Should McDaniel be fired?
Pete, you say this every fucking year, though.
Yeah, I mean, we can't fire every fucking.
Come on, Pete. Like, let's be real, bro.
First of all, I was the first one saying we shouldn't fire Flores. We should keep him. We should be in with Flores right now. So what are you talking about, Lewis?
I get that.
Lewis, but you were saying you don't think that Harbaugh is an upgrade, but would you feel like it would be an upgrade to have Harbaugh as a head coach with McDaniel as an OC than to just have McDaniel as the head coach? Would you say that's an upgrade from the current situation? Still having McDaniel running the offense?
Hell yeah.
See, that's all I was saying before. I'm not particularly saying – like, I think even if we get an upgraded head coach, I think you still try to keep him.
It ain't gonna happen. But
the only upgrade for a head coach would be Sean Payton. The only upgrade will be Sean Payton. Everybody else, y'all can miss me with that.
Well, hold up a second, Lou, because I'll say this on the Harbaugh. Hold on a second. If we do hire Harbaugh, hold on. If Harbaugh did get this job, I would think at least in some aspect we would have the continuity with the front office and the head coaching, that there'd be a vision and there'd be nothing put in the way for excuses. That would be
Eric Bieniemy would be a better head coach than Mike McDaniel. How about that? Yeah, Eric Bieniemy would be more respected than McNair.
That might be,
doing dumb shit.
We have no evidence of that, Pete.
I mean, it just rubs me that way. It rubs me that way. He's more respected coach.
Well,
he's a more respected coach.
Kellen Moore led the Cowboys to the #1 ranked offense for 2 years in a row. Kellen Moore would have did no different what McDaniel would have did with this offense this year.
Damn.
All right, y'all can keep telling yourselves that.
There's the numbers for Pete. 2020, we scored 25 points per game. 2021, we dropped to 20. And in 2022, I haven't done the math, but we're at about 24 points per game this year.
And what's the common denominator
in the league? 25
what's
points
the
per
common
game.
denominator in all three of those seasons? Tua Tagovailoa.
First of all, Lewis, I don't care. I don't care about all the other seasons. I only care about the first year Flores and first year McDaniel. That's all that matters here. Everything else in between, Flores was trying to find a new quarterback.
We digressed by 3 points, is what you're saying, Color. We digressed by 3 points a game.
Flores with a beat down team scored more points than McDaniel could with a playoff ready team.
Okay, hold on.
Miss me with that.
Hold on, Pete. Throw away the tank year of 2019. If you're talking about Flores' first legit year, it was 5, and Mike McDaniel's first year 24.
That's it.
Right. Yeah, first legit year. Yeah.
Team had more December wins.
That's it.
In other words, McDaniel hasn't been able to squeeze out any more out of Tua than Shan Gailey did with Tyreek Hill and Armstead and all the stuff.
But Lewis said the body of work for McDaniel, he deserves another year. This whole fan base, anybody that thinks McDaniel deserves another year after this year, I'm sorry to tell you, you're just a clueless Dolphin fan right now, ready to ride the wave only because of some numbers. This is no coach. This guy has no control. A head coach. This is like, what? I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. That is the scary part. That is the scary part.
As far as coaching all 3 phases of the game, I do think Harbaugh is a better option.
You could find a better head coach anywhere. This guy's smoking vape on the fucking sideline. They caught him smoking a vape.
Did they?
Yeah, on Twitter. Hitting a fucking vape pen. That's how he was shitting bricks yesterday. That's why he couldn't find a play.
We need head
coaches.
Well,
the poll question is up in the chat right now. Better head coach for Miami, Flores, McDaniel, or Harbaugh? It is on the poll chat.
Out of those two, I think you got to say
as far as coaching all 3 phases of the game, Harbaugh proved that he's the best one. As far as all 3 phases, he's not one-dimensional.
This is the same fact. And what have I been screaming at y'all this entire? Is Waddle worth those 2 first-round draft picks now? Because now we got guys and shout out to the legend. the legend of the 305, king of Miami. We know it. Luther, Uncle Luke.
Can I? That's a very
Coming
good.
out. Uncle
Hold
Luke
on,
is now
stop,
coming
stop,
out with
stop,
takes saying we
Harbaugh.
need to trade Tua and
Here's the
Waddle.
thing. Here's the thing. This is why Ross is a failure. Okay.
Uncle Luke said that.
And
Yeah,
Ross,
Uncle Luke, Mr. 305. He's coming out on Twitter saying, I'm going to rub people the wrong way, but what needs to be done for the Dolphins is trade Tua and Waddle.
can I
Go ahead, Color.
So, as far as Harbaugh goes, this is why Ross and Greer are failures. Okay, the actual move to make would have been back in 2019, instead of hiring Flores as a token or as a DC to fix the defense or whatever the reason was, and then firing him to bring in McDaniel to fix the offense. And now we're going to go maybe get Harbaugh, but those two guys are going to be out of the building. No. So the smart move would have been to hire Harbaugh in 2019, bringing in Flores as the DC, and then acquiring Mike McDaniel as the OC. And right now, we would be on our way to Super Bowl.
Damn.
Yeah,
Exactly.
when you go back, I mean, you could do. I mean, we could have drafted Herbert with Flores, and we'll be good, right?
You
if
need
we want to go
somebody who
back.
can manage the entire game.
Cool and Heat, thanks for the $5 donation. He says, Color, repeat those stats again, please. Voice cut off. I'm guessing the points per game. So the points per game in 2020 was 25 even. In 2021, our points per game were 20.4. And this year, without having done the math with yesterday's game, well, we don't count that one anyway for regular season, but we're at about 24.6 points per game this year. So what that says is McDaniel has gotten the same production out of Tua this year, points per game on offense, as Shan Gailey got out of the offense we had in 2021, roughly. Now, I have to go through. Would it be an interesting exercise? Would it be to go through and take all the games that Tua started and finished in 2020 and see what his personal points per game is in those games? That's where the real meat and potatoes is, because we have to throw out the Fitzpatrick training wheels.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question about
those
there's a
6
game
games.
that I find very interesting. What not most, but some of the fan bases take is on a particular player's performance in one of these games. What did y'all think of Tua versus Buffalo in Buffalo? Do you think he played well? Do you think he played okay? Do you think he played horrible? What do you guys think about Tua?
Oh, he was
week? I think
great.
it was
Everything was
15.
great. Everything coming back is great. We had so much fun this year. We're gonna do the same shit next
I
year.
would say above average triple S.
Who the hell was that?
I would say a C
Cap for
plus.
life. I think I know where you stand based on
Bunch
that.
of
What
dumb
about- what about
fucks,
the rest
bro.
of y'all?
I would say a C plus because his PFF grade was 49 and his QBR was 50. I would say C plus.
I love being
I'm gonna
mediocre.
say I'm gonna say I don't want to hear Tua's name for this fan base anymore, and he crapped the bed, bro. Josh Allen, 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. He never saw the field again. That's Tua's fault, not the defense's fault. He should have had Josh Allen on the bench. This is what I keep telling this fan base. Like, when are we ever gonna get a victory like that? Put a team out. It's always a struggle to the end, even versus we played the Detroit Lions this year. Go back.
Victory. It was a moral
Tua
victory,
played so
Pete.
great. Cap. Like, I'm not really in the mood right now. Like, this fan base is getting me mad.
My fault.
I don't get it, bro.
Pete, this is
Like,
real
I'm
Pete,
really
not-
I'm really hurt right now. Y'all don't understand. Like, the crap. Like, look, I love this team, and I got a bright spot moving forward. But I'm gonna tell y'all right now, and I'm gonna tell y'all again. Lewis was right. The only thing that could have fixed this organization was not make the playoffs. As sad as that sounds, if we do not move off of Mike McDaniel, Greer, and Tua,
that would be Skylar's fault.
You could blame Skyler, but it's going to be another what? It's a waste, bro. Quarterbacks are leaving the AFC, okay? Because they cannot beat Mahomes. They cannot beat Herbert. They cannot beat these guys. They want to go to the easy conference, the NFC. This is what's going on in the NFL. So right now, if you don't have a quarterback in the AFC that's going to be able to beat Mahomes, Josh Allen, you could put Trevor Lawrence in that realm now. Deshaun Watson next year, okay? What are we talking about here? Even thinking about keeping Tua and McNerd. We need something serious before we just become the new Browns.
Glad you came up. Glad you came up.
I have news for you. We are already the new Browns, bro.
And to answer your question, EM, I just looked. We're at about 1 yard, roughly 1 yard short of 100 yards per game. 99.2
in 2020.
Oh, in 2020.
Hey, so Lewis, hey, no, but I'm not done with Lewis because I'm scratching my head on Lewis because just like 2 weeks ago, Lewis didn't want this team to make the playoffs. He wanted McDaniel fired, but now his body of work.
That's where you're wrong.
Nah, you wanted everything fired. You wanted.
Hang on,
again,
Pete.
that's where you're wrong, Pete.
Hang on. Color, go ahead. What was that?
That was 105.5 in 2020 per game.
Where were we ranked? What were we ranked in terms of NFL?
That was good for. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why can't ESPN put a damn number next to their freaking names? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's 22nd ranked last in 2020. The Buffalo Bills were rushing for 107.7 that year. That's good for 20th ranked.
Yeah.
And now this year,
Bills is 20.
And now this year, we're rushing for 99.2. That's about roughly the same place, I'd say. And the Buffalo Bills are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th at 139.5 per game. And their rushing game sucks.
What about? I'm sorry to be working you, Color, but like in 2020, real quick, can you go back and see where were we in terms of attempts? Because I know we were last this year, but where were we in terms of attempts?
I'll have
that
to
year.
look.
Can you look that up?
I'll have to look on a different site because ESPN doesn't put.
My bad. My bad, Color. I don't need to be working.
I got you.
In the 2020 season, EM.
Yeah.
Rushing attempts.
Yeah.
Let me get there real
We was
quick.
probably in the middle, right in the middle of the pack.
Maybe.
And while Color's looking that up, Pete, let me just say,
Yeah,
one of the
I think
things-
we was
I agree with
probably
a lot of
right
what you
around
say,
the
Pete,
middle.
but one thing I disagree
Mhm.
with, bro, is the Skylar as the future. You might be right for sure. You might be right, but I think he's shown some promise for a 7th round rookie. I think he's shown enough to be a developmental backup. I'd love to hear your take on what you personally see to make you think that he's, for sure going to be a future starter for this team and lead us to where we want to go. But
Got him.
I just wanted to let that be known.
I echo those sentiments.
What? Well, I mean, I see a quarterback who's a 7th round rookie processing the field better than a top 5 pick, right? He's out here throwing dimes and all pro worthy receivers' arms. And if those guys don't drop those passes, we win the game. And the complexity of this game is totally different. That question you're asking, Triple S, you'll be agreeing instead of being more questionable about it. If it was River Craycraft dropping that pass, it wouldn't upset me that much. If it was one of these other guys, it would. But these are all pros.
Me because I got high praise of River Creek Crab.
Yeah, I know, but I know what you mean. But if it was like an undrafted guy dropping these guys, you get me, Color? That's the issue.
Oh, sure.
These are beautiful passes in a playoff game. This is his 2nd career start, bro. Add those 10 drops, 9 drops.
Pete, to be fair, we're giving him the same criticism from the same perspective that we do Tua. He's a first-round pick. You don't drop footballs like that in a game like this.
Hang on.
Exactly, Color. Exactly. And this is why. Hold on, EM. I'm not done. Wait your turn. I was asking a question. So, Color, and this is why I consistently over the last 2 years have said the 2 first-round draft picks that Greer did for this guy is one of the worst moves for this organization. It's another bad pick because when you select a wide receiver, your number one job is to catch with your hands or be a high catching fishing guy.
Earlier, Pete, I needed to answer.
Doesn't catch.
So
He drops everything.
In 2020, we had 428 rushing attempts.
Mm-hmm.
In this year, 2022, we had 390.
Nobody
wanted a bell cow, bro.
So where was
that alone could inflate quarterback numbers. That alone.
That
the fact that this team doesn't run the football.
Also, because see, when you're talking about getting in the red zone area, that's why I asked the question. And I think, I've been on the record of saying this is where McDaniel failed. He completely collapsed and fell on his face this year in terms of the lack of commitment to the run game. So in 2020, especially in particular in the red zone, you got to be able to run the football. You know what I mean? So when you're that imbalanced offensively and you don't have a threat of a run game when you get inside the red zone area, in particular, inside the 20, right? And I mean, again, it makes it just harder for you to score in terms of scoring touchdowns. So the reason why I asked, about the attempts and the commitment and where we ranked in 2020, obviously we were marginally better running the ball and attempts, which in turn, again, they were 25th? I'm sorry, they averaged 25 points a game in 2020 compared to 24.6 this year. Again, another area where McDaniel, that's even making him the system of imbalance that McDaniel created this year. That is even make it even looking worse. Because
to your point about the red zone, you might be onto something, Ian.
I'll piggyback on what Ian said.
He was a run game genius.
Let me piggyback on that because I will say,
with 38 less attempts, we scored 15 touchdowns in 2020 on the ground.
But to piggyback on what he's saying.
This year, I'm sorry, with this year we scored 12.
To piggyback on it, though, McDaniel all offseason talked about how important the run blocking scheme and run game is.
Absolutely.
Outside of maybe 3 games all season, it wasn't a run-heavy type of football team I thought we were going to get. At least as far as effectiveness goes.
Yards per carry in 2021, 3.9, 4.3 in 2022.
And again,
anybody asking for McDaniel to come back is a clueless Dolphin fan.
And again, I like to support Pete with this statement because I was kind of rewatching replay on NFL Now, and on the 4th and 1 call, the first thing that McDaniel said as well, he thought it was a first down. Obviously, it was not a first down. All you have to do is look at all the clocks on the field.
And Mike Catania asks a very fair question, and I'm going to answer it accurately, because you can take for what you want. This year, we played the 3rd place schedule. In 2020, we played the 4th place schedule. Everybody knows that. I don't know. It just depends year over year which of those 3rd and 4th place teams turn out to be 1st and 2nd place teams the next year. So it is relative, and it's a good question to ask, Mike. So,
this goes back to what I finish my point, please.
Yeah, finish your point,
okay,
Mark.
So anyway, so McDaniel blew the play as far as whether it was a 4th and 1, and then I actually watched the play. Did anybody see, because the ball was snapped and Connor McDaniel's snap was grotesquely high, he handed the ball to the running back who was buried for like a 3 or 4 yard loss on the play, and of course that was called off because of the penalty, and then of course the subsequent incompletion that happened after the fact. But I just wanted people to notice the screw-ups that there were on that play. First, McDaniel doesn't know if it's a first down or not. Second, the play call was screwed up because the center almost snapped the ball over Skylar's head, and then the play was blown up in the backfield. Those are 3 things that nobody's really talked about.
On 4th and 1, Mark, they called it.
And again,
on 4th and 1, they decided to call a shotgun run.
A pass that was dropped by Gesicki that hit him in the hands, too.
But wait a minute.
It's funny that you guys said
before that was run, he actually ran a running play. And did you see Connor Williams' snap, which was grotesquely high, that Skyler had to go up for, and then that screwed up the handoff, which caused a huge loss in the in the backfield.
And the penalty bailed us out.
That's part.
And the penalty
part of the reason why
the penalty bailed us out. Yes.
Blow the 4th down play, and the game was over.
That's part of the reason why I said from the very beginning, I don't know why McDaniel is giving full autonomy to be head coach and play callers. That's why his poor field awareness, clock management is horrible. He needs to do one or the other and then earn the other one. Be a head coach and then
Mountie, a few weeks ago, I asked this fan base. I don't remember if it was on this show or the other show. I asked, who's the offensive coordinator? And these guys said, Frank Smith. Smith ain't no
a
offensive
formality.
coordinator.
He's not calling plays.
It's Mike McDaniel, bro.
Mike McDaniel has shown
this
that
fan
he
base
can't do
just go
both.
with the wind, bro. I tell you, just some of these people, they just go with the wind. Get along, go along, gang. It's the Dolphins. No matter what, I'm okay with it. Like I'm sick of that.
McDaniel has shown time and time again this season that he can't handle both.
So, you bring back
He's
the
not
gang
a
that
head
can't see
coach.
straight next year.
Yeah, he should have
Let me
hired an
finish.
independent.
So you bring back the gang that can't see straight next year, and then you raise the ticket prices, and the people will just continue to line the pockets of Stephen Ross and get the same old garbage over and over and over.
This is all that matters. Yesterday, if we had Brian Flores or Doug Peterson or Brian Daboll, I don't think they screw up like McDaniel. He's just a choke artist, just like Tua. In high-pressure situations, they're going to choke.
I want to be fair on that point.
Listen, I want to be fair too.
As much as I've defended Flores for the debacle that was his firing, he did have a lot of these same issues during the game, and we as an organization have continued to see these issues out of our new first-year head coaches, and including Gase. And I'm tired of it. It seems simple to me. When you talk about casuals can call a game and know when to do certain things better than our head coach, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then also, I'll piggyback on that real quick, Color. I mean, listen, we all know how I feel about Brian Flores, but the facts are the facts. Flores, I mean, he was nowhere near as competitive against his very same team that Mike McDaniel had. And I get, from a personnel standpoint, Flores.
Then if you say you get it from a personnel standpoint, then you really don't get it. The talent doesn't even match the talent.
Can I finish? Can I finish my point, Pete? Okay. So, and I get, Flores was somewhat handcuffed from a personnel standpoint, but again, Color just alluded to a lot of the similar issues that plagued Brian Flores as a head coach in his 3 years against the same Buffalo team. So I can't sit up here and say that.
Flores never lost to the Jets. And Flores never lost to the Jets.
Well, we're talking about the Bills right now. We're talking about the Bills.
You're talking about the Bills right now.
We're talking about
you can use the Bills as an example to help McDaniel look better. But that's not necessarily true.
Who's doing that? Who's doing that? We're talking about the Bills specifically right now, Pete. That's what the question was. Nobody said anything about the fucking Jets, bro.
Yeah, but you're talking about Flores and McDaniel look better playing against the Bills. Obviously, he had a way better team.
Are those not the facts? Are those not the facts?
No, they're not the facts, because if you put more content, if you put more content, what coach had better talent offensively then? Because you're only talking offensively. Didn't Brian Flores do better special team-wise? Didn't Brian Flores do better defensive-wise? Why are you only matriculating this to offensive-wise? And if you want to go do offensive-wise, it's only a tad bit better, EM. It's only a tad bit better.
Bro.
With all the talent.
It's part of the reason why we're the laughing stock of the league. This goes back to Gase. It's these stupid things. Oh, he didn't throw the red flag when he should have. Oh, he threw it when he shouldn't have. These little things, calling timeout when you need to. All these are certain little things. We've had these problems since probably before Gase. That's why we're the laughing stock of the league, because people watch our games and they're like, what the hell are they doing?
Again, all of the Dolphins' losses pretty much all year were not defeats. We beat ourselves in all of our losses.
Agree 100%.
Again, in a playoff game, mismanagement with the clock and missed opportunities for the right plays to be called and dropped footballs are the reason we lost this game.
Yeah, and
right on par to every loss we did all year.
Yourself is
that's one of the things I pointed to in the offseason as to what I thought was encouraging about McDaniel, because he looked like such an intelligent guy that I didn't expect these little. I thought he was from a winning organization that doesn't make those stupid little mistakes.
Color. If we're gonna put the facts out there, that's why I cautioned everyone on multiple platforms.
Anointing.
And you were
everybody was so quick to anoint him this, anoint him that, when he has not even been an overseer of a unit, let alone a football team.
You were right to set everybody's expectations that way. And I don't think I was anointing him. I was just trying to garner some kind of feel of, are we going to have these same stupid little issues that we've had over the past? And judging by a guy that has followed the Shanahans his whole career from Denver to wherever. I just didn't expect that he would I thought he would be keen on that stuff.
Hey, Color.
Color. Can I ask you a question? Hold on. Can I ask you a question? While these guys are going, I want you to search up a stat real quick. Hold on, Monty. What team had more penalties their rookie year? The 2019 Miami Dolphins with Flores, or this team with a more veteran savvy team? Y'all go ahead. Have the floor.
Flores clearly had the team at a more disciplined level.
Just search up the stat for me, please.
Hold on. Kahari's right. I was in the super position of believing both things before. Now we have measured and observed it, and he is making those same stupid little mistakes.
No doubt, Color. No doubt.
But Color, the thing is, the most notable thing is about McDaniels is the fact that, he's intelligent, but grossly inexperienced. So that's what makes me wonder who was really calling the plays.
Sitting on the couch that knows when to throw a red flag.
Kyle Shanahan was calling the plays.
Exactly. And then you make him a head coach.
Look, guys that get deep in the weeds and casuals alike have agreed all offseason about these mistakes. So even the guys from the couch can see it.
Let me say this, Color. You were saying you because he's such a smart guy, you kind of expected him to not have these kind of woes. But what I would say is, we all talked about his press conferences before he even stepped foot as our head coach. Right when we hired him, we talked about how he had great press conferences, this and that. But if you really pay attention to those press conferences, something I noticed, it might seem mundane, but hear me out. How long does this man take to answer one question? Every time he answers a question,
I know, bro. 30 fucking minutes for one question. Oh my God, bro!
You guys,
hey,
listen,
I want to say something else to that.
Listen, that's
he literally plagiarized
Brian
Flores with
the opposite tactic.
Hey, that is the epitome of a fan base.
Listen, guys, that is a tactic because I'll tell you why. It's just like how Brian Flores would say something without saying nothing and say very little. He'll say a lot without saying nothing. And go look at any time any writer or any beat guy has quoted this man. The structure of the sentence has no legibility. There's nothing taken from it. That is done on purpose. The uhs, the ums, and the nonsense that he throws in there is so you can't take anything from him in a quote. That's frustrating.
It's still fucking frustrating as hell.
Fucking nuts.
Guys,
it drives me nuts.
Direction and sleight of hand. That's called a magician.
Can I just finish what I was saying, guys?
It's not a genius, it's a magician. Sleight of hand and misdirection. That's what he is, a magician.
Let me just finish what I was saying, Color. All I'm going to say to finish it off is, if you look at his press conferences versus Flores or any of our previous head coaches, they have a certain amount of time, right? There's not a certain amount of questions. He might get through like 5 questions in a press conference, whereas another coach might get through 10, 11, 12 because he takes so long.
Run out of questions. They'll go, is that all you got? Okay,
as
bye.
much information as we could.
Right, and to add to that point, as I said a minute ago, he literally, when he first came out, the first couple conferences he gave us when he got hired, he literally plagiarized Brian Flores, and everybody was like, oh, what a brilliant statement. I'll point out one that I can think of off the top of my head that was direct plagiarism was, oh, I plan to make everybody the best version of themselves. That's right out of the mouth of Brian Flores.
That's a talking point, bro. That is literal bullet talking points. The coach,
but the particular way he said it was borderline plagiarism.
It's not plagiarism. They all say this bullshit. That's the thing. It's bullshit.
I get it. Just put it back through the algorithm a couple more times and let it reword again, because it sounded an awful lot like plagiarism.
The man takes too long to answer a question. And the man takes too long to call a play to the quarterback. So in that sense, we might have been able to see that coming slightly.
Oh, that is hilarious. Shit.
Yeah, but syntax aside, I think what was proven this season,
you got to call plays to the best to exemplify the attributes of each player. Well, has he done that this year? I would argue no.
I would argue yes for only one person, though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's now we're getting to it.
Now we get round and round.
Worse than that, Cap, though, is that when the pressure was on this season, that's when McDaniel seemed the most confused and the most slow in getting those plays in. I think the job overwhelmed him to some degree, and that's probably not uncommon for any first-year coach. But again, with a team like what we have now, it really shows the mistake in bringing in a rookie head coach with a roster like this. You need a veteran to handle a veteran team, or at least a team that's star-laden.
Hey, Doug,
Peterson was
I
my
was
pick.
just getting ready. It's like you read my mind, Cap. I was calling for Doug Peterson 2 years ago. I really wanted, when he initially got fired, he got let go from Philly. I was calling for Flores to bring him in as the OC, but that might have been his pride might not have let him,
That's right.
That's a step down for him.
The rumors
But yeah,
we
I
heard,
love Doug
EM,
Peterson as well.
The rumors we heard is he did, and Greer blocked him. And then when Greer realized that was a mistake, told him to go get him, at which point Shanahan blocked him. That's what the story I got was. No, I don't know who's true.
No. We're talking about Doug Peterson. We're talking about Doug Peterson.
We're talking about Doug Peterson, not Mike McDaniel. Not Mike McDaniel.
Money Midge. I love Money Midge. He keeps me honest, but says went toe to toe with the Bills, and we're talking about Flores. Sheesh. Well, here's the thing. Jared Goff went toe to toe in the Super Bowl with the Patriots, and they still traded him that offseason for a better quarterback.
And came back and won it.
Damn.
Wasn't there?
That's the one point I came up here to make. You took the words out of my mouth. That's the one thing I came up here to say.
Look, that's a lesson learned. Look at the Rams, right? They went out, got their quarterback. They did it all for 1 year. Yeah, they won their Super Bowl, but where are they today?
What was it, 13-3?
Where are they today?
13-3.
Listen, hold on.
Touchdown in the Super Bowl.
But where are the Rams today? I want to get to the point. Where are the Rams today? Their quarterback got hurt. The receiver got hurt after the Super Bowl. Like now, their coach doesn't want to retire. He wants to retire. Like
layover season to pivot. Come back next year, they'll win their division.
Hey, let's not forget that Super Bowl
I highly doubt that
was literally the reason we hired Flores.
Yep.
Facts.
They have no draft picks.
Because
they don't even have a motivated coach anymore.
Because that defensive coordinator held the St. Louis Rams to 3 points in the Super Bowl. That's why we hired Flores. Do we all forget that?
No, we didn't. We saw what he does to systematic quarterbacks.
That's
it's
a
the reason
fact,
why
brother.
Flores never believed in Tua, because system-style quarterbacks who don't have elite attributes, whether it's running with the football or throwing with the football, coaches like Flores and defensive coordinators alike will figure out your limitations, and they will force you to have to go and play the game with your limitations and take everything else away.
Yeah, and y'all realize they had Cooper Kupp that year, and he was already balling out.
Yep.
Yeah, he
was number one wide receiver in the league that year.
No, not the year they won the Super Bowl. It wasn't. No, not that year.
The year they lost the Super Bowl.
Check again. He was already breaking out.
No, he wasn't number one that year.
I'll double check, but I believe I honestly remember he was already starting to break out, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He had good numbers.
He wasn't. I mean, make no mistake. He wasn't the version of Cooper Kupp that we see now. No, they were.
But you're not going to always get that version of Cooper Kupp getting almost 200 catches. That doesn't happen either. That's a rare thing.
But I do agree with you, Color. He was just on the verge of breaking out that year. He was. He had arrived at that point, but he's just another player, completely different player.
I mean,
at this point.
and I could be wrong about the years, but if I remember correctly, toward the end of the year that year, he was starting to become chalk on fantasy. And costing 8,000. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like it was becoming regular 20 points per fantasy points per game. You know what I mean?
So where we are, panel wise, if I may address the entire panel. So the consensus, and correct me if I'm wrong, please do. So everybody up here, the consensus seems to think that it's time to move off of McDaniel. He doesn't deserve a second year. Is that what I'm getting?
I'm actually not there yet, EM. I'm on record as saying
I wouldn't say that.
Sight unseen, we should have given him a 10-year contract because I'm so sick of the revolving door.
Well, I think basically,
I'm glad I'm not that nice guy. I think you get rid of him right now and you make better decisions at that position, because it's not hard to find a head coach to come run your organization.
It's not hard.
Let the players. Not let the players.
It's not hard.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
John Shula.
Let me ask you.
My position, Pete. A 10-year contract would have given McDaniel the leverage to say "La vie" to Tua.
That's
I mean, did we not find Brian Flores? Was he not a good head coach? EM?
Yeah, I love Flo, but he had his flaws too. At the end of the day, I mean, Flores
I
wasn't
mean,
perfect.
doesn't everybody have their flaws?
Exactly.
Name a coach that doesn't have their flaws. Name one right now.
Nobody's saying that. But what I'm saying is, you gave Flores 3 years, right, to correct his issues, right? And Mike McDaniel coming off a playoff berth, right? You're just going to scrap that, all of that. Again, as much criticism that Mike McDaniel deserves, right? There was
We're going to be in the Adam Gase situation.
Hang on.
Well, this is the same Adam Gase situation, only because we got to the playoffs. Watch. Go ahead.
Okay. Well,
go ahead. Finish your spew.
So the point is this. He does deserve criticism. Nobody's saying that. And please pay attention to how my message, right? He does deserve criticism. But at the end of the day, he achieved, he got this team to the postseason. The offense as a whole, right, took major strides in a positive direction. These are just the facts. He got Tua statistically, right? He got the best version that we've seen Tua Tagovailoa in his first 3 years in a year. These are the facts now. You can sit here and stay in your feelings and try to be a buffoon and argue with facts all you want to, but these are just what the facts have bared out. So you mean to tell me, based off a couple, and again, I'm not going to say a couple, but yeah, he deserves some critique. But you just can't
Billy
ignore.
Almost got me, EM. Billy almost got me to come after him, but he corrected himself. He's like, definitely not here. He was saying the panel was off of Campbell or something like that, and I'm like, wait a minute here. We predicted the Lions to win their division, just to let you know.
So, I mean, you can't just sit here and just ignore all of the positivity, right? All of that production that we got this year based off, a few areas that he can improve in as a coach, right? He definitely warrants a fourth year. I can't believe you're just going to sit here and just say you're just going to ignore all the positivity, all of that production and say, nope, he was terrible at, mismanaging football games.
And Ian, let me
he was terrible at challenges or whatnot, or he was terrible at being more creating a more balanced approach offensively from a first year guy. You're gonna ignore all the positivity based off those 4 issues. That's absolutely ridiculous to even for you to allow that to come out of your mouth, bro.
Pete, let me try to help you out. Would you move off of McDaniel no matter what, or would you move off of McDaniel only if you knew we could upgrade and get a better head coach? And who would you say would qualify as being that kind of better head coach? So which one is it?
I think McDaniel failed miserably.
The only way Pete's coming back around to McDaniel is if McDaniel comes out on the podium today.
I'm getting rid of Tua.
That's the only way.
That's the only way he's going to be on.
But in our reality, but in our reality, that is the answer because he was here. He had his pick. He chose to ride with Tua, and that's it. That's where you failed. There's nothing at the end of the day you're going to sit here and tell me you did great as a head coach. You came here, you accepted a job, you said you're going to fix Tua, and it didn't happen. This didn't happen. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and coddle a coach that doesn't know how to be a leader of men. He's a leader of the quarterback position. That's it. It was a total failure.
So a total failure. Wow. Okay. So again,
mind you, this is a lot of Flores' team. He's winning with Flores' team. Never forget that, Ian.
No, nobody's disputing that. I'm not disputing that. The culture, he benefited greatly from the culture, a lot of the culture that Brian Flores established and implemented during his 3 years. He even acknowledged it. He even acknowledged that at early part of the first part of the season. He acknowledged that. So he even deserves credit for that because a lot of coaches wouldn't even do that. So at the end of the day, I'm not saying Mike McDaniel does not deserve criticism. And again, I was one of the first ones that saying if he doesn't get this team with the talent level that we have to the postseason, I will be absolutely crucifying him all off season. But I said if he does, I'm gonna reserve that level of criticism and wait and see what he does in his last 2 games. And he did get this team to the postseason, so my criticism will be scaled down to some degree. But
okay, so let me ask you. I know you want everybody's answer. I know you want everybody's answer on that, but Ian, let me ask you: you think Boyer should be gone?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hold on, before
You
we
don't
get to your
think
Boyer
Boyer should be
question, Pete,
gone?
No,
Pete, before we get to the
absolutely
Boyer
not.
question, let me
Y'all
find out what
answer
you just
EM's
said.
question. Y'all answer EM's question.
No,
I
hell no.
think the only reason Boyer may go is because of scheme change.
Hold on,
I
guys.
don't think
Before
he's a
Boyer,
4-3 guy.
though, this is why the season is. Even though we made the postseason, EM, it's still a bit of a shame because I think what McDaniel showed, again, in retrospect, is that he has what it takes intellectually to improve an offense. He did get the best out of Tua, I believe, and I'm not saying that I love Tua, right? But I think it is a shame precisely because under the tutelage of a veteran head coach, McDaniel could have possibly blossomed even more, man, if you had a Caldwell or a veteran.
I agree. Hey,
That's what I
KP,
say
KP, I agree with you 100%.
Kari. I think we put the
I agree
cart
with you
before the
100%.
horse. I think we should have hired Harbaugh and let him bring these guys in like Flores and McDaniel. You know what I mean?
Well, I think. I'll push
OC.
back on that a little bit, Color. I think if we can go back in time, I think in 2019, the move that was needed to be made
he
at that
wasn't
time
ready. You're right.
was Caldwell, the head coach, and Brian Flores as the DC.
Right.
That's what I think the dynamic would have been perfect for.
100%.
That's what I've been saying all along.
But it's still the same idea. Caldwell, Harbaugh, it's still the same idea that you get a veteran in there and you bring in these little new guys for your coordinators. You know what I mean?
But in light of what happened to
Traditionally,
Flores,
that's what's worked in a rebuild for teams.
absolutely.
You know.
But in light of what happened to Flores, do you think there's something with the organization in terms of its relationship to strong personality head coaches, veteran head coaches who have a strong vision in what they want to do? Because I think that's what we may be running up against with this particular regime, the late Ross and even before Greer. We've gone with rookie coach, guys who they can shape in their image. And it seems to be like since Parcells, we're a little bit reticent in getting that veteran guy who has an identity and knows what they want to do.
And thanks to Kenneth for the $5 super chat. Flo had this team in the postseason 2 years in a row. Can't blame him if a player can't step up. I don't know if he meant to say McDaniel there or if he meant to say Flo had us in position for the postseason 2 years in a row. I don't know if the gist is still the same. I think he just mistyped.
You need to retype.
Kenna knows the facts. I don't think he was. I think it was a mistype. But so he's either saying McDaniel or Flores had us in position for the playoffs 2 years ago.
Look, I hear y'all.
And those are facts. And those are facts that Kenna's saying.
Win or get in scenario.
Win or get in. And little Tua didn't do it.
Or whatever. But Pete, are you keeping in mind, like, bro, McDaniel also had to coach around all these injuries. Like, bro, nobody could expect us to have to go through all these injuries.
Bro,
I mean, this is more than a little bit. This isn't your
amount of injuries.
Dade, what part of a head coach? Pete wants a real head coach. Pete wants a head coach that no, we don't.
You know, every head coach was a rookie at one point, right? You know, every head coach
and Brian Flores was a rookie, and he decided to pick his
year, bro. Like, bro,
it's not about messing up. It's about being a leader of men. It's about being a leader of men. It's about controlling the whole room.
So you don't think the way this team played yesterday? The way this team quit. The way this team played yesterday,
did you see this team quit on him?
You mean to tell me the way he had this team ready to play yesterday? That's not leading men, bro.
Again, I'm going to say this. This is Flores' team. This is Flores' culture. They know how to play. McDaniel is just here to implement his little offensive scheme, which maybe at times it worked, but throughout the year, all I heard was complaints about the offense, not running enough, not this, not that. Some of you just have selective amnesia. Let's not act and forget. No, man. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
You've been talking all morning. Fuck that.
Okay, bro. Y'all can have that shit, bro. I don't give a damn, bro.
All I'm saying is, bro, at the end of the day, everybody makes mistakes.
It's another fucking wasted year. How about that?
One at a time.
Perfect, bro. And you out here trying to make it seem like this man has to be perfect. Nobody is perfect. Everybody makes fucking mistakes. Everybody has their learning curve. McDaniel is clearly on his learning curve. You have a first-year coach. You're supposed to expect mistakes. Obviously, people are going to call out shit that they see along the lines because they don't want to continue to see it. So yeah, you go in the next season and you still see the same shit. Then you got some shit to stand on. But
Exactly.
you going off the deep end trying to throw this man out of here after 1 year. Then all you're doing is repeating a cycle of ineptitude. Your team is never going to learn.
You think Boyer should go? Dave, you think Boyer should go?
Pete is clearly led by his
You gotta let the man build his roster. Just like you said, he's coaching somebody else's roster.
Pete's
Why don't you let him build his roster?
Pete's evaluation of Mike McDaniel is clearly led by his fucking feelings.
Why don't you actually let him
Why you
hire his
shouldn't
own
take anybody
coaches?
serious that's led by their fucking feelings.
Like, what are you talking about, bro? You've been saying that shit all morning, bro. I'm sorry I had to come up on that shit, bro. Like, dog, you keep saying the same shit, and that shit is false.
We have to agree that we're in win now mode. We're not time for developmentals and freaking people to be learning on the job.
Exactly.
It's when y'all hired a first-year coach. Y'all knew that.
Then that means that's the management fault.
Yeah, but none of us
exactly. And then this is why I said. And when we hired this coach, I was saying, hey, we should have kept Flores.
Yeah, that's the part that you got to remember is that a lot of us here were stunned by the firing in the first place and thought it was dumb to hire a guy when we had all of our pieces set. It's
listen,
like
man.
Crypto says. The
Listen.
guy came in.
Y'all
The guy
can't keep
came in
restarting
with
every year, Colors.
bases loaded, a man on third, and Albert Pujols at the plate. That's what this man came into.
But at the end of the day, Color. At the end of the day, we all know the nature of football. We all know the nature of football. We've seen coaches underwhelmed, right?
Well,
They have these.
We know that, but the cynical part of us says then he shouldn't have fired Flores.
Well, it already happened. So what are we like?
It's
okay,
counterproductive
so
to keep going back, bro.
Right. Don't be surprised.
It's counterproductive to keep going back. And the primary focus to be on Brian Flores. How is that productive?
Please let me finish. What we were told was, hey, there was these human issues going on, and that's all we needed to change, and we're still there, people. That's what we were sold. It's not our fault they set that expectation.
They also told us it was the coaching that was the issue with the offensive line, and that
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they did not.
No, you're saying people didn't say that about Flores?
People did, not the organization, not Ross.
Okay.
What was that? Hey, hang on. What was the comment? Triple S. What was that? I didn't hear you.
I was saying that the other issue, I think,
still continuing the narrative that the organization fired him for performance reasons.
Oh yeah. That's not the. I mean, Stephen Ross was clear on that. You know, when
the owner, that's all it was. Him and the GM and the owner didn't all see eye to eye, so they moved on. That's all it was.
Hey, right. That's not what they said, though. And I don't think it's fair for us to pick and choose when we decide what we know they really meant. No.
Hey.
Ross said clearly he was fired for collaborative reasons.
Hey, Color, if I might highlight a comment real quick. Yeah. I see Damien. I see Dame in the chat. He posed a comment about how come Brian Daboll is not having issues in his first year as a head coach. And again,
solid front office.
Hang on. No. Again,
because they hired a new front office at the same
time. Brian Daboll has been a coordinator on multiple levels, collegiate level as well as the NFL level. Mike McDaniel was never an overseer of a unit. And which is the primary reason why I cautioned everybody in the offseason to please take a wait and see approach with this man, because he's never been an overseer of a unit, let alone a team. That is the difference between Daboll and Mike McDaniel, in my opinion.
Before Lewis starts cooking, I know Lewis just came up to start cooking. I'll give you a chance just a second, Dave. I wanted to say thank you. We got 150 people watching right now. Appreciate every one of you. Make sure you're hitting the like button, subscribe, share it, hit the notification bell so you know when we do random shows like this in the morning, because you can in the afternoon, so you can join up. Dave, did you want to get 1 point in real quick before I hop in?
No, I was just agreeing with you. That's all.
Gotcha.
The man wasn't even an offensive coordinator. We automatically jumped into a head coach job. So, bro, y'all got to expect a learning curve. Relax.
Well, we can expect that fairly, but we also can be cynical if we want and go by the expectations set by our owner. You see what I'm saying?
Color. Let me just say what I was going to say before.
That's who it was. That Triple S was actually calling my name. I thought it was Dade County. Go ahead, Triple.
I think you might have misunderstood me a little bit earlier. I was just kind of piggybacking off exactly what you just said there. where we were brought in. So we were told there'd be a learning curve with some. Well, not we were told, but we could expect there'd be a learning curve with certain things, i.e., clock management, stuff like that. But the thing that we didn't expect the learning curve with, and that apparently we're witnessing, is the run game. And that's why what I was alluding to earlier with Flores, and they said that, if we bring in new coaches, they should be able to fix the run game. They should be able to fix the O-line. We brought in a new head coach who was a run game specialist. We brought in Applebaum. Everybody was oogling over Applebaum.
Right, remember? Right, exactly. Remember, we decided to run it back with the same offensive line and just get better coaches.
But they all got hurt again.
Didn't hear Applebaum.
You think they planned on everybody getting hurt?
Well, no, but why not? Why didn't they plan on that?
That's what I'm saying.
The injuries part of the NFL.
You know who did plan on it? You know who did plan on it? All the teams that are still playing right now.
But Dave, hear me out. The thing, so you're saying we couldn't have planned on these injuries, but think about the line we had for most of the season and compare it to the lines that Flores had. Honestly, I'd say the one we had this year, even with the bang-ups, a few games of Armstead, we had Connor for the entire season.
1,000 times better than what Flores had.
Which you can maybe give a bit of credit to McDaniel.
Okay.
But so that's what I'm saying.
They got two players that
even despite injuries, they're at the very minimum comparable. And I would even say McDaniel had a slightly better situation personnel-wise and injury-wise.
Yeah.
And the O-line was still, they weren't great. They weren't what we were promised. The run game wasn't what we were promised. The run game specialist that McDaniel was supposed to be, I didn't see it. The impact that Applebaum was supposed to have on our young guys, I didn't see it. I didn't see Dieter on the field.
These are facts.
That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, you ain't saying nothing wrong. I don't fault you for nothing you said.
I agree with that 100%.
But like I said, I'm just not willing to jump out the window because it didn't work the first season.
Me neither.
Bro.
Yeah,
I think first season. Let him build his roster. Let him actually get his scheme in place and let him build his shit. And then you say that 2-3 seasons, then you don't see it. Okay.
I think most responsible-minded individuals are, I think most responsible-minded individuals are not saying get rid of McDaniel after the positivity we've seen
exactly,
this year, bro.
Exactly, EM. Just because 90% of the fan base agree with you, like I do, that we shouldn't throw him aside in the first year, doesn't discount the fact we have an unstable owner that can do anything at a whim.
That's a fact. Now the owner may do some shit, but that don't make it right.
Right.
Yeah,
what we know is he don't care. We believe it's right.
That restarting this shit every year does nothing but set your team back 3 years every single time.
And that's the point. That's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised if he do it. And don't be butthurt over it if he do it. Just know that that's what he do.
God damn, bro. I just don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just don't understand us as a fan base. We make it seem like this don't happen in football all the time. We sit here and argue about situations, about clock management. Well, let's talk about the 2 upgrades that everybody was trying to feed me before I had shit to do close up at work, right? Jim Harbaugh and Sean Payton. You know how many losing seasons Sean Payton had as a New Orleans Saints head coach? I'll wait for that one. Do you remember when they played the Rams in the NFC Championship game? They were in field goal range. It was horrible clock management by Sean Payton, a Super Bowl winning coach. Instead of kicking the field goal, he was trying to throw 4 straight passes. Correct? Is that great clock management? Bro, again, when you talk about the body of work, 1 year, Color said it before the fucking season started. The problem with this organization is that we keep recycling fucking head coaches, right? Color made the point he would want to have Coach McDaniel have a 10-year contract, so at least we can build something. Again, I'm not here because I liked being 9-8 when we were 8-3. I don't like sitting here and being 9-8, right? When Brian Flores was 9-8 last year. But God damn it, bro, we gotta get some stability in this organization. Now we can argue about positional coaches or Christopher Greer and stuff. But again, I think McDaniel showed that the offense that he brought in, this was my argument for Flores the whole time. Flores, when we hired him, was a DC. He got in the building, the defense got better. Whether we like it or not, I don't care about points per game and all that. Yeah, all the numbers is fine. The offense was better this season, the best offense I've seen in the past 20 years. Those are the facts. And again, I think who was pulling the trigger had a lot to do with the struggles that we've seen in the offense. Because again, the guy that I want, Tom Brady, is second in the league with passing. He's getting his starting center back tonight. Hasn't had him. The left tackle, DeMar Dotson, has been a turnstile at left tackle. Ali Marpet, their all-pro right guard, he's out, retired, right? Look what Brady did with a fucked up offensive line. Again, bro, with a quarterback, Brady, Rodgers, Lamar, one of those elite guys, bro, we're not having this conversation about averaging 23 points a game.
Lou, let me ask you a question.
No, we're definitely not averaging 23
let me ask you a question.
We're not sitting here at 9-8.
Listen,
you see what I'm saying? It's not the coaching, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Lou, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Is my audio fine?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
So in terms of your critique of the quarterback, right? And again, I'm no Tua apologist. I'm just here to bring objectivity to the conversation, right? So in terms of the quarterback, we talk about, the good, the positivity we've seen from Tua this year, as well as you cross-reference that with the ineptitude that we saw from Tua as well, right? So in terms of, we just highlighted, we went through all of Mike McDaniel's deficiencies as a head coach. Color brought up the disparity in terms of the commitment, the statistics in terms of the disparity between 2020 and 2022 in terms of the commitment to the run game, the more balanced approach, because in this league, we all know that anybody with, the least, right, logical football mind is aware that in this league, to be successful long-term into the postseason and ultimately the Super Bowl, balance is what wins in this league. So when you're talking about, you highlighted the quarterback specifically. So you got the best version of Tua that we've seen in 3 years, right? All the analytics, the individual statistics bear all of those facts, right? And as well as the film study. And you was able to get the quarterback to that level this year in a system that he created by himself of imbalance. So my question to you, as well as the panel, we're aware of the system imbalance that is in place. You don't think the quarterback, if you can get your quarterback to that level without the benefit of balance, you don't think you can get a more impactful version of Tua in year 4 and maybe year 5 if you create a system of balance with him? You don't think that's possible?
Well, first of all, Ian, you should just make it as simple as what would he look like in his second year in the same offense?
I'm coming from a place of objectivity here. Lou, we had this conversation. We've had this conversation multiple times privately.
Yes.
Again, these are the facts now. These are the facts.
Okay, Tua can get, let's say, better than what he was this year. The simple fact of him not being on the field gives me a major concern of why I don't want to be with him.
And that's fair.
Because again, we can throw up all the QBR, we can throw up the yardage, the touchdowns and stuff. The facts of the matter is he was available for 12 games. We don't play 12 games in the NFL. We play 17. And again, when I look across the board in the AFC, we'll just do the rundown. The last 4 quarterbacks in the playoffs. Trevor Lawrence, 17 games. I don't give a fuck about your QBR and all this bullshit that they want to throw at you. It's smoke and mirrors. The fact of the matter is, we're talking about bringing backup veteran quarterbacks because of what? We're willing to pay a backup quarterback. I'm hearing upwards of $15 million because we don't trust QB1 to stay on the fucking field. But everybody wants to feed me QBR.
Well, no.
To feed me,
well, if you want to base your criticism, right, primarily off of durability, you have no argument there. That is more than a fair point, and your concerns are more than fair.
But Ian,
hang on. But no, I hear a lot of idiots in this community. They highlight talking, in terms of his play on the field. They say the man is trash. He's garbage. He's not this. He's on the level of Zach Wilson's. I hear all of that being spewed, and I'm sure you as well.
Put a name on it.
We all hear that nonsense in his community, bro. And that's just, and again, I am here to address that buffoonery. If you're talking about play on the field, If you're talking
Zach
about play on the
Wilson.
field, no. Tua took a
Mac
significant
Jones.
of enough leap to get him a year 4. But if you want to base your critique primarily off durability, you have no argument there, no pushback there from me. None.
Well, I think that's where we all should be as a fan base. The fact of the matter is, Tua Tagovailoa has been here 3 years and he hasn't played a full season yet. His last 2 years in college, he didn't play a full season. That's 5 straight seasons that Tua Tagovailoa is available for his team. Is that a franchise quarterback that everybody's appealing? Fuck the stats.
Nobody gonna play Tua.
Okay, so then what are we talking about here? Again,
I told you I was a Tua guy coming into the season, but goddamn,
but then that's what. Then that's all it is. Rashad, you're choppy as hell.
Upgrade. I am. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, you're still choppy.
You always choppy, Rashad. You always choppy, bro.
You're choppy.
Can you hear me?
You always
must
chopping
got the
up.
same microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Unfortunately, we can. Go ahead, bro.
To Lewis' point, I don't think nobody's against an upgrade. Like that we would take an upgrade at every fucking position. That's obvious. Fuck health. I don't give a fuck if he was healthy for 17 games. If you can give me Pat Mahomes, I'm taking it. That's not an argument at all. It's
absolutely
what we have versus what it's what we have, and those 3 quarterbacks, and which one are we going to get the most out of? And that's clearly Tua. And for the last 2 weeks, we don't have arguments about Skyler Thompson.
That's
like
assuming.
He had a good game.
Assuming, Rashad. That's assuming though that you're moving forward next year just with Skyler and Tua. Because again, I had a private conversation last night with a few guys, and my opinion is, if that was the scenario, I would run Tua on the field. It's not even a question to me. I'm not willing. Again, the upside and what I like about Skyler, I'm not willing to move forward and give the keys to the castle yet to Skyler Thompson. So
careful now. Careful now. Careful now.
No, it's the truth. It's the absolute truth.
Be careful now.
But if you're telling me the 3 quarterbacks I mentioned, and I'll even give you a 4th. Derek Carr, for instance. Derek Carr, for instance, I'm moving forward with one of those quarterbacks. I'm not bringing in Tua.
Derek Carr never showed it to me. I'll be real with you.
Okay, but again, he might not have showed you, but he's better than Tua. He's better than Tua.
Consistently, that's my problem with him. He's not consistent. Like he'll have some great weeks, but then he got
we got in the room is not consistent.
But it's not only again. We get Dave. I heard you say it plenty of times. We go to the extreme, right? That's what you. Those are your words. Well, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen Patrick? Have you ever seen Patrick Mahomes have a bad game?
Of course.
Okay, so they all do it.
No, but his bad games ain't nowhere near.
I get it.
Derek Carr is consistently bad.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Stop it.
Yes, he is.
Derek Carr is consistently inconsistent.
Here.
That's what he is.
I live in.
And that's what we got right now on our roster.
I live 8 minutes away from the Coliseum.
So what the fuck you pointed to trade for that?
I see this.
Why would you trade for the same
I've been to plenty of Raider fucking
because
days.
it's a better consistently inconsistent.
No, hell,
we're getting.
He is trash.
Get somebody else other than Derek Carr. Fuck that. I couldn't get behind that.
Well, I'm saying if they
20 quarterbacks, I'll take over Derek Carr. Right? I'll take motherfucking Daniel Jones this season over Derek Carr.
Well, yeah, I mean this season.
Now you're saying that now when you just trashed him.
Oh no! Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Who's Daniel Jones' coach?
Daboll.
The one that turned us down.
Oh, okay. Who was his coach before?
He still got to go out on the field and perform.
Okay. And Derek Carr doesn't have John Gruden. I forgot the coach before John Gruden. He doesn't have plenty of coaches. He doesn't have plenty of weapons. And
well, he put up decent numbers with them,
bro. That's decent.
I think he put up decent numbers with those coaches.
I think Derek Carr regrets. I think Derek Carr regrets this year. I'm not interested in Derek Carr.
Derek Carr's had like one good season. Like one
his regression over this year is more consistent than what we have already.
We better than his brother.
If Tua could do what he did this year and stay healthy, I'm taking Tua over Derek Carr.
That's
Yeah.
a huge
Without blinking.
That's when you
Yeah.
lose the argument because
Without
there's no
blinking.
win, stay healthy, and can be accurate
Yeah,
statement when it
when's
comes
he
to
staying
Tua.
healthy at?
You
Yeah, when's he
automatically
staying
lose
healthy?
your what you call when you say win,
Look,
stay healthy
for them to come out
pertaining
and
to
say,
our quarterback.
for them to come out and make all that commotion yesterday before the
is the
game
only
just to tell
thing.
us that he's gonna be the quarterback next year, that gotta kind of tell y'all then y'all don't. They almost don't have a choice. They have
They
to
said that about
actually
Rosen.
build
They said
this
that about
wall in
Rosen.
front of
They
Tua
said that
and
about
let him
Rosen in
literally
Arizona.
I'll be
stand.
deeper with you. I'd rather run it out there with Skyler Thompson than Derek Carr. Let Skyler Thompson take his lumps and
You tripping
bruises
now?
and age with the rest of
Nah.
them young motherfuckers.
But
And then I'll ride
think
out with Skyler Thompson.
I think
I'm
they're
not
gonna
fucking with
finish
Derek
off the
Carr.
offensive line
I'm not fucking with Derek
this
Carr.
year, get some depth, and then and then let Tua rock, bro. That's what I think they're gonna do.
You know what?
I think they're gonna literally finish the offensive line this year.
We're just stuck in
I'm willing to
purgatory
gamble.
forever.
I'm willing
So
to
I guess
gamble.
2080 is going to come here. We're going to be the next Chicago Cubs of football. I guarantee you that happens.
I don't know.
I'm willing
We're
to
not winning
gamble.
the fucking Super Bowl to 2080.
I'm willing to gamble with Scott based off again, and Skylar was by no means Kurt Warner on Sunday. But you came away encouraged from some things that you saw from Skylar, right? That you hope that can translate in the things that he wasn't good at. He can expand upon those things with another year development. So I came away encouraged. So I'm willing to gamble on the Tua and Skylar dynamic moving forward next offseason. I really am. I'm not entertained. I'll be more inclined to not entertain an outside, bringing in a player from the outside. I think you got your solution in house.
Neither of them can say
Okay. All right. This
But
for
they
the
definitely carry
Skylar, for the
quarterbacks
Skylar fans. Were y'all not impressed by some of them deep balls?
Yeah, he made good
Yes,
throws yesterday.
absolutely.
Those guys
Okay.
can
The
stay
impressive
He
throws that
was
he did
being
make were
aggressive,
drops, so
like
it's
he
hard
should
to
have.
be hard on
This is to my
Skylar.
question though. This is to my question. I'm more confident now running it back with Tua, and if Tua get hurt, I'll be excited to see what Skylar does with a full off season. He's running with the twos now. Of course, he'll get more reps
The
with the
biggest
ones.
That's what I
And
just
his
said.
speed
That's what I just said.
Yeah, exactly what
I
you
agree.
biggest
yeah.
Oh,
the
You
biggest
may
Skylar
want to
hurt.
adjust your
biggest
statement and
downfall.
not say if
That
Tua
But
get hurt, say
if you
when
give me
Tua
a
gets hurt.
guarantee, when Tua gets hurt, if you give me a guaranteed Brady or Rodgers, oh yeah,
The
bye Tua.
biggest downfall for Skyler Thompson yesterday. And again, I know there's a lot of people that want to blame the drops, and I agree. There was a lot of drops that could have helped him out. But in my opinion, the biggest downfall again. What was the narrative about Josh Allen in his first 2 years? He wasn't really accurate. Maybe he wasn't seeing the field well. What did Josh Allen show everybody that was going to make him a dual threat quarterback and a threat, right? Was using his mobility,
uses
his
legs.
legs, and again,
pissed me off
Skyler
Skylar.
Thompson yesterday. Hold on, Rashad. Skyler Thompson's downfall yesterday was when he did a good job escaping the pocket, but instead of just looking downfield and patting the ball, waiting for something to happen. Go get me those 6-7 yards of clip.
Yes.
Because again, look at Daniel Jones yesterday. Daniel Jones yesterday.
I agree
Hold on,
100%.
Dade, hold
Yeah,
on
he
for a
should have used
second.
it.
Hold on. Daniel Jones yesterday, I know, had 300 yards passing, but he also had another 80 yards rushing and making plays with his legs. That was the downfall of Skyler Thompson yesterday. And that's correctable. That's the potential that Skyler Thompson does have. But again, are we really sitting here ready to give the keys to the franchise? Because again, bro, look at the game in Buffalo yesterday. I was one of the ones, I thought it was going to be a 41-10 matchup. I didn't think we were going to be able to compete. What we showed the NFL yesterday and what the team showed all of us is, bro, we're not that far off.
Your quarterback
right?
win.
So are we going to the window that we're in, are we willing to move forward with a 7th-round rookie quarterback? That's all I'm saying.
No.
I love
Skyler
Thompson, but I cannot give him the keys to the franchise.
Nobody
right
said
now.
give him the keys, Lewis.
I give you one better, Lewis.
He said he could be the backup.
There are people that are saying that.
I give you one better, Lewis.
Again, there were people out there saying that Skylar, again, going into Sunday, Skylar gave us the best chance to win, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, what have you seen? Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, bro,
I couldn't even sit in Twitter space. Like, bro, I didn't want to. I got done. I just
Absolutely
logged off.
ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But Skylar, again, that's not an indictment on Skylar's long-term projection. It's just where he is right now at the stage of his development. He just don't get, again, 6 months from now, we go into training camp, we might start hearing them, stories privately, behind closed doors that Skylar has taken a quantum leap. That very well might happen. But as of going into Sunday and right now, there's no way in the world you can say Skyler Thompson in any way, shape, or form gives you a better option than what Tua would have brought Sunday. That's just absolutely ridiculous.
Can I pose this to the panel real quick? I would say this. The numbers bear it out as far as the results because Tua beats the Buffalo Bills by the same 3 points that Skyler Thompson beat them by. So it's an equal amount of chance of winning.
Can I pose this to the panel real quick because I'm at work? I want to get this.
Hey, Cliff D, we hear you, and we want to let you cook. But I just want to let Cliff D know, again, you're the one listening to these two goddamn casuals.
Exactly.
So again, Cliff D, I just want it to be known, Cliff D, from my end to your end, you can go fuck yourself.
Exactly.
There you go.
Biatch.
Damn.
Go ahead, homie. I'm sorry I cut you off, homie. Go ahead.
Oh no, you all good. So this is what I want to pose. And I'm in agreement with what you said, EM, about the thing with Dave already be a play caller, Alabama, Buffalo, etc. This is where I have an issue at, and I'm for keeping McDaniel because
hang on, Dame. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you, bro.
I salute to you too as well.
It's been a minute. Salute.
Yeah, I hit you up yesterday. That was me on the 202. But
on the what now? What was that?
202 number hit you yesterday after the game. That was me.
Oh, was that you? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I didn't recognize the goddamn number, bro. My bad.
That was me.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hit me up sometime today. Hit me up sometime today.
I see your ass.
Okay.
Pete. Don't worry. I see your ass.
So,
don't worry.
So this is my whole issue. This is my whole issue why I want us to sign Brady. The delay of game yesterday and the repeated delay of games that's happened all this year and the crazy timeouts don't happen with Brady. McDaniel's able to just throw his schemes out there and Brady can run the offense. Brady's familiar with those type of situations and those panic situations, how to keep everything calm, the crazy penalties, all that. He can have everybody set. Also, we need to sign Christian Wilkins. That's another reason why Brady will be the best option. We don't have to trade. We don't have to give up a boatload of money.
I agree.
Christian Wilkins is the pillar of this defense. He's our Warren Sapp.
He's a Pro Bowler.
He's our guy. He's our guy.
He's a Pro Bowler, bro.
He affected Josh Allen more than anybody without getting a sack or a turnover.
I see him everywhere.
And that's why he needs to be on his defense. He's the pillar of our defense. And then two, even though we don't have a first-round pick, we have 3 picks in the top 100. Imagine what we can really just go for the best player available if we have Tom Brady in there. We can shore up things on our offensive line. Brady is the answer. We go in for 2 years, keep Skylar behind him.
Agreed.
The thing with Tua is this. Tua has improved. I'm not doubting it. I was there live at the Baltimore game. I witnessed it. But this is the thing. He's only consistent at being inconsistent. Not inconsistent is blight. It's not being on the field. That's what he's consistent at. Missing games.
That's a fact.
We can't
That's
have
a
that.
fact.
Two, this is the thing. The difference between Tua and a Tom Brady, and even Lamar Jackson, even though he has the injury problems, is that Tyreek, Waddle, all these players, they're there to make Tua better. Where a Brady or even Lamar will make them better. And like Lamar will make the run game better. Like he'll bring another dynamic thing to the offense.
Facts.
Brady will make them better, believe it or not. Rodgers will make them better, believe it or not. Like,
Brady makes the offensive line better.
You cannot have
Brady holds people accountable.
The dude cannot be on your team. The guy, the quarterback cannot be on your team, and he's dependent on everybody to make him better. The difference with the guys that's still playing, even though Lawrence threw 4 picks, he's still making Zay Jones and all them better. You can see it. They have confidence in that dude. And I give props to Dayball on this. He's a hell of a coach because he's turning Daniel Jones into he looked like Josh Allen yesterday.
He running the offense to him.
They have confidence. They have confidence in Daniel Jones saying, that's our dude. He's going to lead us. Like, it's not the other way around. And that's the reverse thing with Tua. That's the issue. That's the issue.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
That's a fact.
The proof is
That's
in
a
the pudding.
that's a
Proof.
fact.
These
No,
are
That's a
I
fact,
get
Damon.
what
That's a
you're
good
saying.
example
I
there
get what you're saying.
with Trevor Lawrence.
I get what you're saying. No,
He
even with Daniel
overcame 3
Jones.
picks in one
I
quarter.
get exactly what you're saying, but I can also say the same thing with the coach is running a offense Tua, where those players have to depend on the offensive line deficiencies is ignored when Tua's in because of his pocket presence. You see what
Let
I'm
me ask
saying?
you
But
this:
then
Where
Tua
was the
does something.
pocket presence
It's
at in
ignored. It's
December?
ignored.
We went
It's ignored by y'all.
Pocket presence.
We went 0-4 in December. Let me ask you another question.
Yeah, what I said, he does
Barring the
something
concussion,
stupid.
or if it was a concussion or whatever in Green Bay, would Tua Tagovailoa be able to bounce back in a big pressure game, throwing 4 damn picks and bounce back?
No.
And win a damn playoff game.
I don't think.
That's having that dog in you.
Well, we haven't seen Tua throw 4 picks.
We saw it in December. We saw it in December in that Green Bay game on Christmas.
Tua
And on
protects the
Christmas,
ball.
with these weapons, it comes a point in time like I agree that Tua has grown as a quarterback, but he is not that. It's levels to this.
Oh
It's
yeah,
levels to
for
this.
sure.
I put Tua on. I
Wait.
put David Carr as a little bit better. I don't want David Carr. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl, man. It's been 23 years since we won a damn playoff game.
I don't want him neither.
Like,
But he's better than Tua.
I'm sorry.
All of that 100%.
I can't take y'all serious.
All of that 100%. That's factual information. There's cases that can be made with everything that Damien just said. Again,
That's true.
He started everything that he said off with, you know what? I agree Tua has gotten better. And again, I salute all the objective fans the most. I hold them in high regard in this community because you just get a lot of these idiots up here like Pete and others. They're in their feelings. They stay in their feelings, and they let that cloud their so-called quote-unquote evaluation of everything about this franchise, let alone Tua Tagovailoa. So I salute all the objective, the truly objective individuals in the community.
So EM, you think me and Crypto are objective, EM?
Hell no, y'all haters. Y'all just on the other side of the fence. Hell no. Hell no, I told y'all last night, goddammit. Hell no, Lou. You know what it is. Yeah.
You see that bullshit?
There you go again. You better tread lightly,
Hell
EM.
no.
I'm gonna get your ass.
They got something, Crypto. They got something, this, bro.
Oh man.
Well, we can really mask a lot of deficiencies going into next. We can really shore up a lot of deficiencies in the next year if we get Tom Brady.
I'm just gonna say this.
But you know, you know what? I think you know what? Hang on, real quick. Real quick, Lou, if I may. I know I said I would be more inclined based off what I saw from Skylar last year. I would move forward in year 4 with the Tua and Skylar dynamic. But to me, that Tom Brady narrative, that's the best case scenario for the Dolphins. I was clear about that, but I just don't think it's a possibility right now. I think McDaniel doubled down on Tua in his presser. He said that he'd be a fool not to entertain Tua as the overall leader in QB1 moving into year 4. That's what he said.
Can I pose this to you, Ian? Can I pose this to you in the panel?
Go ahead.
Pose this to you in the panel? Of course, I mean, that's the only thing McDaniel can say, PR-wise and for his job-wise. But it's going to come down to Stephen Ross. Of course, Stephen Ross, Booster, alumni of Michigan. Brady's a Michigan man. Brady wanted to come here. There's nothing to stop him this year. He sees that. You think he doesn't see, like, Tyreek, Waddle?
Oh, absolutely.
All these weapons.
Absolutely.
And then the main thing is this. Of course, the Dolphins have to say that we're sticking with Tua Tagovailoa. Number one, he's still on the contract. Number two, you want trade value. That's in my opinion. If the kid can play, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, his health is more important. But I gotta look at it as being a Miami Dolphins fan. I don't wish nothing bad on the man. I hope the man lives a great life. He has $34 million. As a Miami Dolphins fan that's been suffering for over 30 years, I want to win a championship, and I'm willing to go all in for the next 2 seasons with Edward Brady and put Skyler Thompson to develop under him, and then go all out. Because let me ask you a question: what you gonna do with Tua if he gets hurt again, and you got Tyreek? Like, what the fuck? And you're gonna eventually have Waddle? Like, what the
That's
fuck?
fair.
Wilson,
That's fair.
like, what the fuck? These guys
That's
want to
fair.
win now. They're not waiting
That's
on
fair.
Tua.
That's
Why
fair.
the hell are we waiting on
That's
one
fair.
player? We gotta
That's
look
fair.
at it. That's gonna cause turmoil and cause toxicity into the locker room. We gotta look at it like
That's
I
fair.
wanna win,
All of that. That's fair criticism. That's fair.
I just wish we didn't get rid of that damn draft pick.
I just wish we could do somebody else other than Brady. God damn, I hate
They'll
y'all.
find a way to get that draft pick back,
What's wrong
Rashad.
with Brady?
Stand by. That draft pick is coming back.
He kicked your ass for 25 years.
Man,
That's
get out of your
that's
feelings,
what.
dog. Please
So
get out of
what?
your
We've been
feelings.
losing.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
That draft pick is coming back.
No.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real about the Brady
Not getting off of
situation.
I ain't trying to hear none of that. I ain't trying to hear none of that, bro.
Brady has a better
Tom
team
Brady.
than Tampa.
Go get Lamar.
And
I give
they
up
barely won the division.
Not Tom Brady.
So
Let me ask you a question.
I love
Let me
the
ask you a
thought of
question.
Brady.
Our last division title, Chad Pennington was our quarterback. Chad Pennington embarrassed us with the Jets, but we're accepting for him. So what the hell is the big deal? We trying to win
Y'all know,
championship.
right?
Yeah.
What is the big deal?
Chad Pennington.
With Chad Pennington.
We won a division title. We won a division title.
I know,
And that
right?
got you
We
weird.
won a
He didn't
division title.
embarrass us
And that
with
got
the
you
Jets.
weird.
You won.
And let me give y'all this nugget about Chad Pennington. He was also number 2 in MVP voting that year.
Stop
That's a whole
saying that,
fact.
Crypto.
That's a whole fact.
Exactly.
That's a whole fact.
Number 2 ain't winning.
There you go. That's the facts.
Crypto.
That ain't winning. He's the first losing.
He had 4 votes out of 50. Stop saying that.
He still was
That's a
second.
whole
He
fact.
was
I don't
still
care.
second.
He was tied for second with a running back.
It doesn't
Stop
matter. He still got somebody's vote. That's all that
That's
matters at the end of the
somebody's
day.
And then y'all talking about getting Tom Brady. What Tom Brady finna do behind this offensive line? Get murdered?
Recruit.
What you talking about?
Tampa Bay line. The Tampa Bay line this year was worse than ours. And was second in the league in passing.
Buccaneer offensive line was worse than
No,
ours. What are you talking about,
It
Rashad?
was.
He's going to bring offensive line with him anyways. So it's
Rashad,
a
you
moot
be
point.
talking bullshit, Rashad. You be on that shit, bro.
What y'all?
Offensive
No,
line
y'all.
Let me ask
Y'all.
you know what this is. Hey, let me ask y'all this.
He's got a trash line now.
Hey, let me ask y'all this in terms of the Brady dynamic. Listen, I do think I do think Brady would be the best case scenario. But here's a concern for me with Brady and Mike McDaniel. If you think he created a system imbalance with Tua and had that motherfucker dropping back 40 times a game, bro, what the hell you think he gonna do with Brady? And we all know, as great as Brady has been, he has been the best version of himself when he's always had the run game to lean on. So do you think that Brady and McDaniel dynamic would be the best?
We draft him.
No, because first of all, if Brady
I mean, that's a legitimate concern. That's a legitimate concern in my opinion.
We all know that Brady flourished when he had pedestrian running backs in New England.
Brady come here.
If Brady can be him and McDaniel can be what we expected and be this run game guru, then like we said, we expect him to take a step forward. Talking about McDaniel here, we expect him to take a step forward in year 2 as our head coach. Hopefully that translates into the run game. So that could go
I would
hand in
just
hand
say,
with Brady.
Man, they have bell cow running backs in New England.
Bro, these motherfuckers do not listen, bro.
Committee.
These motherfuckers in this community do not fucking listen, bro. When did I say not bring Brady in here? Did I just not say that's the best case scenario? But
You've been saying that the last couple of shows that I heard.
My question mark is more on the McDaniel side. These motherfuckers do not listen, bro.
Stop giving EM my credit.
Ridiculous.
That's my credit.
EM, I would just say this though, right? Tampa Bay didn't have no strong running game behind Brady this year, and he's second in the league in passing.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but I get that. But is that are you truly maximizing the potential of that offense? Well, is that offense? Hang on. Let me finish. Is that offense the same offense when you compare it to the Super Bowl version of that same team when they had their O-line intact and they had balance? Now, with the lack of O-line, lack of support up front, lack of commitment to the run game this year, Brady is a lesser version of himself.
Hey, Cliff don't like
he's still big. He's a big threat.
So my point is, again, my concern would be the Brady McDaniel dynamic, right? Not more on Brady because we know Brady is established. Brady is proven. Brady is proven to be, when he has balance, he's the best we've ever seen. But without it, he's a lesser version of himself. So again, the question
which is
mark
still about better than 90% in the league.
Okay, well, is that gonna get you? Everybody up there said we want to win a Super Bowl. Everybody up there said we want to win a Super Bowl, right? So it ain't about statistics with Brady. It's about Super Bowls, right? Everybody up there said our concern is we want to go all in. We're going all in. We want to win a Super Bowl. Now, again, it ain't about statistics if you bring Brady in here because we know he can put up stats. It's about Super Bowls. So again, the question is with the system of imbalance that's currently in place, caused by Mike McDaniel, is the Brady McDaniel dynamic the best option? The best option?
Yes. And I can tell you why. I think if Brady comes there, I think McDaniel would be happy to concede and just have the scheme set, and Brady would be the de facto offensive coordinator on the field as far as when to call the run, when to call the pass. And then again, we can also recruit with Brady. And those 3 top 100 picks, I would like for the Dolphins to use one of those 3 top 100 picks on the kid from out of UCLA, Charbonnet, the running back. That boy can run that rock because we're not going to be able to get the kid from Texas. So I would like So I would like to see us use one of those top 100 picks on a dog who can carry that ball 25 times a game. Because if Brady has that, Brady's always had a dynamic.
I like Cabernet.
Can I also add before you go, Rashad? Can I also add that Brady? I don't think Brady is going to go anywhere that he doesn't have the control of the coach over. You know? What I mean?
I would agree. And I would concede that. I'll be more than willing to concede that.
Happen to be a team that has a coach that needs somebody over him, especially one that can still throw the ball and play the game. That'd be really kind of an ideal situation. That's why I also firmly believe that if we do see like an Aaron Rodgers come here, then he is most likely going to be bringing Nathaniel Hackett with him, because he wants the same thing Brady has. He wants to have a coach that he can have control over. And I think that the debacle out in Denver may have been designed on both sides, Denver and Nathaniel Hackett, once Russell Wilson didn't pan out, because I think that's actually a failure of Russell Wilson and people just don't want to admit it.
I think if you go all in on Tom Brady, I think it's best to make a move at head coach as well.
Well, I have a feeling that Nathaniel Hackett took the job expecting them to go after Aaron Rodgers.
You think Peyton wouldn't come here? You wouldn't. You think if Stephen Ross comes out and said Brady's going to be our guy next year,
that depends on what happens.
You don't think Sean Payton coming here?
That increases our odds to get them. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I think
that depends on what happens.
Significantly.
What do you mean by that, color?
And again, can we really?
If Dallas loses and are one and done, Mike McCarthy is likely to be fired right away. And I think Jerry Jones wants to lock up the Peyton deal as soon as he can, because Peyton's already.
Can I give some pushback to that? Can I give some pushback to that, color?
Sure.
Jerry Jones' history with coaches who aren't yes men and want to have control, going back to Jimmy Johnson, Bill Parcells, it's always been issues.
Yeah, but he's getting older, bro, and I think he can I have a feeling he may.
It's hard when you're stuck
which
in your
job
ways,
is more attractive? Which job, if you're Sean Payton, an offensive-minded coach, which job is more attractive to you?
And Sean Payton is not a spitfire.
Our job is I'm gonna be real with you.
He might be able to handle in his older age. Well, let me respond to that. He might be able to handle in his older age a guy like Sean Payton taking those reins. Plus, his son is really the one taking control of over everything right now. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, I think Jerry likes Sean Payton. I think he likes that whole dynamic. And I think once
he cut his teeth in Dallas.
I honestly think he wants to get the deal wrapped up as quick as he can, because other teams are starting to talk to Payton.
But this is the thing, and this is what hurts us with Sean Payton, guys. We have to give up a draft pick for Sean Payton. The Saints still own his rights. We have no so we will have to hope that the Saints take a second for him, when other teams will probably give up the first. That's what eliminates Sean Payton. Thank you, Stephen Ross. That's what eliminates Sean Payton.
And also to go back to circle back to the Brady McDaniel dynamic. We're up here saying, we're all critical of McDaniel situationally this year. You really, if you go in on Brady, and again, I think Brady as the quarterback is the best case scenario, but the concern is the dynamic between the two. We seen the issues this year with McDaniel situationally, et cetera, lack of commitment to the run. You really think he's just going to cure all of his issues in year two? I mean, I know Brady will have a lot of influence on the game plan per se, but Brady can't go out there and call plays every single, while he's at, during the.
I don't see Brady know every defense for the last 23 years.
So I mean, like again, Brady, that dynamic. If you go Brady, you might as well make a move with the coach as well.
This fan base is acting like Brady is not getting older. With Tampa, he had just the same amount of weapons. He had better coaching all around the board. and with that same record, bring that to the AFC 8-9 record, he does not make the playoffs. He's at
got
home
weapons
on the
like
couch
him.
in the AFC.
Tyreek
So
and
again,
Waddle, it's a
remind me
total different
why.
dynamic. The way they can oppose pressure on a defense.
The same wide receivers will be dropping passes. But go ahead.
No, it's not. I mean, we also got to look at it here. Look. And I'm all for Skyler. I'm for it. But you got to look at why we were really in that game. 7 sacks, 3 damn turnovers with a defensive touchdown and a hell of a
talk
punt
to him.
return.
Let him know. You
That
hear that,
is why.
Lou?
If
You hear
y'all
that,
can't
Crypto?
see that, y'all are blind.
You hear that, Crypto?
We were down 17-0,
Listen.
and I give our guys a salute for sticking in there because a lot of teams were laid down after 17.
What happened? What
But
was
we're in
that?
that game because of 7 sacks,
What was that?
3 turnovers with a defensive touchdown and a hell of a punt return. That's why we in that damn game. That's why we had a shot.
You hear that, Crypto?
You gotta finish
You hear
the
that,
job.
Crypto?
I wasn't calling for Skyler Thompson.
My bad. That's why I shifted to Crypto. I pivoted to Crypto. Crypto, you hear that?
He can say all he wants.
You heard that, Crypto?
Listen,
okay.
He can say all he wants. All I know, you got to finish the job, regardless of you getting the ball back from whomever.
Crypto said last night, Skyler was the second coming of Kurt Warner out there. He lit the world on fire last night. That's what
you a
Crypto
goddamn
said.
lie. The truth
on
ain't
a
in you. Stop it.
On a private conversation,
You a
he
goddamn
said
lie.
that. That's what
Stop that
Crypto
damn
said.
lie.
That's what Crypto said.
You a goddamn lie. The truth ain't in you, Em. Stop that nonsense. You better than this.
Crypto was cooking last night. God damn it!
Only 2
That's
things I
right,
knocked
tell him.
McDaniel down on.
I was
that 3rd
roasting
and
him.
19, man.
I
when
had
we
a
was in our
late night
own end
roast.
zone, man. That was a horrible. That killed all the momentum. It's just so thankful that our defense still pushed and went at it and got the momentum back. But that cost us. That probably was. I think Buffalo scored on that possession, if I'm not mistaken. That was
which
7
play was
points.
that, Dan? Which play was that?
On the third and 19.
They only scored twice.
The 3rd and 19, when we were backed up in our own end zone, and McDaniels decided to tell Skyler to throw the damn ball on 3rd and 19.
Oh, yeah, that pick. That was terrible.
Yeah, they scored on.
That
They
gave
scored.
them
That was
7
their
points.
second touchdown.
That killed momentum because we had the momentum going in the second half. It was in the second half.
Can I add something to that real quick? I went over this last night, as a matter of fact. There was a moment during the game, like 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, where there was a sequence of series that illustrates not only like us and our identity and our seasons the last couple years, but also illustrates what the difference is between a real contender and people that just got into the playoffs. Okay. And so there was a spot where we had to make a play. We got the strip sack and the touchdown, right? Scoop and score. Okay. Now we came back out. Okay. They got the ball and our defense held them to 8 plays and a punt. We had our foot on their neck and we went 3 and out when we got that punt.
You know what?
Then we held them again. After we already took our foot off their neck, we put it back on their neck and held them again. And our offense didn't score.
You make a good point. Even Tony Romo pointed was as much nut riding he was doing on the Buffalo Bills.
How many times is the defense supposed to do that? How many times are we supposed to call it out in real time that people are going to see this and totally forget it Monday morning and blame the defense for a collapse? Like, how many times is your defense supposed to do that for your offense?
I mean, the defense had Josh Allen 12 for 14.
Look at
almost
the box
150
score of
yards
every one of our games.
in the
Every
first
game we
quarter.
lost.
Wait. All I'm saying is, Color. Wait.
The evidence is right there. Look at the box score of every loss we had.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Take away the 4th quarter and do the points per game.
This is what I'm trying to say, Color. In the first quarter, the Buffalo Bills started off hot. This guy, Josh Allen, was like 12 for 14. He couldn't be stopped. But guess who else couldn't really be stopped? The Dolphins. If these guys just made those catches, Color, This is a fireworks show. The momentum and rhythm is on our side. Our ball is
If
look.
Waddle
Those
makes
two.
one of those catches, it's a tie
No, he
ball
needed
game.
to make all
If
of
he
those
makes all
catches.
three, we're up by 10.
That's what I'm saying. He needed to make all of those catches. Why only one? These were dropped in his hands right there. This is a different ball game. That took a lot of momentum out.
If he catches 2 of them,
And I'm gonna tell you,
in the
no,
middle
no,
between 10 and 3 more points, 3 and 10 more
Color,
points.
I'll tell you what. This is how I honestly feel deep down inside. If he catches 2 of them, he doesn't fake around and act like he's injured all throughout the game, limping around. I'll tell you that much.
At least one of them, maybe I think 2, would have been in field goal range right away.
1,000%.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick, and this is more addressed, you know, aimed in the direction of Pete, but the panel in general. If this applies to you, feel free to respond.
But just say names.
Well,
You just did, bitch. You said you.
Don't listen.
I thought he said this doesn't apply to Pete.
No,
Nah, he
you don't
said
listen.
this
See, you don't
applies
listen, Pete. You don't listen.
Hey, am I late? Damien, did you need to be dropped back? I didn't know because Mounty's been
I'm putting both
quiet,
headphones
muted for
on.
a while, so I brought Damien back up. I didn't know if he needed to.
Now I got both earbuds on. Go ahead, Ian.
All right. So last night, and I do believe
I don't
that.
know, Color.
Okay,
I want to be. I want to be clear. I want to be first and foremost. I want to say those were absolutely Skylar. If you're receivers, you got to help your young quarterback. You got to help your quarterback out in general, but definitely your young developmental guy, first year, 7th round pick. You got to help him out. You can't be having consistent momentum drive killing drops like they did yesterday. And I agree 100%. However, I know a lot of people alluded to this and they're talking about the drops and they were just they had their chest poked out. They had hey man, somebody got back.
But look at the screen. Yeah, somebody has back noise. Please mute yourself. And look at the screen, though, EM. Go ahead.
Let him finish.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. Unacceptable. You can't have that.
EM, I just want to point out that and I'm glad you say that because I want before we go down the road because I know people are poking their chest out, and I'm one of them. But
absolutely,
to be fair. I did ask Lewis and El Capitan and Ali. Look, am I being unfair? Am I being too hard? I would look
not
to excoriate the man.
No.
And I do believe that everybody can correct mistakes. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. No, I agree. The press. No.
You got a chance to get a bag, bro.
Man,
I'm not hesitating after yesterday.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Y'all tripping.
No, I don't think. Listen. I think the level of concern was appropriate. However, my only question is this, and I see this a lot in the fan base, and my approach to the fan base. I try to, in my own way, address a lot of the issues I feel that plague this fan base, and hopefully we can learn and move on and be better as a result if we correct these issues. And one of the biggest issues that I find, and I found yesterday, I told Lou when we talked about, I called him halftime, which I normally do over the course of the season. We'll chop it up, briefly how the game is going on up until that point. I was, when I called him, we were both, elated. We were screaming on the phone, yada, 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 yada. Well, Lou alludes to the drops, right? The misses. And I agree with him 100%, like I just stated. But my only question to the fan base, and this is not directly related to this game, but I'm talking about, I'm addressing the fan base in general. Why is it, again, and hopefully we can all look at each other, and I put myself in that category as well. We can all look at ourselves internally. We got Skylar yesterday as QB1. He played, right? We also have another quarterback on the roster, QB, that's a member of the team, which is Tua Tagovailoa. And I know a lot of people do not want him as the long-term solution. I get that. I understand that. This is not the conversation to have right now. My only question to the fan base is this. Why is it, and again, they didn't just start dropping balls yesterday. They've been dropping balls all year. Second in the league in drop percentage, right?
Yeah,
Why is it that when Tua's in a game, when we have those same drive-killing drops, those same drive-killing mishaps, those same momentum-killing drops, why is it the level of, base and the level of fuel and the level of criticism not being like it was applied yesterday to these receivers trying to help Skylar out. Why is that not applied to Tua?
Can I answer?
I got the legit answer, EM.
Can I answer
Because
first?
it's Tua.
That's all I'm
I'd
saying.
love to answer that, EM. I really would. Okay, number one, there's not as many. We'll start with there. Number two, a lot of those drops have come from wide receiver 3s and 4s. Okay. 3, I actually made sure to point that out, that if Tua had been in the game yesterday, this is why I don't believe he gives us any more of a chance to win, because if Tua had been in the game yesterday, Waddle would have dropped those 3 passes just the same.
If they got
and we would have lost for the same reason.
Okay. Well, okay. Well,
So another thing real quick is, look, we're not calling it out in a vacuum necessarily with Waddle in particular. Okay, because he did have a couple of games like that early in the season. He corrected his mistakes. I actually gave him kudos on one game where it was like, oh, this is starkly different from last week. Wes Welker must have got him looking at his hands like he should be, you know, and he had a good game. And then Minnesota came. So just like that, I would ask the same respect in saying that for the people that like to crap all over Teddy all the time, do we win that game if Waddle doesn't catch for dropping the ball, if he don't fumble the ball?
And EM, I got 2 answers for you real quick.
And so for Waddle in particular, to me, it looks more like, yeah, I don't remember if I guess he's dropped a couple when Tua is in. But from my perspective, it looks like Waddle has a serious problem with fundamentals when Tua is not in the game.
Yeah,
listen.
I got 2 quick points. And
go ahead,
to Rashad. I think, so for one, this to me is the most obvious. 242 draft positions different. That's the main reason I think that no matter what the topic of discussion is, fair or unfair, let me say that, because whether it's fair or not, that's another conversation. But you asked why the scrutiny is different. Fair or unfair, if you're the 5th overall pick and there's 242 spots between you and Skylar, him being the 247th pick, there's going to be a different level of scrutiny in any conversation we're going to have up here. And number 2, I forgot what the second one was. Rashad, you go ahead while I think of what the second one was. Okay, no, I remember.
To Color's point,
part of it. People push back against everything Tua related because a big part of it is his fan base creates an embattled type of environment where people want to go head to head, toe to toe, discredit a lot of what Tua does. Again, fair or unfair. Sometimes it's fair, a lot of times not. And
Triple S, that's all fair, and I agree, and I agree with you. But again, as fans and individuals, and again, I'm addressing individuals now. No matter what our contribution to this community and on platform or off platform, as an individual, is if you're engaging in that nonsense because you're lending a level of support to one player, right? In one regard, but then you're not willing to extend that same courtesy to the other for personal reasons. Now, is that responsible? Is that a responsible position to be in as a fan? And again, I'm addressing the fan base as individuals. And I'm trying to get everybody to see that when you get up on these platforms. And again, I hear from other fans of other fan bases, when you get up here and you're led and completely influenced by your personal disdain for this player, and you're sitting up here spewing infactual information, right? It's a bad reflection on us as a whole. And I'm just trying to get, as a fan base, us 100%. On another level. You know what I mean? So people outside people can say, you know what, that Dolphin fan base is this, that Dolphin fan base, and that in a positive light.
Then this fan base should not be listening to EM. I'll tell you that much.
EM, I wanted to offer one more perspective.
I hear you.
I hear you. To offer one more perspective on the whole Waddle thing too. Okay, so this week leading up to the game, I noticed a lot of people picking us to lose horribly because, let's face it, they were throwing shade on Skylar. Okay. And whether fair or not, I don't care. I don't argue with those
I'm sorry, Color. What was that? Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, bro. My bad.
I was saying that in the week leading up to this game last week, a lot of people were predicting a horrible.
Chris Greer and McDaniel are talking live. Breaking news. Sorry.
Hold on. All right, Pete. Hold on. So a lot of people were talking we're going to lose big because it basically throwing shade on Skylar. Let's call it what it is, right? And one of the things I kept pointing out was, look, even if you don't think Skylar is the next coming of anybody, that's fine. But to put a wastebasket next to his name, okay, and call him trash, knowing that he can throw the football, he can hand the ball off, he can serviceably manage an offense, knowing that and still predicting a big loss, okay, to me, my question was to everybody all week, were they expecting Tyreek Hill to forget how to run or Waddle to forget how to catch?
I don't know. Let's ask Lou.
And lo and behold, EM.
Jay, stop that shit.
Color. Can I respond to what you said?
Please, Rashad.
5 minutes ago.
He ain't talking about me. He ain't talking about me.
It might be the case with Waddle. The case with Waddle, it might be that spin of the ball thing that receivers complain about, going from a righty to a lefty.
Because I've caught footballs.
I will.
Hell no, Waddle had drops in college too.
Color, let
Simple
me
as timing, bro.
Let me finish. Tua underthrows Tyreek often. We can all oblige that. He hits Waddle in stride a lot to the point where Waddle doesn't jump for balls.
That
And
Lions game was nice.
across the middle, he will jump for the ball. Deep routes, he gets hit in stride to where he stays on his feet.
But you're still just pointing out reasons why he's not a number one. That's fine. My only argument is that
wait, Color. Are you saying Waddle's not a number one?
It's a
when I don't
deficiency of
believe
Waddle.
he's more than a wide receiver 3.
It's a
Color,
deficiency
you
of
think?
Waddle.
Wait. Color.
Whoa,
you said Waddle is no more than a wide receiver 3. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I just said.
Because of one game. Because of
Go
one
find me
game.
another wide receiver.
You need to stop hanging with Pete. Color. Leave Pete alone, bro.
Were you listening to me earlier, Rashad, when I said he had a bad game, corrected some issues, and then had a good game, and then went out and fumbled the ball?
Yeah, his bad game.
Why are you saying I'm only hinging that on
Is
yesterday's game?
His one bad game besides yesterday was against the Vikings. Am I right?
Bro, I can tell you when a wide receiver is bad, even when he catches the ball. I can tell you why.
So Waddle's a bad
wide receiver 3, though,
Rashad,
Color?
That wasn't his
Are
only
you
bad game.
serious?
He had a 9-yard game against the 49ers. That was
Bro,
Tua was
I love
playing.
how y'all try to act like football players are supposed to be perfect, bro.
Tyreek Hill had a goddamn Tyreek Hill had a 25-yard game in the Super Bowl. So what?
Perfect.
So is Tyreek less of a more impactful player because he had a bad game?
You know how many balls I've seen?
Corrected himself like a champion should do.
All right. Color, how many
So
balls
Tyreek can't. Waddle can't correct himself. I looked at it as
learn how to do.
But can I say this?
Damn, Color, wide receiver, but Color, wide receiver 3, Color.
Let me explain to you what I'm saying, okay? Listen to y'all's reaction.
I was only correcting the record when it came to Rashad
wide
throwing out.
receiver 3, Color. Wide receiver 3, Color.
Let me answer for
Ian,
myself.
Go ahead.
Listen to y'all's reaction. Okay, that tells me y'all's reaction gives me an indicator, and that indicator is that league-wide, in the league-wide fan base, media, magnates, whoever, league-wide, about 90% of the people think Jalen Waddle is a wide receiver 1.
But you said 3 though, Color. I could have somewhat.
I understand that. If I have concerns enough that I think he's a wide receiver 3, maybe they think he's a wide receiver 2, which means if 90% of the league still is in awe over us saying that, like you guys just were, then there's going to be somebody that'll give us a bag for him. And if that offer comes, I am Bill Belichick, and I am not going to hesitate to pull that trigger.
Well, that's you. You tripping. You're not getting rid of
Here's
Waddle.
my opinion. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, I'm sorry, Color. That respectfully, that's your opinion, color. But goddamn, I gotta emphatically disagree with that nonsense, bro. Come on.
Hey, color. I would say if you could get a first,
Not the first time I heard
and
this.
maybe
He's a
Hey, real
I would
quick,
take that.
fellas. Shout
Might
out
be
to
wrong. Look, you guys are right. It might be wrong, but it's not unfair.
Like, bro,
Hold on real
all right,
quick.
but y'all,
Hold
do
on
you
real
realize
quick.
what this
Hold on.
offense would be without him?
Hold on real quick. Shout out to Night Wolf with the $2 donation, just letting everybody know that McDaniel and Greer's press conference is now. We
Depends on
appreciate
if
it,
we
but
replace him or not. If you're just talking about take him out of the game.
shout out
Like,
Night Wolf with
Waddle
the
would just
$2
be easy
donation.
to
I
replace.
would
I
have
love
benched
how
him
people talking
yesterday.
like that.
No, I
That's
would have
not
benched
somebody
him
that's
yesterday.
easy to replace, yo.
I would have benched him yesterday. You know why?
All right.
Because no matter what, all you can count on it is that he was giving you zero production at that
So
point.
who, River Craycraft, color? Are you serious?
No, because at the
For
end of
River,
the day,
really? Are you serious? You gonna bench him for who?
respect, color.
Yeah, he
He
was
still
0-4
pulls the safety.
before he caught
He
his
still
first
draws.
football.
He still draws attention. No, you
But
still
exactly. It's not just about. It's just not about. It's just not about the box score, bro. How are you
That's what I was.
influencing coverage? Are you
So
dictating
y'all
coverage?
arguing what I was arguing about Tyreek Hill all year long when it comes to players' gravity. That's what Tyreek gives us as well.
Our young
Y'all
rookie
arguing the same thing I was arguing about
possession
Tyreek
receiver.
Hill's
That's what
gravity.
we needed at that point. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
He had a bad game.
Why
He
receiver
should've played
threes
better.
over color?
Nobody's
When we
taking
were
that
putting
away.
pressure on
Color, you
Josh
are
Allen, hold
absolutely
on.
right.
When we were putting
Talking
pressure
about
on Josh
dribbling.
Allen, who did he shift to? His possession receiver, Cole Beasley.
Oh man.
I don't know what
Well,
I'm
Cole
talking
Beasley was open.
If you had an actual quarterback in the game, Color, you probably
What for
had
2
Dallas
plays?
Goedert.
Yeah. He went
Hey,
and targeted
those
Cole
2
Beasley.
plays
What
ended
3
the
plays
game.
out of how
Those
many?
2 plays ended the game.
No, that's I don't agree
But
with
dog,
that.
that's still at
No.
the end of the day, that still happens though. It's not like it's unheard of. You're making it seem like what Waddle did yesterday.
Okay,
is
maybe
unheard
I
of.
bench him for a series, but I still have to do something there.
You had a bad game. Nobody is disputing you, Color. You're absolutely right. Waddle had a game, and I'm sure he would tell you himself that is unacceptable. But what you're
wide
saying
receiver
as get rid
3.
of him for
Wide
it is
receiver 3.
absolutely
From what I
Wow.
hear, wait a minute. Actually, he's not. From what I hear, he's arguing with people on social media about it.
No,
Yeah,
he
he
wants
is,
y'all to
he
remember
is.
what he's saying because y'all got to
Right.
remember that this
He
man
ain't
is also
arguing.
a reason of why you are where
He
you are
said
right
he
now.
said
So y'all, a
stand
lot of
on
people
that.
are being
He can stand
disrespectful.
on all
Don't
that
act like that
bullshit
man
y'all
don't have a
talking.
right
If
to
you feel
defend
that
himself.
way, stand on
That man
it.
has a
What he
right to
said, he
defend
ain't
himself. Y'all
arguing
act
with
like
you.
these
In
players
his
got to just sit
flowers
back and
for
listen to
correcting
what
his
y'all saying and
mistakes
they
the
got to
last
just take
time we saw these issues.
You ain't arguing. You gonna come for that checkbook.
And I gave him his flowers the last time he corrected himself from all these issues.
Yeah, but
y'all said Waddle was going
that
at
still
people
doesn't say
online?
right now you're being extreme and you're trying to say we need
Well,
to get rid of him.
unfortunately, it was the game that ended our season, so I don't
Yo,
get a
Dave,
chance to see till
did y'all
next
say
year.
that Waddle was going at people online?
No,
Bro,
he wasn't getting at nobody.
Did he go live
no,
on
he
the
ain't
floor
really
of
going at
his
nobody.
living
He
room
just
like
posted
Waddle did?
y'all keep that same energy type shit.
All your memes and everything.
Stand on what you're
Bet. I
saying,
don't
because
play
dog,
that.
y'all,
If
like
the
I said,
organization
people are
decides not to
forgetting
trade him and he's here
what
next
this
year
offense would
and
be
he has a
without
good
him.
game, I will keep that same energy.
Just hey dog, y'all forgetting what this offense would be without that man on that field, bro. Like,
Let's be
y'all
real.
are just so passive.
Let's
Like
be
it's
real.
This also would be without him and Tyreek
That's
together.
a
that
It's
man
not
was a
just one
highlight
or the
first round.
other.
Wide receivers don't get picked
Crypto.
that
He was
high.
a 1,000-yard
You're talking
receiver
about a
before
guy telling
Tyreek
us to
got
keep
here.
the same energy when
Yeah, what was we at
arguably,
as an
I
He
may
gonna
be
keep the
wrong.
same energy
nowhere.
with himself
Look,
all
look,
offseason.
guys.
See,
I
but
know
a lot
I'm
of y'all
wrong.
are under the
I
impression
know
that
I'm
he's just
wrong
okay
to
with
pin
what
it
he
all
did.
on him. Guys, I know that. I've accepted that. I am being a little hypercritical. I get it. But what I'm trying to say is
I'm joking.
he's talking about keeping the same energy. Hold on.
Bro,
He's talking about
extremes in this
keeping the
man's
same energy
extremes.
when we don't get a chance to do that for another entire offseason because of him.
Color, you think he don't feel the same way? You don't think he don't feel the same way that he's a big reason of why his team did not succeed?
Right.
You don't
So
think
he
he's
can-
gonna have
so
a
he
chip
can
on
go-
his shoulder
right, so
and
he
he's
can
gonna
go-
work on that shit all
right,
offseason,
so he can
knowing
go
that he
charter
was
a
a
plane.
problem?
Right,
Come
so
on,
he
bro.
can go
Like y'all tripping, bro.
So
Y'all
he
act
can
like
go
this man
charter a
is just
plane trip
okay
to
with turning in
Colorado.
that performance.
He can go charter a plane trip to Colorado, sit in the hot springs, feelings and let it drown away. Okay,
that's what you're assuming he's gonna do. But real football players don't do that shit. He knows goddamn well that he was the reason we lost yesterday. That man is gonna go to work this offseason. Like, what is wrong with you? This man is one of the top 3 players on his team.
Well, I wouldn't blame him for resting and clearing his head.
I wouldn't say top 3 even, Dave.
Hey, I'm just saying I wouldn't blame him for taking a trip and clearing his head.
Hey, every player's going to take a trip. I mean, it's the offseason for a reason, but it's time to get back to work. Don't believe that man is not going to go to work.
Big bucks, bro.
Hey, Dave, do you think Waddle is a top
I think a little criticism from old
Color.
nobody color commentary is like the worst he's going to get. Then he's doing all right in life.
Color, you said you said wide receiver 3 though, bro. Wide receiver 3,
that's
man.
what I'm saying. He was disrespectful at that point,
Until
bro.
further notice.
Bad,
I mean, unfortunately,
bro.
we can't know until next year now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at Cincinnati's production out of that wide receiver 3. Is he better than Tyler Boyd?
He dropped the ball. You're upset he had a bad game.
Tyler Boyd, are you kidding?
Okay, then we got our answer that he's not a wide receiver 3.
Okay,
we get it.
Color. What makes him a wide receiver 3? Why do you say that?
That will put him in the same class as Boyd. Is he better than Boyd? Yes or no? Then if the answer is yes, then move on.
Even a conversation. Are you serious?
I'm trying to figure out what makes him.
I'm just asking the question to
His
move
stats
on.
alone
Obviously, he
say
believes he's a wide receiver 3.
Y'all need to chill. Let him clarify what he means about that.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I want to hear this, Color. I'm dropping everything. I want to hear this, Color. Goddamn it. Explain to me.
I'm back, fellas. What I missed?
Explain to me.
That means that he's
from a
better
film
than Tyler
perspective,
Boyd.
from a talent perspective, from an analytical perspective,
Look,
why
that's what Color
he's a wide receiver 3.
It can't be.
I admitted that I was probably being hypercritical. I was asking Lewis and Ali earlier to talk me off the cliff. Help me understand why I shouldn't be so unfair.
I want to know why you think from a film perspective, from a talent perspective, from an analytical and statistical perspective, why this man is a wide receiver 3.
Yeah, a lot of it has to do with my standard, okay? Look, wide receiver 1s to me,
I think he was just upset.
I can't even bring it up because you all are just going to throw shade on me as to what I've witnessed over the last 2 seasons.
No, I'm not. No disrespect.
I think you're just upset. I'm gonna be real with you.
There's no disrespect, Color. I just want you to articulate for me again the areas that I highlighted. Please explain to me why he's that.
Well, I just know that production-wise, he doesn't match the level of every other wide receiver 1 in the league.
So, hey, let me stop you there. Let me stop you dead in your tracks right there.
There could be a lot of variables.
Let me stop you dead in your tracks right there. Hang on. Let me address what he just said. Let me address what he just said.
This offense, but he was wide receiver 1 last year.
Let me address what he just said real quick.
Before you do, I'm not talking about season over season. I'm talking about game over game.
So you mean to tell me when you look at the definition in the Webster's dictionary of a quote unquote wide receiver number 1 from a production standpoint, generally you look at yardage total, you look at catch total, you look at yards per catch total, right? You consider, hang on, number 4, you consider how that player influences defenses, right? Are you a deep threat? Do you have a vertical element to your game? Do you have the ability to interchange in and out from the slot to the boundary, et cetera, et cetera? Those areas that I just highlighted is the definition of Jalen Waddle. When you looked at hang on. When you looked at different dictionary that word up in the Webster dictionary, and they highlight all of these categories, he's not the only one, but Jalen Waddle fits that criteria, leading the league in yards per catch. Right? Hang on.
Well,
leading the league in yards per catch.
Said anything, bro? This is what I knew would happen.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
You're leaving out one important thing. Notice, did anybody catch what he left out?
Don't say drops.
What's that?
No.
Please don't say drops.
What?
Touchdowns? Scoring?
How many? He's got 8 touchdowns.
Everybody knows he's playing with a limited quarterback. So now
how many touchdowns does he have this year? He's got 8, right? He's got 8, right?
8 or 9 touchdowns, yeah.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way by what I mean by game over game. Okay? This is what I don't expect out of my wide receiver 1. Okay? I don't expect 5 targets, 3 catches for 51 yards. That's not enough for a wide receiver 1, in my opinion.
So Tyreek had 25 yards in the Super Bowl. Tyreek had 25 yards in the Super Bowl. Is he less than wide receiver one?
You just said he played with a limited quarterback. He played
That's the
with
Super Bowl. That's the biggest game of the year. Tyreek had 25 yards against Tampa Bay.
Quarterback. He dropped 3 deep shots.
Tyreek Hill had 25 yards in a Super Bowl with a better quarterback, with the best quarterback in the entire National Football League. You mean to tell me so he's less of a player? No.
Then how did he amass 20? Then how did he get 20 fantasy points that game?
25 yards.
Color.
I said 25 yards.
I understand. I understand. What I'm telling you is a wide receiver one easily, and Pete can agree with me on this because I know he will.
So Tyreek's not a wide receiver one.
A wide receiver one.
Ooh, Pete gonna agree. I wouldn't. Hey, I would not use Pete as to inflate and to to try to drum up support about your narrative, Pete.
EM, you know,
anybody else in this community, but Pete.
Hold on. Let the man speak. Just let the man speak.
Go ahead.
Show ass up, Pete.
Pete knows one thing that I know. This is why he wants me to speak. Pete knows that a wide receiver one in the NFL consistently and on average puts up 20 plus fantasy points per week.
So is this fantasy football or is impact on the football field?
Fantasy football means production on the field, doesn't it?
The man don't meet.
Doesn't fantasy points mean production on the field, Color?
Oh my God! I cannot believe you brought that up, Color.
Hey, EM. Fantasy points means production on the field.
Yes.
Learn football. Go ahead, Color.
That explains a lot about Pete.
That explains a lot about Pete. Tell y'all something. I have.
I'm trying to figure out what Dave is talking about.
They don't just
Waddle
vote.
had a limited quarterback.
They don't just vote on.
I just want y'all to know that.
Y'all been saying he's been having a limited quarterback all season. Now because it doesn't fit your narrative. Now he doesn't have a limited quarterback.
I'm still waiting for Color to finish.
So do you think he has a limited quarterback or not?
Dude, I'm just not even going to talk to y'all anymore. I don't.
Go
have
ahead,
the
Color.
energy to do
I'll
this.
give it.
I don't have the energy to talk over you guys.
Y'all let Color speak, man. This is his show, goddammit. Let the man finish what he was saying. I really would like to know. Let him respond, please.
Tyreek Hill, a true wide receiver one, despite his drops, despite his lack of touchdowns, whatever it is, consistently puts up 20 plus fantasy points per week. Jalen Waddle. Now, if you're talking about Color, well, he might do 19. That's still close enough. No. Jalen Waddle, for the second consecutive season, has averaged, without me even having to look, no more than 17 fantasy points per week. That barely scratches wide receiver 2 levels.
Well, I mean, Color, to your point, Tyreek averages 20 points of fantasy points a game.
Plus.
Well,
just like Cooper Kupp does. Just like Samuel does.
I'm glad you brought up Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel. Last year, Cooper Kupp had the most targets in the league. This year, it's Tyreek, and Deebo gets more touches than anyone.
What about last year? With his 50 points per week in fantasy points.
Who?
15.
Who?
Where's Waddle at in terms of targets? Where's Waddle at in terms of targets?
Where was he last year? He broke the record last year in targets.
We're talking about this year. We're talking about this year. Where's Waddle at this year in terms of targets?
He was the number 1 last year. This year he's the number 2.
Cooper Kupp broke the record in targets. What are we
Why
talking
is he not
about?
getting the targets?
Because he's no longer the number
He's not a
one.
wide receiver 1. That's why.
He's
Obviously,
no
in this
longer number
offense,
one
Tyreek Hill
because
does wide
another
receiver
number
1.
one
You
came
know that.
over.
Come on, man.
Okay. Watch this. If Waddle was traded for Tyreek and he was in Kansas City, will he be a number 1?
But see, you're making the argument that it has to do with the quarterback, and I don't want to throw shade on it.
I'm saying another
I'm
number
cornered.
1 came
You got
over.
me. I'm cornered. You got me. I don't want to throw shade on Tua, so you're right.
That's not. This has nothing to do with quarterbacks. I'm saying he's no longer the best option. The best wide receiver in the league is his teammate. Of course, he's no longer the number one. That's like saying if Julio Jones in his prime was out there and Calvin Johnson got traded to the same team, who would be the number one?
Probably Calvin.
Oh, Lord.
That you're talking about
Probably
a depth chart listing. Christian Kirk.
That's not what you're talking about?
Christian Kirk is the Jaguars wide receiver 1. He's not a wide receiver 1.
Okay. So
that's
what
my
Color
point
is saying, he's
exactly.
talking about the option. He's talking about the first option on when it comes to the quarterback. He's the wide receiver 1. Who's he looking at first? That's what Color is referring to. But Color, at the same time, Tyreek Hill is now that. He's Waddle is no longer that since Tyreek got on his team. That's what I need you to understand.
I will give it to you
yes,
like this.
he's not no longer a number 1. He is technically a number 2 on this roster. But if you trade him to like
20 other teams,
I'm not using depth chart ranking. I'm saying in the NFL, he's a wide receiver 3.
I'm gonna put it like this.
No, he's not.
Waddle is a number one on 20 of the 32 teams.
Illustrate this point to you. So I'm going to try to do it again. Okay.
If you trade Waddle, if you trade Waddle to 30 other teams in the National Football League, if you don't have Tyreek Hill and you don't have Justin Jefferson as your number 1 guys, Waddle would be the number 1 guy on them 30 other teams in the National Football League. Fuck out of here, man. You have lost your mind.
You are right. You are right.
Devontae Adams.
I said that. And so I'm saying if you're 30 other teams knocking down the door for Jalen Waddle to us, we better take the bag before they realize he's not a wide receiver 1.
It is Waddle's. I'm gonna be real. Is Waddle's explosiveness? It's
okay.
If he gets
Rashad, I'm going to cut you off just because I never got to actually. Before I even got started out of the gate, you guys fell right into my trap because you thought I was talking about a certain receiver when I wasn't. Okay, let me ask you this, EM. 5 targets, 3 receptions for 51 yards. Do you consider that in a game performance a wide receiver 1 level performance?
Absolutely not, Color. But the point is,
let me finish now. Please let me finish.
Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
That wasn't Jalen Waddle's performance. That was Shakir's performance for Buffalo. Jalen Waddle, on the other hand, had 7 targets for 3 receptions and 44 yards. Their wide receiver 4 outperformed our wide receiver 1.
You didn't make. I hope that
what did he average on the season, Color?
Hold on.
What did that same? What was his numbers on the season?
I wasn't talking about season over season.
Color.
What? How can you just say? Isn't that when players distinguish themselves during the regular season as the better upper tier guys?
Distinguishing themselves in the postseason.
No, that's the cherry on top. No, that is adding to what they established in the regular season. But players establish themselves as either you're an upper tier guy or a bottom tier guy in the regular season.
You just illustrated this organization's problem. Is that they think a regular season performance is what the measure of a player really is.
According to what you just said, hang on, real quick. Hang on. According to what you just said, Color. According to what you just said. According to what you just said.
Skyler fucking Thompson. Are you kidding?
Hang on. According to what you just said, Color. According to what you just said, right? It's all about the postseason. Deion Branch would be in the fucking Hall of Fame right now. He did nothing in the regular season for the New England Patriots for years, right? But he had one dominant good play, and he generally showed up in the postseason. But he did nothing in the regular season. He was a Super Bowl MVP
by Belichick as personnel choice by Belichick. That wasn't 3 drops in a playoff game.
Man, come on, bro. Come on, we got to do better. We got to do better
right now, bro.
I'm not.
It's
not the first time he's had that kind of performance.
Like, this is my issue. I've been like, I'm not going to try to argue about this because I've been telling the fan base for a long time. Waddle's not a good catcher, especially in traffic. And that's what we got. We need someone that can complement Tyreek Hill, that can be a good, catcher traffic. You know what I mean? Traffic catcher. That's what we need.
I know what you mean, Pete. I don't think you even know what you're saying.
Come
right
on,
now,
Ian.
Pete.
Stop with the jokes. You know what I mean, bro. We need someone that can catch in
You're
traffic.
right. My bad.
So
But you know what?
not everybody.
Pete, you know what? I would agree with you. Pete, you know something? Pete, real talk. I'm going to give you some shine right now. This is the third time since 2019, and this is groundbreaking again for me to hear this come from Pete. This is the third time since 2019 I have ever heard Pete say anything remotely insightful. So I would have to agree. So with that being said, I'll agree with you 100%. I think what this offense is missing is that big body, player with an immense catch radius, 50-50 type dimension in his offense. Because see, I always with this potential. Hang on. I always make the comparison of this offense potentially could be the second coming of, and I mean stylistically, I mean skill set wise, to what we saw with the Greatest Show on Turf, right? Kurt Warner and comparing Tua to him, as well as the wide receivers. But everybody always focuses on Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Marshall Faulk, but they forget about how valuable Ricky Pro was to that team, right? Yeah. And I think that is the missing dimension to this offense.
Yeah, and Julian Edelman was there too.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even need to be a huge guy. It could have easily been someone like Jamar Chase. He's like what, 5'11"? Look, but he's probably like 6 feet. But he's I
don't know.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he'll snag them with his hands, Crypto. Anquan Bolden was 6 feet and he was pretty slow. But you throw him the ball in a certain area with accuracy where only he could catch it, the defender all over his back, it didn't really matter. Look at Steve Smith, 5'9". Great contested catch receiver. It's not about height. It's about being that guy and catching with your hands. And that's just not what Waddle, or sad to say, even Tyreek. Did he give us that lucky catch in New England with one hand?
But that does not make those guys not number one guys. They might be deficient in that area, but that does not make that does not make them less of a player.
They're good separators, and they have they're good separators, and they have good speed.
Hold on, Pete.
But you jam them, you slow them down.
That my standards are probably a little too high for that position, because a wide receiver one to me has maybe one deficiency. Maybe. And that's just my standards.
Let me ask you this, Pete. I'm sorry, not Pete, but Cole. Let me ask you this, Terrell. Let me ask you this. Terrell Owens is the second best, maybe the best wide receiver I have ever seen. I have ever evaluated in 100+ year history of the National Football League.
Terrell Owens. Go ahead.
But guess what? He had issues with body catching. He had issues with drops. He had issues with drops. So you mean to tell me? So Terrell Owens is not who is in the Hall of Fame and should have been a first ballot Hall of Fame, even over Randy Moss. You mean to tell me just because he had those similar issues that Waddle has?
Yeah, but one thing Terrell Owens did,
less of a player, he don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Hold on. The opportunity to have been force fed on my TV Dallas Cowboys football games, so
No. One thing about Terrell Owens is I watched that guy, and I love Terrell Owens. And EM, you're right. He had a lot of drops. He caught with his body. But one thing he also added to his arsenal is he will moss you. He will catch those big time plays. He will take a hit. So what y'all talking about? So he did have drops, but he also made up because he was able to catch a traffic.
Wide receivers, and now you talking about you want a jump ball?
Derek's making a fair point, but it's a little more than that, Derek. It's that I don't believe a team should give a bag to a player unless they're an elite wide receiver, given how many wide receiver 1Bs there are, if you want to call them that. So
that's why it's up to
I believe to be a wide receiver one at the league level, which is what we've been talking, you have to be an elite wide receiver. Absolutely. It's not that I'm
and he was worth
it's that I'm equaling to.
All right.
And Color and the rest of this fan base, listen to me.
You said wide receiver 3 at best, Color. I can't get by that, bro.
Just to make
He's not too first-round draft worthy anymore. That's crazy to me.
Was Chad Johnson a wide receiver 1?
Ocho Cinco?
Yeah.
Again, since it's not like it's not like I've seen every one of his games like I have been, seen a lot of Waddle's games. My eye test is all I really have to go on without knowing his actual, game by game production. I would say probably yes.
Trust me, that guy was elite. He caught with his hands.
He was a wide receiver 1, right? Like you just said, right? At Cincinnati.
Again, I'm guessing.
When he went to the Patriots, he couldn't even get on the field.
Man, that was the end of his career.
Just listen.
You're talking about
the end of his career.
Listen.
But you're talking about
I don't even want to listen to that crap.
Hires their players in a freaking gauntlet of minutia.
Go straight to him. What?
You're talking about an organization that is like I don't know. It's like
if you're a number 1, you're a number 1.
Players go there to be a cog in a wheel, not a star.
Right? All I'm saying is it still comes down to how you scheme them, how you get them into the game, how you make them part of your game plan. So yes, Tyreek Hill is the number 1 in this offense.
Have brought up.
Put him in another
Earlier, you
offense
brought one
with a
up.
better wide receiver than that
Earlier, you brought up Deion Branch.
Same
So
thing
that
with Waddle.
both examples you brought up were New England Patriots, which we all know everybody goes there to be a cog in a wheel and not the star on the team.
Hey, Color, he went to New England in 2011. He was 33 years old, turning 34.
Guarantee himself a ring. To be a cog in the wheel and guarantee himself a
That's all I'm going to tell you, Color.
Julio
He was 33 years old, turning 34. Now, before all those years, because he only had 32 targets in 2011, but in 2010, he had almost 130 targets. The same thing in 2009. The same thing. In 2007, he had 160 targets. 2006, 150. 2005, 150. 2004, 170 targets. Oh, this guy was an animal. But he was 34 years old when he went to New England, Dave. That's why I said your argument when you said that about New England, him going over there as number 1, you're done with, bro. He was that was the tail end of his career.
Now, if you're talking about could you convince me that he's a wide receiver too? Yeah, probably. But that doesn't mean. But I'm trying to sell high. He's like quickly evaporating in my eyes. You understand what I'm saying? And if somebody's going to give us a bag for him right now, he's gone. I
want him gone, man. Look, Color, look. First of all, it might sound stupid and crazy, but at the end of the day, something inside my Dolphin fandom tells me he's dropping him on purpose because it's Skyler.
Bro,
but then someone, hold on, but then someone that I don't care. But then someone,
no one does that, bro.
But then hold on, Dade. If you listen, if y'all were, hold on, but let me finish. But let me finish.
Some bullshit.
Because you don't know,
I want to
bro. Let me tell you. Let me finish.
That Pete's thoughts
again,
and not necessarily endorsed by the Fins Tailgate. Go ahead, Pete.
Exactly. I want to sit here and say my Dolphin inside fandom tells me Tua didn't throw him that ball, so he dropped it. But then I'm going to have someone like Color come out, right, like Color, and tell me, well, he dropped all those passes for Tua as well, which, yes, I understand that. But I feel as a fan some sort of way because it was just back-to-back drops on back-to-back different drives. This was incredible and mind-blowing to me. So this is just someone.
Got it.
No, okay, but at the same time, this is someone that Color. I agree with you. It just adds to the list and another excuse of mine to sit here and say, please, the organization, get the most you can out of Waddle, out of Tua, and we got to move forward.
You want to get rid of fucking everybody. Color backing you up on the bullshit. So let's just trade fucking everybody. Let's go get
in our reality.
Like,
Dave, it's like I'm a fan just like you. I just want my team to win, bro.
The same players are the reason why you to fuck you in the playoffs now. Like you tripping.
He's the reason why we were out of the playoff as well. What the hell are you talking about? The last time I saw Tua on the field, he was throwing interceptions like a duck.
Most of your team,
the hell out of here.
team fucking injured and having to go into a goddamn playoff game with a third fucking string quarterback.
You were part of the injury.
Be
and
real.
He's part of the injury list.
About. Be real with yourself. You know,
he needs to be real.
Skylar had almost no shot winning that game.
This organization needs to move on. You need to get off of your feelings and just grow up. How old are you? Like 17? I remember being 17. I remember being there.
Now you're talking about trade one of your best players. You're in your feelings, not me. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, I'm seriously taking this because this organization thinks it's a joke that they can sell candy to grown men. They're not going to be selling candy to grown men anymore.
Young as fuck.
Get this whole fugazi.
Start insulting my intelligence. This is what they're going to get. Give me just a second. You said one game, one bad game. Here's his catch.
More than one bad game, color. So now we're going to be literal. There's 17 games. You show me 5 bad games.
Here's his catch percentage throughout this season, which, as you can see, for some odd reason.
Didn't we also throw the ball more than almost every other team?
Bro, if you're gonna just
so wouldn't that automatically expect more drops than anything? If there's a more volume of passes,
look, there it is in black and white. There it is in black and white, bro. You can talk over me all you want, okay? But he was trailing an average of 80-something% until week against the New York Jets, where he had a 75%, and it's precipitously dropped since then to 20%.
And what is your quarterback
game over game?
What does your quarterback room look like?
You're telling me I'm going to spit out one bad game, or I'm going to spit out 5 games. Look at that.
Look at the Dade County. This is what you were arguing. So keep that same energy.
Now that you're showing me this, now
you
also
see what a wide receiver ones look like.
Wait, hold on. You pull up stats, right? So if we pulling up stats, let's pull up the stats that also show that he's a top 5 wide receiver in the league this year.
Well, let's just see what a number ones look like.
You still talking about number ones when I've already told you and conceded that he is not a number 1 on this team. You're still talking like he's a number 1 when you know he's not.
Off the top of your head in the league, who would you point out as a number 2?
What are you talking, bro? At the end of the day,
give me an example.
A number 2, anybody that's not a number 1.
Anybody in the league.
Okay, DK Metcalf is a number 1. So what? What's the other guy on the other side of
Tyler Lockett?
Lockett. Okay, I guess he's a
fair enough. Let's see.
Bro, y'all know y'all overreacting, bro.
And Tyler Lockett is a slot receiver, by the way. And exactly what it confirms Color is saying.
Like
Jalen Waddle should be a slot receiver.
No, but like he said, Pete,
you gotta what are DK Metcalf stats? You gotta add number 1. Because Jalen Waddle is actually
on his roster, Pete. So why would
Greer needs to be fired, Dave. It confirms it right there. Thank you.
Why? When Tyreek Hill is your number 1?
Because nobody can just come.
So Tyler Lockett, as you can see, couple bad games peppered in. Yeah, he did have a drop off towards the end of the season for about 4 games.
Come on, bro. Like,
and his season long catch
percentage. They're killing you in the comments, by the way, Pete.
His season long
They're killing you in the comments, by the way, Pete. They're killing you, bro.
His season long
that's the difference between me and you.
I'll just talk over y'all. His season long catch percentage is 71.8. Okay. Waddle's season long catch percentage is, let me make sure I'm on the right page. That's still all right, here we are. Where are we at? Catch percentage on the season. Why don't they show the total? Oh, I gotta go back. I gotta go back to regular. Sorry. 64% career and on the season, 64%. And you just gave me a wide receiver 2, Tyler Lockett, whose catch percentage this season is 71%, 71.8.
Real quick, Color, if I may jump in here for 1 second, real quick. They punish you in the comments, by the way, Pete. They are punishing your motherfucking ass right now in the comments. I just want to let you know.
God, fine. They're in their feelings, Color. They are, EM, they're in their feelings. And that's the difference between me and you. It doesn't matter what the chat, little chat two in here say.
Now you can say that stats don't weigh in stats as much in your calculus. That's fine. But to insult my intelligence as if I came into this out of the blue is just unfair.
No, what I'm saying is you're overreacting, bro. Like the man had a bad game yesterday. I conceded to that.
I think I just proved based on a wide receiver 2 you gave me that Jalen Waddle has almost 8% less catch percentage on the season.
To be a number 1 though, and he's not a number 1 in this offense. Is what I keep repeating.
And neither is Tyler Lockett.
And then also, you're not taking into account
Tyler Lockett's
their
got
quarterback
Geno
situation was
Tyler
steady all
Lockett's got
season.
Geno Smith.
Our quarterback situation has been up and down all season. Why are you not taking that into account? You don't think their numbers have suffered because of the up and down at quarterback?
I certainly do.
You're not making that argument towards me.
Tyreek's hasn't.
Jesus.
Should I pull up him?
Bro, you can
I was being fair and
at the end of the day, all I'm saying is anybody talking about trading Waddle
pick a wide receiver
because he had a couple bad games.
Hold on. Hey, Color, can I ask you a question? You just said that Tyreek Hill's and numbers didn't change with the quarterback change.
No, actually, he's got good numbers with Teddy Bridgewater too. He had over 100.
And Waddle was known for having drops coming out of college. Like, why are y'all surprised?
Because you're
Tony
telling
Romo
me
yesterday said they both suffer without Tua.
No, I did not say that he didn't have no drops. So there's the disconnect. I didn't say anything about him not having no drops. What I'm saying is you're overreacting because of the drops.
I don't think I am.
Regardless of anything, his production still outweighs those drops.
I just don't think it's an overreaction. That's all. That's where we differ.
All right, then call a spade a spade.
Tyreek Hill's catch percentage on the season is 70 even.
Okay, so that goes to show that says nothing but Tyreek catches the ball better than Waddle. And everybody knows that Waddle's a body catcher. He needs to work on it.
And what is
I'm not disputing none of that.
But Tyreek Hill is a concern that he drops passes too. But Tyreek Hill drops passes too. Look at the Patriots game towards the sideline. He got no hands. He brought that one and they intercepted Skyler Thompson's pass.
If he didn't
that was a bad pass. Man, make that catch. You an all-pro. I don't want to hear that was behind you. Make that catch. You all-pro.
You know, when somebody's talking about these things and somebody throws out everybody drops a ball. No shit. Nobody has 100% catch percentage. That's such a shallow argument that everybody drops a ball. Bro, I'm sorry.
Does his drops outweigh his production? The answer is no.
What pushes me to say that kind of crap?
The answer is no.
His drops are slowing down his production. He could possibly be
No, why don't you get
an all-pro
steady quarterback, and that'll actually show you what his production actually can be. You still don't know what Waddle can do because you still haven't had consistency at a quarterback position. If you're being honest.
And we're talking about
y'all acting like the quarterback position has been a straight line and everything has been peachy keen.
We're talking about a two-year player.
Can rely on these quarterbacks week in, week out. They can't.
Anyway, all right, I got to get back to work, fellas. Color salute to you, bro. No disrespect, man. Hey, salute. Always respect to you, everybody on the panel, man. Pete,
you too, buddy.
Respect to you too, homie. Y'all be good. Till next time.
All right.
Yep.
I'm surprised DM made it out without getting timed out. Wow. Looks like
I was pushing. I told them in the chat the time EM out, man. He just makes himself. He's like the laughing stock up here. I enjoy every second of it. Come back, EM.
You mess, Pete.
I love EM too.
No, but to be fair, most great wide receivers ball out regardless of who the quarterback is. Just being honest.
You know what, man? I'm just
guys, real quick. Jalen Waddle's season.
Okay,
Jalen Waddle's career catch rate is 69.6%.
Bro, like I said, coming out of college, everybody knew that Jalen Waddle had drop problems, bro. So y'all not. It's like y'all are being surprised by some shit that y'all already knew.
You don't get it, Dade. It's not so. We're not surprised.
You're the one that acts surprised when I called him a wide receiver 3.
No. First, that's disrespectful because you know he's not a wide receiver.
Okay, so you've convinced me.
But he can't be a wide receiver 1, not with that drop rate.
Look, why y'all keep talking about wide receiver 1 and 3 to me? I keep telling y'all for the 1,000th time he is a wide receiver 2 in this offense.
Okay. So why did we take a wide receiver 2 for 2 first-round draft picks?
That is on y'all, not him.
We need to trade him.
Dade County, you've convinced me. I'm bumping him up to 2. Fair enough. Do you now take advantage of the fact that 90% of the league was as shocked as you are when I said that? Do you take advantage of that fact if somebody wants to give you wide receiver bag for him?
To do what with? What do you want? What do you plan?
What do you mean to do what with? You don't think we got things to fix besides wide receiver?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, who you
Color, let me ask you. Color, I'm gonna give y'all a trade. Color,
now you gotta,
would you trade? Would you trade? Color, would you trade Waddle? Would you trade Waddle to the Colts for Quentin Nelson?
Pete. Yeah, hold on, Pete. I'm not worried about that right now. One thing I keep hearing Dave. He keeps saying Waddle's not a number one in this offense. The way, and again, Dave, stop me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're basically saying he's not a number one because Tyreek is here. See, I think Color's saying he's just a number two overall.
He's a number two option. No, what I'm saying is he's the number two option in this offense.
No, what I'm saying, right? Lewis is half right. No, Lewis is half right. What I'm saying is there are a bunch of teams where he would be a wide receiver one on their team.
What I'm saying,
but
yeah,
league-wide,
exactly.
on the list of ranks, he comes nowhere near wide receiver one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Color, because
not on this team.
He's the number, but he keeps saying Dave keeps saying he's the number two
in this offense, as well as the up and down play in the quarterback. That's what I keep saying.
No, Dave, but you're making it seem like if Tyreek wasn't here, then what is Jalen Waddle, in your opinion? If
his number, he would have the numbers.
But how's that affect his percentage?
He would have had the numbers that Tyreek had.
That's what I'm
saying. The sample sizes are both large enough. That doesn't affect the percent. The percentage is saying, aside from take us out in the backyard without nobody on the field, and he's going to drop the ball 69% of the time.
And okay, Color, and I've already agreed to that. I already said
he's gonna catch it.
He has drop issues. That's what your problem is. He has drop issues. But what I'm telling you is his production still outweighs those drop issues. Hands down. You know why I know that? Because he's still top 5 in his league.
Well, that's true, but production again, when y'all are leaving out scoring.
All I'm saying is you
don't situational football.
Yeah, you see, this is
in other words, he's not producing any more than Tua is if he can't do that in a big game.
That's what I was gonna just say, Color.
Performance.
He's just doing it against the scrubs. Where has he done good at in big games for us? Dade County, go ahead. Because I'll
for Tua, bro.
Yeah. I'm going to show the stats. I'm going to bring up the stats. Give me 1 second unless you want to do it,
Color. And whenever you bring up some stats, make sure you tell me who the quarterback was that week.
Well, that one they don't itemize, Pete. You're going to have to figure that one out on your own. You're going to have to go through the big games we played and find out.
Like
you know what
I
mean?
Steady quarterback play. If you get this man, give these wide receivers steady quarterback play, I'm sure you'll get way better numbers and more consistent numbers. My drops will be off.
That's why. Look,
if I'm going from a right-handed quarterback to a left-handed quarterback every other play,
here's where you've made an assumption too, and I want to point out, I've never said that I'll be butthurt.
Hold on. They don't credit wide receivers with a woefully bad pass. That's not the way that works.
And hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. Do elite receivers make even backups look good? Yes or no?
Yeah, they do because freaking what's his name's Geno Smith was making him look good.
I don't know. Devontae didn't do much for Derek Carr.
Before you even move forward, look at their numbers this year,
Adam,
and then tell me that they still didn't.
I'm gonna tell you. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games is all he had that were over 100 yards. Only 6.
Right. He had. So here's I think a way to say it.
He had 23 yards versus the Jets, 39 versus the Bengals.
Hold on,
Pete.
66 versus Cleveland.
Tua being a bad quarterback all year long. Now you're trying to make it seem like Tua is a good quarterback, and they're just not doing. They're not pulling their weight. I thought these guys were carrying Tua. Wasn't that what the guy Damian said earlier?
I'm not even gonna have. I don't even. You're opening up a whole.
Like y'all jumping on both sides. Like, bro, that's crazy, bro. Well, whatever. Hey, let's agree to disagree. We ain't gonna change nobody's mind. So, all right, I get it. I see it. Next subject, y'all can change.
What I'm trying to say is, bro, like the production that you're talking about will help your team beat a bunch of bad teams and get you into the playoffs. The production situationally in the okay, so what I'm saying is the production will get you there. The catch percentage on a receiver will get you touchdowns in the playoffs. That's all I'm trying to say.
And like I told you earlier, I'm not disputing.
Like Durham Smythe, dude. Durham Smythe's catch percentage is higher than Jalen Waddle.
How many
with
times
a large sample size from last year?
With a larger sample size, but that's still nowhere near Jalen Waddle.
Last year, bro. You don't think, bro? Jalen Waddle's rate last year was 74%, and with over 400 targets, Durham Smythe was 83.
Bro, so you're telling me they throw to Smythe just as much as they throw to Waddle?
That's why again, percentage avoids that. The sample size is large enough for both players.
Like I said, I ain't
That's the
disputing
point
that
of
a
me
man
bringing
has
up
dropped.
the percentage.
All I'm saying is his production outweighs it. Y'all want to say he had a bad game?
What it means
no
is,
problem.
look,
I'm
what it
agreeing
means is
to
this.
that, and I'm sure
Durham Smythe's average yards per catch last year was 10, right? And his catch percentage was 85%. Okay? That means that on 3rd and 10, you are 85% to get a first down from Durham Smythe. That's what that means. Just is what it is. That's why I bring up percentage, because it's a number that shows you how clutch a person is. Consistent. That's what the percentage tells you. Durham Smythe last year, you throw 100 passes to him, he catches 85 of them. Jalen Waddle would have caught 80 or would have caught 74. So the number of passes don't matter with a percentage.
But what is the production with that said number?
Enough to get you to the playoffs. That's about it.
No, you're saying that because you're in your feelings.
I'm just saying that it's irrelevant if you can't do it in the clutch.
And all I'm saying is you've seen him have one bad game in a playoff clutch game, and now you're saying move off.
Now you're going back to accusing me of only going on one game. So then we're back to where we're square
one. Like I said, we're not changing each other's minds, so we may as well move on.
The whole thing is nobody's
proved to you that I wasn't going based on one game, but that wasn't enough.
Because you're still making your assumption, you're still making your thing based off of the clutch game, which is only one game.
Because they knew they had the guy in the room in the building.
I didn't call him a wide receiver 4, and you could talk me up to 3.
So nobody's untouchable. Kansas City just showed us that nobody's untouchable.
Y'all act like that man ain't carry all this.
When it comes to wide receivers, so that's all I got to say about the trade thing.
And what's this carry all, man? You mean we?
I just got to be honest, man. I just want
he carried our offense all year, and for some reason now we're talking about moving off of it.
Hey, Color. So check this out. Greer comes out
when it comes to making your team better.
Hey, Color, check this out.
They didn't move on Tyreek because the Tyreek's numbers. They moved on from him because of his salary, and they couldn't afford him. So they said, "Fuck it, I might as well trade him and get some value over losing him to the free agency market."
Actually, you're incorrect. Actually, you're incorrect, Big Philly.
He was under contract. He was
Big Philly. This is why I say you're incorrect. They offered him a contract. He just didn't want it.
Let's be welcome, Big Philly. First of all, how you doing, bro? I got the same question for you then.
Thank you,
I know it's a matter of we got a lot of value with Waddle because obviously we got him a lot of control over him. Okay, so again, I'll reiterate that I would not be butthurt if we kept him. Okay, I still think he's great. I still think he has room to correct the problems he's been having. I said that. And I wouldn't be butthurt if we kept him. My question was, Big Philly, if one of these 90% of the teams in the league comes knocking on the door wanting to give you a wide receiver one bag, do you go ahead and cut bait now and take it?
No, and I'm going to tell you why. This offense is built on those two speedsters. That's what it's built on. When they're not effective, but wait. Let me get to my point. You asked me the question. You know what I'm saying? This offense was built. When you take out Waddle and Tyreek, how does this offense function?
Why do they get substituted so much then, Big Philly?
Because of the run.
Act like you fucking know football.
Why do they get substituted so much if it's so much around?
I'm gonna answer Pete.
Well, what did we have in 2020 when we scored 25 points a game?
Say it again? Bro, that's a different offense. That was a different offense.
What Jalen Waddle did we have when we scored?
But Connor, you can't compare those two teams because those are different offenses. They're built different. They were built completely different.
Why did we change it? If we were scoring 25 points per game, why did we change it?
Bro, but we went from bottom of the pack in passing yards to number 3, number 6, whatever the fuck we are now.
But giving us the same amount of points.
We had 2 wide receivers.
Moving the ball in between the 20s is irrelevant if you can't get in the end zone.
But that's not our fault. That's the coaching that they can't get other guys involved. Our big receivers and tight ends, like Jasicki, like
if we say that, then we're McDaniel haters. So which one do you want us to be, bro?
We're not McDaniel haters. He's just a young coach. Give him time.
Definitely not. Sheba, definitely not an Alabama fan, and definitely not even a Tua fan. So get your shit together.
Yeah.
Actually, Ralph, they do not count defensive scores in the points per game on offense. I did the math.
They don't.
Yeah, but we didn't score much this year on defense anyways.
And we didn't score much enough on defense that year to make a difference in the numbers.
Nah, you tripping. Yo, we had a couple touchdowns for on our defense.
That wasn't enough to make a difference in the overall numbers over 17 game sample size. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that both teams relied on one side of the ball on both years. This year they relied on offense, and last year was our defense.
They gave you the same production and output, the same offensive output.
Not really. The offensive output this year was a lot better. But as far as its yardage, it's a lot better, bro.
He's talking about the result, Big Philly. The end result was the same.
I understand what he's talking about, bro, but he's nitpicking one thing over the overall. He's nitpicking in the red zone. He's nitpicking the red zone scores.
I ain't saying nothing about the red zone. I'm talking about production as far as scoring.
You're talking about scores. You just said scoring. That's red zone.
Guess what, guys? I changed my mind. Jalen Waddle is the wide receiver one, and we still need to do quarterback.
But Gunner, that's not the point. I understand where you were coming from, but the problem is that this offense specifically, if you get rid of one, it's gonna make it. They're gonna change it. That's what I'm saying.
Don't. You can replace them. Nobody's irreplaceable.
Look, dude,
changing the tires on a Nissan.
You could actually upgrade it.
Ain't gonna do nothing, bro.
You can actually upgrade. You know how easily.
Act like there's not a lot of good wide receivers coming around and coming out of college lately. Coming around the league.
We got 2 top 10 wide receivers, regardless whether you guys want to admit it or not. We got 2 top 10.
Actually, we don't. We have one. Jalen Waddle is not in the top 10 right now.
And we also have the number 2 receivers in the league with drops. So that's a concern. Is that not a concern? In a playoff game, Big Philly, we just saw what we saw with Jalen Waddle. This is something we have to accept and move forward as a fan base, including next year, because we know this. He's a body catcher. So in big games on 3rd downs or even 4th downs, we can't trust this guy.
Do you guys consider Gabe Davis a wide receiver 1 that's in a back or that's in a wide receiver 2 position?
No, but he'll fit perfectly better.
I know what you would think, Pete. I'm asking Big Philly and Dave. Do you guys think that Gabe Davis is truly a wide receiver 1 that's just in a wide receiver 2 role?
Hell no.
You, Big Philly?
Gabe Davis probably don't play on another roster.
Okay, well, Gabe Davis has had
Now you're
multiple.
being extreme.
Gabe Davis has had multiple 150-plus yard gain performances with multiple touchdowns in multiple
I
games,
continue to tell you the same thing,
including
Color.
one
You're naming somebody who has a consistent offense
caught
who
200
is
plus
always
yards,
there Sunday in and
4
Sunday out.
touchdowns
Our
on
offense
8
changes every
receptions.
week. You're naming somebody that has consistent quarterback play, and we don't.
Right.
So why are
right.
you naming?
So you're
Like that's what I'm saying. Like how are you trying to
Dade County,
switch
listen,
quarterbacks every year?
because Dade County, you can only attribute about half of that to Josh Allen. Let me ask you this.
How when he's throwing 100% of the
Well,
passes?
let me ask you this. That performance that night that I just referred to, what would that stat line be? Currently it was 200 yards plus reception yards on 8 receptions and 4 touchdowns. That's what we're talking here. Okay. So let's say that 3 of those receptions were dropped. Does he have 200 yards, 8 receptions and 4 touchdowns?
Of course not.
So that's about how many you can account to Josh Allen if you consider Gabe Davis a wide receiver too.
Still okay, but at the end of the day,
I mean, any way you look at it, bro.
At the end of the day, nobody's untradeable.
Hey, all due respect, Color. Gabe Davis, yeah, he has almost.
Sheba, again, I want goddamn I want Lamar here, but I'm not willing to get off Waddle. I want Waddle, Lamar, and Tyreek.
The thing of it is, do you know really truly why Gabe Davis is only a wide receiver 2 at best? Did you notice how many teams were knocking down the door for him last year in the offseason to snatch him from Buffalo? None. So it is all Josh Allen. I'd agree with you there. But again,
he has 1,800 yards.
But again, that's addressing the 1,000-pound elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. Our quarterback.
Color.
Color,
This is the
all this whole time.
Color. Check
what
this
are you
out.
Saying?
Color, check this out.
You're holding.
Yes, I know this, Dave. That's why I haven't wanted to have this argument with you.
When the quarterback play has been up and down.
That's why I was hoping. But Dave, that's why I was hoping it wasn't you to have this argument with me, because I'm trying to get them to see that point too.
Color, check this out.
I can either trash Waddle or I can trash the quarterback.
Bro, look, we already know Dave doesn't trash the quarterback. Dave says Tua plays well when he plays well. When he doesn't play well, I'll call him on his shit too. I'm just not an extremist.
Got to explain the drop.
Like, yo, I'm off
Something has to explain the drop in catch percentage.
And that's the inconsistent quarterback play.
Dude, the majority of those games were with Tua.
If you do it right.
I understand. Hey, Crypto, I get what you're saying. I understand that. But what you do still have to take.
He doesn't get credit for a drop.
Crypto, I give you. I understand what you're saying. But Crypto, there is a difference when I have to worry about where the ball's going to be on each throw because I don't know who's throwing the ball.
This is the crappy part about it. Hold on, Dave. I gotta say something.
Regardless of your numbers,
I gotta say something. This is what makes it so crappy about having a guy like Tua, okay? Because they want to immediately point to, oh, well, look how many drops he had in San Francisco and LA. But then I turn around and tell you who was dropping the ball, and everybody went, oh no, Color. Which is it?
Here's what I'll say, Color. Jalen Waddle is only top 10 in one stat, and that's yards. He's not even top 20 in receptions. Right. He's probably not even top 15 in touchdowns.
Like I said, what does he do with those catches? He's productive with those bitches.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying you don't move off nobody like that.
You're.
I mean, but River Craycraft could be productive with
catches. Look at this number before I say this, but you're still leaving out touchdowns as part of the production calculus.
And go quarterback. No, I'm not. You talking to me?
Whoever.
Yeah. Because look, if you're saying
Jalen Waddle falls under the quarterback. That still falls.
Everybody likes to pick their own favorite stat, right?
Jalen Waddle is an elite wide receiver, but
Jalen Waddle
not untouchable.
Look, Jalen Waddle is not Dade. Dade, you
Numbers
pick
are
whatever
different.
you want to pick. Pick your favorite stat and pick whatever you want. But check this out. In receptions, as a wide receiver, Jalen Waddle doesn't even hit top 20. In yards, he hits top 10. Okay? In touchdowns, he's not even top 15. But in drops, he's probably in the top 2. So pick your favorite stat, what you like. But
So
at the end
basically,
of the
what you're
day,
saying. So basically, like I said, you're still making my argument. With less
this
catches,
is
he is more productive than most
Right,
of the league.
because McDaniel came in and started stretching the field, so his passes to him are longer and take
or the
and
double
are
coverage
longer
on
distance.
Tyreek
So
Hill.
it's his
And
fault
guess
that
what
he's in the
happened when
offense.
we started? Right,
Exactly, Pete.
So
That's
it's
what I'm
his
So
fault
saying.
guess
he's
what
running
happened?
this
Let me
The
finish.
offense.
gravity
Let
of
me
the
finish.
gravity of another
Let me
player
finish. What
causes
that
production in
says
another.
is, look what happened when we started
Thank
throwing
you, Color.
longer distances to Waddle.
Crypto.
His catch rate plummeted.
Yep.
Repeat.
I mean,
the reason for the production is because Mike McDaniel came in and stretched the field, so the passes to Waddle are longer. So his catch percentage plummeted because he has a harder time catching longer balls than shorter ones.
And I'm not
Wide
hating
receiver
on
one
Waddle.
doesn't have that problem.
I like what he does when he has the ball in his hands. I really do. That little reverse we did with him yesterday that he almost scored on, I like that. You know what I'm saying? He's elusive. I think moving forward, he should be on every kick return, just like he was on some kick returns yesterday, and on every punt return. And we should
that'll actually
utilize him.
improve his catching.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should utilize him more, and
Catch
I
the
like
way
him.
he does returning
But
punts, you're gonna muff a few.
yeah, but if we can use him in a trade package, for example, trade Tua, trade Waddle for like a Lamar Jackson, I'm all for it. I'm happy.
They're not gonna
I'm saying,
do that.
Big Philly, get out of your feelings. I'm saying if they
This ain't
can.
my feelings. I can care less about whether we keep Tua or not. People who know and watch my show know that I started off this year not a Tua fan. That has nothing to do with it. What I'm saying is they're not going to do it.
Everybody always assuming.
Yeah, bro. Everybody just
Hold
assumes
on.
because I
Wait a
push
minute.
back that I'm a Tua fan. I'm not a
Everybody,
Tua fan.
You can
everybody
defend the team
assuming
without
that
being
production
a
But you
certain
do
player.
understand how we
and the
wouldn't want to
consistency of the
bring that up.
quarterback
We have to
was
illustrate it
brought
the way
up.
I am, because the second we even speak the man's name, the panel devolves for 3 hours into an argument about Tua and every other quarterback in the
No,
league.
this shit started because you called Waddle a wide receiver 3. That's
And by the way, let me ask you a question.
That's why this
Yeah,
shit
and
started.
where did we arrive? And where did we arrive? Wait a minute.
I can't let that
Wait a minute, Dave.
Hell
Wait a
no.
minute, Dave. Where did we arrive? We arrived at me bumping him up and conceding that he's a wide receiver too, and we arrived at
That's what he is in this
putting the.
offense.
But we also arrived at putting the
Stand
responsibly
on his
sorely at the
damn.
feet of who it belongs, the quarterback,
Up and down. Bro, if your
without
quarterback
putting
stays
any
in there,
name on the quarterback.
regardless of anything,
Can I ask you a question?
This year we suffered from not knowing who the hell was playing week to week. That's the problem. That was our issue on offense and why
That was the issue.
as it should have been. Hey, but I got a phone call. I'll get with y'all later.
Glad it did.
All right, Dave.
Hey, Cutter, question: how did this conversation come up? Is this in regards to? Because
I said I made the bold statement. I made the bold statement that Waddle is a wide receiver 3 in the league wide.
Okay, but why? Because of the drops in the playoff game specifically.
That's what everybody assumes, but no, that's part of it.
And
But
and
not
and
totally.
also his lack of run blocking, how they substitute him so much.
Real quick, guys, real quick.
Tyreek doesn't either.
Guys, real quick. I want to do this real quick because somebody had pointed out, how does he, or at least asked the question, how does he look in comparison with Tua throwing to him as others? Okay, look, I'm gonna start with early in the season. I think I said he was starting off good, mid 80 percentile. Catch rate dropped into the mid 70s for a couple games and then dropped into the mid 60s and has been dropping ever since to yesterday's 20% performance. Okay, for a total of 64.1 catch rate on the year. Okay, so let me start at the game where he first got into the 60s. that was 66.7% catch rate against the why is that so late? Oh, because I have it itemized a different way. Let me go this way. I'm sorry. Let me go back to itemizing it by the game order. Okay, so when his first 66 performance was against Buffalo. Okay. He had 60% against Minnesota. That was Teddy Bridgewater, fair enough, but he also fumbled the ball.
And lost us the game with that fumble. But go ahead.
The second meeting against New England, 60%. The win against Baltimore, 57.9. The loss to the Chargers, Tua in, 50%. The loss to Houston, the win against Houston, 50%. The loss to Buffalo in Buffalo, 42.9%. The loss to Cincinnati the night Tua got injured, 40%. And, of course, to follow that up with the San Francisco loss, not last week. I don't have numbers because they don't show the playoff game here. Oh, actually, they do already. Okay. San Francisco loss, 20% catch rate.
Man, imagine we trade him to the Jaguars for their first pick.
Now, hold on now.
Or the
hold on
Bears.
Now. Hold on now.
The Bears.
Hold on now. So with the 3 clutch drops yesterday, okay, and I'm not going to argue about overthrown and defended and all that nonsense. They were laid right in his hands, okay? With those 3 drops, besides them being clutch plays that could have easily led to points, his catch percentage yesterday was 42.9%. And that's only at 6.29 yards per target.
And that was with the 2 big drop balls.
That's with the 3, yes. He was 7 targets.
He had 2.
He had
Tyree
4 drops on the day. He had 4 drops on the day. 7 targets for 3 receptions.
I didn't see the other one.
Right. 7
You
targets.
didn't see it?
7 targets.
I wasn't watching, bro. I was at a party, dog.
7 targets for 3 receptions, 44 yards. Yards per target, 6.29. 1 attempt at 8 yards of rushing almost scored him a touchdown, so he almost redeemed himself.
And by the way, those 2 bombs that he did drop, both sides of the ball were having issues on that side of the field.
Okay, so fair enough, Big Philly. Now I wasn't going to trick you like I did the other guys, right? But yesterday, somebody had on the field had 5 targets for 3 receptions and 51 yards. That was Sharik. That was Buffalo's wide receiver.
That was the one that came out of nowhere.
Right, that was their wide receiver 4.
Yeah, that was their 4.
Okay. Yesterday, Waddle had 7 targets, 3 receptions, for 44 yards.
Yeah, but Sharik too. Those were a lot of big chunk plays too.
Bro, just be realistic here. In a playoff game,
it's true though.
In a playoff game, a wide receiver 4 outperformed Jalen Waddle.
Tough catches.
Hey, but hold on, Color. So how many yards did Waddle end with yesterday?
44.
44.
Here's the thing, Big Philly.
Hold on, Color. 44
2 out of those 3. I know where you're going, Pete. If only 2 of those 3 drops were caught, that's another 100 yards on his day.
I love you, Color.
Yeah,
and that's a big
Hold on. But Color, now let me ask you a question, Color, since you guys want to be so directed.
And another 2
Hold on. How many of those catches? But wait, bro. But how many of those catches that Sharik caught were in the same side and the same part of the field where Waddle?
I'm not trying to compare. Look,
I'm just saying that
into the trap. Why are you
not a
going
trap.
this far? All you're doing is telling me there are two
all
wide
I'm saying,
receiver four.
all I'm saying is that both teams had issues
Yes,
on
and
that
all
side
you're
of the
doing is
field.
telling me. All you're doing is telling me we now have two wide receiver fours on the field. That's all you're telling me.
Bro, we played a great fucking game with a third string quarterback. Let's be real.
And the other guy put up the stat
fail
too,
to see
Color.
how that has anything to do with Waddle's failure in production over the season.
Waddle
when it
probably
comes to
has
his
over
catch rate.
200
He put up
yards.
1,300 yards, Color. How much more do you want him to do? He
Again,
put up 1,300 yards, 8 touchdowns,
none of that mattered.
75
None of it
catches.
mattered.
He did
None of
better
that-
than majority of the wide receivers in this fucking league did.
If I
What
started
is Tariq done all year?
if I started throwing longer passes to you and you dropped
Color,
your
what was Tariq's
still
fucking
have more
stats
yards.
all season?
You know what's crazy, Color? That if River Craycraft had the same amount of targets, the same amount of catches, but the same amount of drops, they would be crucifying River Craycraft right now. He sucks. We should. Yeah, but
What you're failing to acknowledge again, what you're failing to acknowledge again is the reason I'm bringing up percentage.
Bro,
I don't give a shit.
Color.
Runs for
I understand.
200,000 yards.
I understand you're saying that Waddle has a lot of drop balls, but he also catches the ball a lot too, bro. Because that's 13.
If you throw it,
you're glossing over the fact that he's
and
emphasizing percentage.
Hold on, and all due respect,
I
bro.
think you're missing each other.
All due respect, dog. And you know I love you. But bro, you just compared Gabe Davis and Waddle in 2 seasons, has a season less than him.
he didn't compare them. He didn't compare them.
He's just
So
saying
that
that you're compared to number ones.
Wait, let Big Philly finish. Is that going to make me an evil person or something?
No, it doesn't make you. It doesn't make you evil, bro. I'm not one of them.
Well, you had to preface it with reminding me that you love me, so I thought maybe it was going to make me.
Bro, you have to, bro, because then you get attacked, and then they say that you don't like somebody. That ain't true. I love everybody. I'm just saying.
Why attack me though?
I'm not attacking. I'm trying to.
I'm saying you said that I get attacked. Well, why would somebody
not
do
you?
that for what I said?
Not you. I said they attack people.
Right.
They
Why would
attack
they do that?
people because they come out because bro, they don't like that. They
Because
disagree
their
with somebody.
argument is weak.
Because they don't like other people's opinions.
Because their argument is weak. That's why.
And you know who he's talking about, they, right, Color? He's talking about you in all reality when he's saying they.
Nah, tampoco así. Don't be putting shit in my head like that, Pete. Don't be doing
okay.
that,
I thought you were talking about Color because you are Color. You were the one that said, "I love you" to Color.
Because bro,
you were worried about how Color cooks you.
I say the same shit about Lou when me and Lou disagree.
So real quick, remember me?
I always start out that way.
Guys, remember me telling you? Remember me telling you what Jalen Waddle's performance was in Houston against Houston? Remember that?
We can't. It's too many stats.
Okay, hold on. Well, I don't want to lose the page. That's why I'm doing that. Okay.
Perfect.
It was let me just pull it up. Damn.
You didn't even remember it, Color.
Well, here's the thing. No, I got it. It's just here's the thing. Hold on. Let me get there.
You gotta get there.
50%. Okay, so he was 10 for 5, 10 targets, 5 receptions for 85 yards in Houston, no touchdowns. Okay. Now, at a 50% catch rate, if that was all he had done, and we're not talking about 85 yards there, okay, I would have benched him just like I would have benched him yesterday. And you all say, hey, who would you have benched him for, Color? I would have benched him for this. Same yardage, more yardage than yesterday, 55 yards instead of 41 or whatever the hell it was, 44. Okay. And I would have benched him for 4 targets for 4 receptions and 100% catch rate. That's who I would have benched him for. And you know who that is against Houston? Who had those numbers? Tell him, Pete. Tell him.
River Craycraft?
You nailed it.
I'm telling you, man.
You know
There's
why?
something special about
because
that
the
guy.
football in your hands means more to me than all that yardage that Jalen Waddle gained this year. In a playoff game, the football in the wide receiver's hands at the first down marker, Tyreek Hill, is more important to me than all the yardage in the world.
No.
And that is a fair statement. For anybody to want to attack me over that is ridiculous. We're calling, I pointed out one misstep by Tyreek Hill. He corrected himself like a champion wide receiver one does. Jalen Waddle didn't.
Hey, so Color, we've been on this Jalen Waddle for a little minute, and I just want
Call him
to
a 2, call him a 10. I don't care. He's not a wide receiver one. And if somebody's willing to give me a bag for a wide receiver one for Jalen Waddle, I'm taking it. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, man.
I'm not butthurt if we keep him.
I'm not butthurt.
still a great
I agree with
receiver.
that. I do. I don't mind if we keep him, but if we can trade him and let's say to the Bears, I'll be willing to trade Tua and Waddle to the Bears. What do they have? The number 2 overall pick?
Why would they trade him to the Bears when they have?
Here's the thing, Big Philly.
Because
look what Sheba says.
Fields is hurt.
Now
he
Sheba
gets hurt.
says
They can have a good backup.
Sheba says Lockett would have helped us yesterday. Do you agree with that statement or disagree, Big Philly?
Yeah, Lockett does
on the
catch.
surface. On the surface.
I don't know. I Seattle that yesterday against San Francisco on Saturday.
Fair enough, but I'm talking about our situation yesterday, giving what
you guys are not even going to believe what I'm going to say.
Hold on, Pete. What do you think he would have helped us?
I think that Waddle did what he had to do yesterday. He had
bro, you're not being fair.
Cole Beasley.
Hold on.
Here's the point I was trying to make, bro. Nobody is flipping out on Sheba right now for saying that, is my point.
And that's the problem.
And Dade County gave me Lockett as a wide receiver 2 in the league. Yet nobody's flipping out on Sheba right now because our beloved Jalen Waddle underperformed a wide receiver 4 yesterday when it was time to step up. Wide receiver 1s step up. And if you disagree with me, you're just being disingenuous. I mean, really, you're just being disagreeable.
I just think that you're taking.
I think most football minds would agree with that statement.
But again, I think that you guys are jumping the gun, and because of one game, you're gonna decide to.
Now we're back to the one game. Okay, so everything I just showed you is null and void.
Okay, but at the same time,
he was going back to me pointing out one game. Then I've literally gone nowhere.
But again, Color, I'm just saying based off of what he's done productive all season. Yes, he has the high drops, but he's still when he gets the ball, he's productive. And that's where I do agree with Dave.
And we're going to continue to ignore the fumble in the Minnesota game.
Well, that shit hurt. I was there. That hurt. Bro, but it is what it is. We lost.
Yeah, no big deal because nobody saw it. You were at the stadium with me, and only Vikings fans saw it anyway.
Bro, that game was hard to watch, but it was a good game. It was hard to watch.
You know what I mean, though, bro. That's why you and I actually, have a kindred spirit because you know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. And it's painful that we go to a stadium.
The issue with that play where he fumbled, where he was trying to make a play.
No, I'm talking about the fact that our stadium was still lavender, clean into the home section.
Yeah, bro, but this is Miami, though. Miami does opportunistic town, bro. They're gonna buy and sell. But it's true. I sell my tickets.
And how the hell did we take over MetLife every year? How the hell do they have it?
Because
they can't even.
Well, but there is a lot of Dolphins fans. There is a lot of Dolphins fans, and
how many do you know as well as I do? Half the crew down here traveled up there, bro.
Well, I know I didn't because I couldn't afford that shit. You know what I'm saying? I was a little broke.
Me neither. That's my point.
But then again, that's why I sold my tickets.
That's my point, Big Philly. You and I are stuck getting ripped off at Hard Rock for the product we saw against Minnesota.
Look, bro, I don't take it offensive when I see other fan bases because
Nothing
I
but purple in
understand.
the stadium. There was nothing but purple in the stadium.
Right, but Minnesota fans travel, bro. There's gonna be certain like, what do you expect next season when we play Dallas?
I don't
But
buy
what do
it.
you? But wait,
I
but
don't
Gunner,
buy it.
what do you?
They sold out
Gunner,
our season tickets
Gunner,
before the season even started. I don't buy that.
but you know why, right? You want to know
Yeah,
why?
I know why. I know why, and I have
So tell me why.
inside info. Yo, Big Philly, I know exactly why, and I have inside info. At least one of our members here at the Fins Tailgate has direct inside info that they're putting a stop to that. More to come.
Oh, I already know it. No, I already
You know
know
what
it.
I'm talking about then.
I already know it
You
because I already know
got
what
the
they're
info.
doing. I already know what they're doing.
And
The thing is, I already knew.
they're doing
I
it
already knew
YouTube
3-4
style,
years
bro.
ago.
Yo, they're doing it YouTube style. They're not letting anybody know that was against the guidelines, and they're just deleting.
Bro, literally, this is PS5 shit. Is what they're doing. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, they and everybody's like,
I
I didn't know you
and they
couldn't do that.
resell.
Well, guess what? Like I said, they're using YouTube guidelines. They're saying we don't let our guidelines available to the public, so nobody knows how to break the rules. That's what they're perpetrating on
Bro, but
everybody.
they've been doing that for the past like 3-4 years, bro. I know players and ticket holders that buy tickets just to watch their team play.
Not to toot my own namesake, but they're doing a mass culling, bro. Right now.
Good. I hope they do. I hope they do.
Did you go to the game, the Jets game, last game of the season?
Nope. I sold them to a Dolphin fan.
Bro, they were asking for tickets at your seat, like at the aisle. And they do that every once in a while, but it's rare. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like the actual ushers were asking for
the usher when you walk through the tunnel and go up to your seat.
I send the 100s and they always ask me for my tickets.
No, they do it. They do it kind of if you make eye contact with them or something. But they were asking everybody as a matter of routine against the Jets.
Well, yeah, because a lot of motherfuckers they buy tickets in the 300s and pop down in the 100 section. That's what they all do. That's what most people do. And that's the sad part.
Is that what they do when they're expecting a low turnout, Big Philly?
Well, way back in the day when I got my first season tickets, which was the season after the 1-15 season, a lot of people did that.
No. I mean, right. But I mean, why does the Dolphins care? I mean, at least throw us a little bone. If nobody showed up, let us go down and take those seats, you know?
They care because you didn't pay for it.
Especially if you're wearing a Dolphin gear.
I know, right?
Hey, look, bro,
I get treated as fans.
I'm gonna tell you.
Look, you're right, Big
I'm gonna tell y'all a story. I'm gonna tell y'all a quick story. And this is why I understand where y'all coming from. But at the same time, I respect the Dolphins. So my wife is Haitian. She's a black girl. Okay. I have 3 nieces. Well, 2 nieces and a nephew. Okay. So the oldest is 7. Last year, I took them to their first Dolphin game. Okay, I bought them all 2 jerseys. For those who all hate my ass, I bought them all 2 jerseys. Why? Because that was the only shit at Walmart. Okay, so I bought them all 2 jerseys, and we rode out to the game. I have pictures.
You seen that guy comforting his crying kid? He bought him a Waddle jersey,
but he had a Tua jersey on.
Yeah, true.
So, anyways,
his kid was smarter than he is.
If you're going to the game, you buy the jersey at the game.
His kid was like, I don't want that Tua jersey, Dad. Give me that Waddle jersey.
But listen, so I go, right? We got tickets in the 300 section. I think that year
I'm sorry, Big Billy. He's like, you trying to get me stuffed in a locker at school, man. Don't give me that Tua jersey.
Bro, them kids, they don't know any better, bro. I love them kids. But listen, bro, so we got 3. I took them to the game. I had 4 tickets that year, the season tickets. And I was in the 300 section. As I'm walking to my seats, we went early. I took to out there by the team store. They have a bunch of kid shit to do, like draft day combine shit, and then they have this little trailer with a bunch of old video games like Blitz and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Fight Club, all that bullshit. So I took them there, they played, and then we went up to our seats. Well, on my way up, there was a representative. He pulled me aside and he brought me down to the 100 section. Because they go, are these your kids? I said, my nieces, but it's their first game. And they did a whole thing for them, bro. I got pictures with the first game banner, a bunch of shit with them kids. So I can't complain, bro. Dolphins always treated me right.
Well, that was back when they cared about us, bro.
No, they still care about us because nobody buys the tickets. They ain't got no tickets to sell.
Bro, that $5 of water when it's 99 degrees outside is ridiculous, dude.
But that's
they're trying to kill people.
It's a business.
Trying to kill people, bro.
But you know you can bring water in the stadium. You can bring water, it just cannot be open. And you can refill in the water fountains.
What water fountain?
There's water fountains there by the bathrooms. They're somewhere. They're at the theirs. I've seen them because I've seen them there's one by my seat.
Well, from now on, I'm hunting you down at the stadium when I get tickets on the sun side. I'm hunting you down.
They have to. Because you got people with illnesses and shit. They have
That's what I would have thought. That's what
diabetics, bro. We can't go without drinking water for more than an hour, bro.
You had a bunch of people huddling in the freaking elevator shaft because the AC was on in there.
Hey, but Cutter,
people were riding the elevator up and down for no reason.
Hey, I love you, bro. I got an appointment to attend to.
Hey, tell everybody where we can find you, bro.
Hey, bro, Miami fan talk. I'll be on tonight at 7:05, brother. I love all y'all motherfuckers. King DT, I see you on there. I just seen you pop up.
Oh,
Crypto
no shit.
Pete. I love Pete.
I didn't even notice.
Yo, Pete,
What's up, brother?
I say it all the time. I tell Cap, yo, you gotta bring Pete on here, bro. I love Pete's takes. It's funny as fuck.
Well,
I gotta come on once in a while.
You got some homework next time we meet up at the stadium. You got to show me these water fountains.
Hey, guess what? I'll be there training camp.
I will too. I'm definitely
later, bro.
All right, Philly. Have a good day.
That's a good guy. That's the kind of guy that hates my takes, but it doesn't have to be all wanting to fight.
That's the way I took it too. Like I feel like with Big Philly, I can hang out at the game with him, have a good time. But he doesn't agree because he called me hilarious, and in a way, he's like, "Pete, you're hilarious. I love you." I don't agree with that shit.
That's what happens. Pete, that's what happens when you actually shake a man's hand in real life. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You got to be out there.
Two of them are on this panel. I hope to shake Pete's hand one day, and I certainly
Cutter. Look, you know what?
Pete. I'm still mad at fucking Pete today.
Lewis, I love you.
Today. Calling me out, man.
Lewis, you got to call me out too. He's 32. He's 32, Lewis.
Yo, I'm willing. I'm willing. Like I said, I ain't gonna be hurt if we keep him. And I think he can correct his issues. He is a star. Okay, don't get me wrong. He still can prove to me he's a wide receiver one. It's not done with yet. But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm talking about. And Sam Skeet, I appreciate your comment. I'm not trying to disparage you at all personally or your comment, really. I'm just saying it's interesting. He says Waddle is still a young talent, which I agree with. Get that boy some good coaching, which I also agree with. Give me a weekend with the kid. He'll be catching everything thrown to him. But
he'll stay on the ground.
My only issue with the statement is, how much better can we get than Wes Welker? I mean, everybody's Wes Welker. I mean,
everybody said he's going to be the saving grace in the wide receiver room.
I've said it before, and now yesterday proved it. Xavier Howard has better hands than Jalen Waddle.
And the thing I'll say about Welker, and
arguably 50% of the wide receivers in this league.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say real quick too.
You could be a great receiver and have great hands, but not be a good teacher. So I mean, it is what it is. I know we have Welker, but that doesn't make that he's a great teacher. He was just a great wide receiver.
Fair enough. That's why it was a sort of tongue in cheek. I didn't mean.
I got you. No, I got you.
Keith's statement. You know what I mean? Because I agree. Obviously, the coaching ain't working out, whether it's Wes Welker or not. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Sam Skeet's he's like, clearly we can get better if he's not teaching the simple fundamentals of catching. Yeah, you're right. That's what we're missing is them simple fundamentals, and that is squarely on the coach, big name coach or not. Absolutely.
And I want to say this real quick too. Like, I love Big Philly. I go by, pop in, show him support all the time too. But I think his experience as a fan at the stadium and with the Miami Dolphins may not be everybody's. I'd be hard pressed to sit there and say that they care about all the fans. No, it's just like he said. It's contradicting what he said. It's his own words contradicted his own words. It's a business. They don't give a shit about you. They give a shit about your money. That's what it's about. So it's not that they genuinely care about you as the fan. They care about your money and your wallet as the fan. That only goes as far as you guys let it go.
In our reality,
that's
you're
probably true.
Kind of right.
A good owner,
you're kind of right.
That falls on the owner, because a good owner, if you look at it, an owner, I mean, these owners have like, they're like sovereign power. So you could look at them like a king.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, even though the king is sovereign, owns all the land, owns all the people, they're all his subjects, right? The king still has a certain guest host responsibility with all the nobles. And that's why a king can be overthrown by the power of the nobles. You know what I mean? And right now, it's our nobles that are failing us. Like Capitan pointed out earlier today or last night, can't remember which, he's pointing out the fact that they're catering to this rich side of the fan base that can afford to do all this stuff and afford to dump all their money into a mediocre product.
Right. That's they care about the people that are buying those expensive seats. Yeah, they care about the people that are buying the expensive seats, the expensive season tickets, and buying the, what do they call those again, Kohler? The booths, the
suites, the club suites,
the suites. Yeah, the club suites and stuff like that. That's they'll give more shit about that. But at the end of the day, like I said,
I'm not saying they have to boycott or that's going to work either. What I'm saying is they have to be the ones to start raising their fist to Ross. Ross don't see us raising our fist. Just bottom line.
Exactly. We're too far down the totem pole, if you want to call it that. They would ever see that.
Our rich people in our fan base are failing us.
But
just like Roman patricians would fail the plebes.
Absolutely.
Well,
but
a lot of rich owners are failing their franchise.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, and this is where I see it, like, listen, though it's going to make more noise when the ones that are paying probably $10,000 for a club suite stop paying the $10,000 for a club suite, or whatever it cost. Yeah, that would probably be more noticeable. But at the end of the day, every single fan counts. If you stop buying fucking jerseys, stop buying the goddamn posters and shirts and hats and all this other shit, season tickets, all this bullshit, because you follow the money, that's all they give a fuck about. If they start seeing the seats, and here's the other problem. That's the only way that you can force a change. Aside from that, they don't give a fuck what we have to say. It's not like they put a poll out for the fans and say, hey, what would you guys like to see?
Right, right. Here's another representative we have that's failing us. Derek's right. That's what Holland was saying. We're not just going to stand here and accept mediocrity. That tolerance has burned out over the last 30 years. The problem I have with that, Derek, is he was directing that to people like us who are literally saying that.
Yes.
Instead of the people that were actually trashing the defense, the two in ears. That was my only problem with Holland's statement. I agree with it if that's what he was saying. If that's how I should have interpreted it, then I agree with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
and
I
think
trashing him, not the real problem. They're out there saying the defense is collapsing. Well, Johan, you're one of the captains. Is he not a captain? Or no? Either case,
Holland's a captain. Yes, Holland is a
captain. And definitely of the defense. So when they're out there trashing the defense, saying they collapse every game, and you're out there like, hey, we've kept them in the game and we can't accept mediocrity on offense, they're not saying that. They're going after you, Javon. And I've been defending you the entire offseason and season. I've been defending you since you got here. And since you started holding teams to 21 points a game over the last 3 years until this year. I don't blame the fact that you guys have finally exhausted, been decimated with injuries, and have no more to give than holding teams to 25 points a game. I get it. We've dumped a bunch of money in our offense, and we should expect at least close to what the others are getting at 27 to 29 points per game. We have one of their weapons, Tyreek Hill. You all have argued with me for the last 2 hours that we have 2 of those. Yet 24 points per game. It's unacceptable.
I absolutely
You know
agree.
what's unacceptable? And this makes me want to this is what's unacceptable. Look.
And real quick, Pete, what bothers me is that for me to say it's unacceptable and not accept it, I have to give up my fandom. And that's how they got us.
No, look, we already have Roach who switched fandom. And I got something to cook with Roach, by the way. But let's get past that.
When you're
Barry
done, I
Jackson
want to finish
reports.
what I was saying real quick.
If it
Go
has
ahead,
pertained
DTA.
to this topic, no, but
finish up, bro. Let
DTA, if
finish
it
up real
pertains,
quick. If
if it pertains to this topic, go ahead.
If you got something new to report, yeah, go ahead, DTA.
No, I was just saying thing. Like I need people got to understand. Like AB said, ain't nobody gonna stop paying Tua's jerseys when the most sold in the NFL. Probably so, but what you're not understanding is like what we're up here trying to translate to you and say to you is what you would have to do to force a change. I'm not saying it's going to happen. The sad reality is people are still going to be buying jerseys. They're probably going to continue to buy hats. They're going to continue to be fans because that's what fans do. But that's what you would have to do. The only way that we as fans, the only bit of control we don't have ownership or stake in the company. The only control we have is our wallets and handing money over to this organization. That's it. That's the only thing we have. And, the one last thing I wanted to say is like Sheba Army Brat says, before Ross changes, he will sell this team. He is too old to change now. Probably so, May not be able to teach
it's a turnkey cash cow for him now.
And you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Right, exactly. We are completely and utterly simped by Stephen Ross.
It's
terrible.
It is what it is, but you have to accept that.
There's a more old-fashioned word for simp that I don't want to use that is actually the reality. Starts with a C.
Hey, so I want to talk about the Greer interview. I don't think you guys watched it because y'all been here the whole time.
Greer had an interview, huh? Should we play it? Go ahead and tell us the.
So I just want to tell y'all, watch this. Listen to this. When he's asked about Tua, he says Tua is our starter moving forward, right? But then when he's asked about Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson, he says they're both part of the plan, and I'll give them both an opportunity to grow and compete. You see you see the difference there? Do y'all understand something there? Or is it too heavily, or does this fan base truly see Tua as that franchise guy?
I'm out. I'm out.
Lewis, it hurts, bro. But at the same time, this is where I come in and I need to hear your thoughts, Lewis. What else is Greer supposed to say about Tua?
And Greer can say whatever he wants. If he's fired tomorrow, all of that goes right out the window.
Exactly. So that's my sentiment. Like, I'm a little pissed off at this color because it really got me boiling, right? But at the same time, it's not professional to come out on a podium and say, no, my quarterback stinks. His head shrinks in big games, and he gets dizzy.
I got a question. After last season, it was Black Monday when Brian Flores got fired, right? They didn't do a press conference it wasn't Christopher Greer sitting next to Brian Flores, and they did like an end of the year presser like they did today, correct?
No,
or am I wrong on that?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
Right. So that goes to show they did, Crypto. Are you sure?
Yeah, they did. They did. They did at the end of the year. Yeah, they did. And they also remember Flores and Flores.
They normally do it every time.
Yeah, but no. Remember, we caught wind of Brian Flores getting fired. It was like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was an afternoon.
On Black Monday. I don't think that's what I'm saying. They didn't have an end of the year presser last year. They just fired Brian Flores. And then the presser was Stephen Ross and Chris Greer.
In the reporters.
Right.
Yeah.
So today
it was actually Stephen Ross by himself.
He was by himself. He was all by himself.
Actually, there you go. So today, if I'm not mistaken, Ken, they put it in the chat earlier, McDaniel was there with Christopher Greer?
They were both sitting there, him looking like a little puppet.
That goes to show you that McDaniel will be here next year. Right
No,
there.
you see-
There's your proof.
No,
No one's
I
getting
mean-
fired here. No one's getting fired. Bro, they're not gonna have Coach McDaniel sit there and then all of a sudden now 2 days from now he's fired. That ain't happening.
The new league year starts January 17th, right?
It's not going to matter. They're not firing. If the man was sitting there next to him, there's a reason why. Last year, there's a reason why they did their end of the year press conference and Brian Flores wasn't there because he was let go. He wasn't going to be retained. That means what happened today. What happened today? They're showing you exactly. They're showing you that McDaniel will be here. They're showing you that Christopher Greer will be here. That's a fact. So again, we can stop talking about other head coaches coming in here and general managers that's coming in here. None of that shit is happening. And obviously, from what everybody's trying to tell us or sell us, Tua will be here next year neither. Nothing is fucking changing.
Yeah, if them two people are still here, they will be going with the same system. I mean, the same group of people.
I'm telling y'all right now. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. I'm looking forward to go to games. But if this sticks the same, I'm not buying a ticket. I'm not meeting y'all for another year. I don't give a damn.
I won't be there neither. As long again, for me, it's not the coach, it's not the general manager, it's not nothing.
I'm not even messing around.
As long as Tua Tagovailoa here is the reason
I'd rather catch y'all at a bar. Meet me at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay, what kind of questions was he? Cupcake questions they was asking him? Leading questions was they asking
Take my
him?
breath away.
Or was it? What kind of questions were they asking him?
Well, they were singing "Take My Breath Away." That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
What do you mean Pete's not being truthful? This guy's a choke artist saying that. What did I literally say? Hold on, let me repeat what I said. Because this guy said I'm not being truthful.
Let me repeat what I said.
Watch. Chris Greer came and named Tua the starter next year.
I'm off your mom. I'm not off my meds.
That Chris Greer, watch, and we're gonna hear it now. And he said I'm not being truthful, that clown. Chris Greer named Tua the starter next year, and then he also says he's going to give Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson another chance to compete. Watch, you will hear it now.
Why is he letting the offensive lineman compete?
It's sad.
But not the quarterback. But it's all good.
Hate Tua, but not more than I hate your motherfucking ass. I hate you more than I hate Tua. Just for you to know that too.
Damn.
Oh, that guy's a fucking clown. That guy's a fucking clown.
Him
and a lot more.
Always up here talking about if I'm on my meds and shit. No, motherfucker, I'm off your mom as well.
Straight up.
I'm not
Straight
off
up.
I'm not off my meds.
And a lot of them got the ability to click the link. Nobody knows those guys.
I had to put it up because they said we were censoring his comments, so I had to put it up for you, Pete.
Hey, listen, guys, I just want to say this. Take my breath away, all right?
Before we get into the press conference,
take my breath away.
Here's a tweet that Capitan called my attention to from Cameron Wolf. Dolphins Chris Greer said it's a priority to work with and keep defensive tackle Christian Wilkins, who is under contract to play 2023 on a fifth-year option. Greer raved about Wilkins' work ethic and impact. Greer said he was proud of tight end Mike Gesicki, who has earned the right to be a free agent.
Gesicki's gone. Christian's staying, baby.
Guys, I got something I want to say.
Real quick, before you do, Alex, hold on. This 44 minutes ago tweeted by Cameron Wolf. Okay. Dolphins brass has been very clear. QB Tua Tagovailoa will be their 2023 starter, and he'll be 100% healthy to do it. It appears no QB uncertainty in Miami this offseason. Mike McDaniel did say they'd work with Coach Tua this offseason on improving the way he falls to the ground.
Hey, I'll be back a little bit.
That's a nice selling point. That's a nice selling point, Color.
Here's something about that.
Color. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not upset, Color. I'm not buying it. No, but Color.
Well, here's where
there's to be no uncertainty at quarterback. That is selling language.
Exactly, Color. And expecting him, like, I'm not buying it. This is all a good selling point. I feel very confident that this organization is gonna. Now I feel even more
We'll
confident,
see
Color,
what Tom
that
Brady
we
say
might
when he
trade him
decide he wants to
and
come to the
McDaniel.
Dolphins.
Maybe Greer is the safe guy here that I'm gonna be upset about.
Let Alexander get in real quick before I play this press
Go
conference.
ahead, Alex. I just feel like we're gonna make this trade. This coach and quarterback. We're gonna trade him.
So here's the thing. So going back to watching the game yesterday, we were robbed. We were freaking robbed. I hope you know that because Wilson got the first down. Wilson got the first down.
That was Ahmed, but yeah, I agree.
Or Ahmed, whoever, but the first down was there, and he.
I think that was a first down too, man. And I was upset that they didn't at least do the chain. But at the same time, we're not gonna cry about it. Check this out. We cried about a whole hour on this show, Alex. Jalen Waddle makes those catches. We probably don't even need that first down, big dog. But go ahead.
Well, also, I want to say to you guys, listen, caller, I apologize for the way I acted yesterday. DTA, same thing to you. I apologize for the way I acted yesterday. I was just pissed off at the game.
I don't think you were that bad yesterday.
I was taking my anger out on everybody.
You were being goofy, but not rude.
But all I gotta say is, I just want you guys to know, you guys take my breath away. I hope you know that. I'm just kidding.
So there must be something I said you liked today. Then what's up? Was it the Waddle? Do you agree with me about Waddle?
Oh, I agree that Waddle you should consider trading Waddle in the offseason. Maybe consider it, but
and I wouldn't necessarily go that far to say consider it. Wait a minute, I wasn't saying consider it even. I was just saying if somebody asks.
But Color, you are a good person and a great human being, and I know that people get on your nerves. And
what about me?
I got in DTA, same thing to you, bro. You're a cool dude, and you know I think I got on your nerves yesterday, and that was not my intentions. You know, I was just pissed off at the game and about how it ended because I felt like I was punching the gut watching that game yesterday. I actually broke my $60 remote to my Roku TV and I have to buy a new one. And my wife put me on timeout as well. So after the game, so just
Imperial Gaming, don't listen to it. This is a sell point. PR move. It's awesome.
It's hard to hold anybody responsible for their after game.
Well, just to say, you guys, I want to.
But whoever's the quarterback next season,
listen.
Wait, what?
Did he get cut off?
I think so.
I want to be fully transparent. We don't know that it's a selling point definitively.
We don't.
That is of our opinion. But regardless, the facts of the matter is Tua still could be the starter next year. And I know that's all the ammo he needs to gloat and get all love drunk because he gets all infatuated with Tua again. But, if you guys want to keep doing this.
Yeah, but when has an organization ever said, we're looking to trade our guy? What is he supposed to say, DTA? Are they going to say he's
exactly? But
let's play the
conference
press
so
we can hear it
that's
ourselves.
fine.
The way they're saying it, they're leaving options open.
I'll be quick, but let me finish real quick.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I understand, Pete. I know that. I'm not saying one way or the other that it's definitively. I'm just saying that we can't for certainty say that, he's going to be sold, he's going to be gone. It's a selling point. We don't know that for sure.
Watch. I'm going to point it out right now in Christopher Greer's. If you give me a second.
You're right to point out that it's 50-50. Like, we're in the
Super Bowl. They still are.
In this interview, I'm going to point it out.
Listen
to me.
Hold on.
We're stupid enough that they could actually keep him, and that's what I'm trying to say. And the thing with fucking Tua.
No, I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying. But now when we hear it, I just want to know from you guys' thoughts. Am I crazy to even think this way? And that's what I want to know.
If we do that shit, I'm fucking done because I don't know how many times this kid. Like, look, bro, he's shown that he's capable. He could get better at football. That's fine, but his body's not going to be better taking concussion hits. He's not going to be better at taking shit that's going to injure him.
Why are we doing this all over again, bro? You were supposed to make a quick comment, and we're like dragging out this argument about Tua again, man. God.
All I gotta say is remember the date 2080 because we're the next Chicago Cubs. That's all I gotta say. Circle that
Hell
date,
no.
2080.
Wait until they really hear some real takes this season. If they thought it was hate, just wait.
Hashtag Chicago Cubs 2.0.
This is a disaster.
You're not
The
winning
new
another
Browns.
Super Bowl until then.
We're the new Browns. We're behind the ball. We're
Are
behind
you
the
guys
Browns.
done yet?
Yeah, Color.
I mean, dang, man. I totally respected everybody, and I just totally got like disrespected, told I was gonna make a quick comment, and then like we spun out in this whole argument. Why does everybody think that they can do that to me?
That's my bad. I just be
And then
rambling.
turn around and blame me for talking over everybody.
Because I just be going when I hear it quiet sometimes, Color. That's my fault. I'm going to mute myself.
It's not just you, bro. It's everybody. I've been trying to play this press conference for like 10 minutes now. And everybody keeps interrupting and saying, oh, quickly, and then spinning out another argument about Tua. I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't have the energy to talk over everybody. You all have broken me.
And that's Tua's fault.
Maybe. I did want to make a joke. I was trying to bring like a light to the situation before everybody spun out again. This lady looks like she could be Chris Greer's wife. And look at her facial expression. She just like she's walking away from him. Look at his facial expression. It looks to me like he just got told, "You're damn right it better be Tua. You better not be telling them anything else." Look at her.
Yeah.
And look at
right.
Greer. He's like, Tua then, I guess. She might be the one like single-handedly holding Tua here, you know. Oh, these motherfuckers think they're gonna get rid of Tua. Oh, they got another thing coming.
The guy in front of Greer is giving him the script right now. Make sure you say it like this.
I love it.
Yeah.
And look at Mike McDaniel. He's just about to sit down.
Yeah, he's like, should I sit down yet? Oh man. All right, here we go, guys. I was pushing the play button on the wrong one.
You should have set Skyler Thompson down with him.
Chris, obviously unfortunate that Byron Jones didn't help you this year. There's not a lot of cap relief by cutting him until after June 1st. Does he intend to continue playing? And also, is there any desire to try to salvage that, perhaps with a restructured deal? Or do you think you'll basically, both parties will be moving on from each other at this point?
I was saying I always look forward to your question to kick things off there.
Start with the haymakers. And not Tua related.
No, like I said, Byron, worked hard, trying to get back. Unfortunately, didn't work out. He did his best. Training doctors, everybody worked hard. The season just ended. We're not there yet. We're still, after the tough loss yesterday, we're kind of, licking our wounds and just going about our process. And we'll meet with the coaching staff here, trainers, doctors, talk about every player on the roster. So we're just not there right now to deal with it. But Byron did everything he could to try and play. So no qualms with that at all.
Chris, did you consider this?
Do y'all agree with that?
Well, I have to question if he's ever looked up the word.
Do you guys agree with that?
Dictionary. I mean, wouldn't you?
Mic check, mic check.
I hear you, Pete. Can you hear me? You can't hear us, Pete. I can't. You're muted now. He'll be back in. But I'm wondering if this guy's ever looked up the word every in the dictionary. Like, did he not just say every player is being evaluated?
Yes, he did.
Did I miss that? I mean, did I hear that incorrectly? What about you, Alex? Did I hear that right?
You're right. He said every. That would be 1 through 53.
Okay. I just wanted to, I want to timestamp that. At 1 minute and 19 seconds into the press conference, Chris Greer said that everybody on the roster, every player is being looked at. All right. Okay.
This a successful season, and if so, why?
I would say successful, but at the end of the day, every team's looking. All 32 teams are trying to get to that ultimate goal. But it was successful. I would say not satisfied. I think to watch the guys.
I had myself muted. Mic check, Pete. You got it?
I hear you guys now.
All right, cool. So yeah, so like he said, every player is being looked at in the first minute 19 seconds of the press conference. I just wanted to point that out.
Put it again, because I was having like issues.
Injuries we had. Meet with the coaching staff here, trainers, doctors, talk about every player on the roster. So we're just not there right now.
We talk about every player on the roster.
Ooh, I might have missed that part. That was awesome.
Byron did everything he could to try and play. So,
but yeah,
no qualms with that at all.
Byron did everything he could to try to play. That's what I want to ask. Do we believe that?
I would say successful, but at the end of the day, every team's looking. All 32 teams are trying to get to that ultimate goal. But it was successful. I would say not satisfied. I think to watch the guys compete yesterday, knowing with the injuries we had, we played the team 3 times, Buffalo, and what Coach McDermott, Brandon Bean, and those guys have done is tremendous. Have great respect for them and told them that after the game. And for our guys to go up there in that environment, and most of that roster hadn't been in a playoff environment before, and go down 17 and not blink and come back and fight and get into it and have a chance late in the game to, tie it up or potentially win. Very excited. We're disappointed we lost, but very excited. So I would say yes, it was a successful season.
Chris, yesterday you asked Mike about who was standing with the team, and he essentially said yes. We intend to welcome him back as a starter and leader of our team next season. With that being said, I was wondering if you could kind of elaborate on that. And in terms of the offseason, do you plan to exercise 5th-year option? In terms of the long-term deal, where are you at?
Yeah, I would say with Tua, he's our starting quarterback. So I don't know how we could say it any more clearly. We've been that way through this season and what he's done, and what Mike and Tua, Bevel, Chandler, the coaching staff have all done. They've all worked tremendously hard, all of them together. So, Tua's, we anticipate him, talking with the doctors and consultants and everyone we've dealt with. We fully expect him back next year, 100% ready to go. And then we'll get through all those decisions. Like I said, just like we talked about every player on the roster. And obviously I understand because it's Tua, and that's why the question
you see?
asked. But
you see how he's leaving Tua open? Y'all heard it right there, right?
Yeah, I guess it was healthy to actually play the press conference.
Quarterback.
That's where I was talking about. Where's DTA at?
Is it just a process that Tua has to go through so that he's ensured that he's healthy coming into at least some TAs?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that's driven by the doctors. That those are the things that they're the experts in those fields. And when they tell us that he's ready to play, and as we expect, they tell us that he's ready to play coming in the spring or whatever, then we'll press forward in that direction.
This is for you with concussions. Again, I'm a few credits short of my MD, but I've read is that you have a couple you might be susceptible of getting more easily. Is that a concern with Tua, and what confidence do you have that this won't be a recurring issue for him?
Well, I think from what our doctors and the consultants we've talked to through the NFLPA, that is not a true statement. So for us, I don't think he's any more prone than anyone else. So for us, we're just going through and letting the doctors, the medical staff, and the people in that field, like you said, that know a lot more. But from everything we've been told, that is not a concern.
Yeah, specifically, these are the doctors that are working with him directly and individually, as opposed to a generalization.
We've got all 3 concussions or 2 concussions. He just said comes back. Is there anything he can do for him?
interesting is that his helmet is one of the higher rated helmets. It's like in the top 2 or 3, I think, in terms from the NFL rating. So it's I believe it was, I think 3 or 2, if I'm wrong. You can check it, but it's in the top for helmet safety. So I think with every player, that's a choice that they make because they all like the comfort feel and whatever. But I think those will be discussions that he'll have with all of us equipment doctors and stuff. But it is a very safe helmet in terms of how the NFL has rated helmets.
Yeah, and with regard to our plan is kind of approach it like you do a young quarterback who's not used to sliding. You know, we have ideas and thoughts on how to, you know, help him, because that is a consistency that we've noticed as well, is that they're ground induced. So we're, like everything else, do everything in our power to help coach him, and that's a new way to attempt to coach.
What are your thoughts on the job that Josh Boyer did as defensive coordinator this season?
I was very, very proud of the defense, the coaching staff, and the players on how on the specifically the very end of the season. I think the last 3 regular season games, they in a place of adversity, they found their best self, I think, and then I couldn't be prouder of yesterday specifically. With, you know, you're talking about 7 sacks and turnovers, and you know, just really aggressive play. So very, very proud of the way the defense finished the season.
Have any changes on the coaching staff been conversed about?
It's pretty early. I mean, I think 24 hours ago we might have had a lead, maybe. And you know, one of the things that I've found from my experience in the National Football League is that it's very long, it's very emotional, and you're not always, you can lend yourself to living with regret if you make any sort of decisions emotionally. So we're going to go through the process, and you got to kind of let things simmer for just really the entire coaching staff, just like you do with players, and have communication. But it's gonna take a minute, and we're just out of I'm just getting my feeling back in my hands from the cold winter Buffalo skies.
How extensive will your research be this offseason, getting ready to find those diamond players?
Yeah, I think it's the same process we've always been. It doesn't matter how many picks we have or what, you have to go through it because you have to be ready for every scenario. So our guys are we're out at All-Star games last week. They're out All-Star games now from all of them, from all divisions, HBCUs, they've been All-Star games. So no, our guys are in the middle of that process right now, and then I'll jump into it here the next couple of weeks coming up with the East-West and Senior Bowl and stuff.
That's the only way that you have. You don't plan on having injuries. You don't plan on. You just plan on going through the process like they do, and the coaching staff will join eventually. And when you go about it with that diligence and that intent, then you wind up with players like Cater. You know, we didn't go out trying to find a corner that would start for us, but he ended up starting because you're doing your due diligence.
Chris, what are your early leanings on Mike Gesicki after watching one season of the marriage between him and this offense?
No, I think Mike did a good job this year. I think we had a great individual conversations with him probably a couple hours ago. So I told Mike I was proud of him. He did a nice job. Made some plays yesterday for us, got us back in the game. So he worked through it all this year. We'll see what the future holds. He's earned the right to be a free agent, but we're happy for him, and he did a nice job, and I know his teammates are happy for him, as you saw when he scored the touchdown yesterday.
Chris, there obviously was hope. Liam with thriving left guard and Austin at right tackle. Unfortunately, both got hurt. Liam ended up playing more. Do you have any initial instinct as to whether you want to continue down that course with those positions, with those players, to allow them to win starting jobs next year, or if you need to address those two positions elsewhere this offseason?
No, I think every position will always keep, but they're two young players again. This would be the first offense they will be in 2 years in a row. And Liam showed some really good signs of playing well for stretches after adjusting, to the system and being asked to do stuff he had never been done before. And we actually joked before one of our games when he got hurt. A coach and a GM on another team came over and was like, "Man, he was losing Eichenberg hurt because he said he's been playing really well for you." So I mean, it's encouraging to hear that from others, to see the work that Mike and Frank and Matt and the offensive staff put in with him, and his hard work as well. And then Austin was playing really good. He was the one we were talking about all preseason, and then he gets hurt week 1 on kind of a fluke thing, and then comes back and same injury, which is, 1 in a million things. So again, he's still young, a lot of upside, needs to keep developing to continue. But no, they're both part of the plan, and we'll give them opportunities to grow and compete here.
Mike, I know the season just ended, but what were some of your biggest takeaways or lessons learned from your rookie season as a head coach?
No, there's a lot to learn each and every game, just each and every experience. I didn't really realize how rewarding a lot of things would be. I didn't realize how certain things not going your way would keep you up quite as late at night. I think all in all, I think that's kind of the nature of how I've learned to try to attack each and every year. And anything you do is find more to learn from than the average Joe. So that doesn't change in this seat by any stretch. There's new things that happen every day. I'm excited to have a little experience with handling each and every one of them. Although I've thought about it, it's a different thing to, really attack it. And then, you learn that you are only as good as everyone you work with. I think I thought about that going into it. That was a principle and philosophy of mine, but truly living it, you can't. You just rely on a lot of people deciding to go in one direction, and that is it's a humbling experience, but it's also very validating and reinforces what the position truly is that you are a service to a lot of people that are trying all to do the same thing, and trying to orchestrate that is not easy, but it sure is worth it.
How do you approach Tua's contract coming up with the 5th-year option? And
Does he look like a dead man walking? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Dude, this is I'm pissed. If they bring back Tua as our starter, that's a total definition of insanity, man. It's freaking nuts. I'm done. Like, that's so retarded. That's freaking retarded. The kid couldn't stay healthy last year. Well, I'm done. I'm done trusting this front office and the freaking dumbass owner. Dude, it's giving me a headache thinking about it, dude. Why? Why do that? You're gonna open up yourself for a lawsuit, and what's it called? It took Dan Snyder cooking the books for the NFL finally to take the team away from him and stuff like that. So unless Stephen Ross is doing something like that, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this anymore.
Pete, what do you think? Dead man walking or what?
Anthony, I mean, I honestly think, Anthony, you need to take a break. Understand that these are selling points our team is doing. And I do not think we are going to go with Tua moving forward. These are selling points. They have left themselves options open. You just have to really listen to them, Anthony. I hear your frustration, but I highly doubt I highly doubt this organization could be that just that dumb, if you ask
No,
me.
yeah, no, but Pete, this ownership, this Stephen Ross has been that stupid since he's been the owner. He's made stupid decisions like this, not with Tua, but in general. We've had a history of doing dumb decisions like this. Though
All
you could,
right. Well, he's about to discuss. He's about to be asked about contract fifth-year option issues. So let me go ahead and start playing again.
Possible an extension.
Just like I said, we'll have discussions and talk through it, just like we'll have discussions with Christian Wilkins, all these other guys who are coming up here. So
We'd like to discuss.
Taking the fifth-year option.
I think everything's on the table for us. So
Chris, you mentioned Christian Wilkins eligible.
You hear that,
Everything's on the
Anthony?
How
table.
big of a priority?
Where's
is it
Anthony?
getting that done?
Wait a minute, run that
He
again.
left. He left, but the man's clearly double speaking. People, I mean, come on, man.
Right? How do you feel right now,
Everything's on the
Color? Am I
table.
crazy?
How can he say
I
everything's
feel
on the
like
table when
McDaniel's
he
already
lost to
been
his
fired,
starter?
bro, and he's just giving him a swan song press conference. The man hasn't even breached a dare near a smile since he started talking. They're asking, he's reflecting on his season as his rookie coach, and when they asked him about it, he strangely looked at his watch. I don't know why he did that. I don't know if anybody else could figure out why.
Who McDaniel
And the only time McDaniel shook his head up and down was when he was told Tua is the starter next year, and he went up and down with his head like, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Let me see if I can go back to that spot.
That's because nobody's available right
In
now.
the beginning of the video.
No, here.
give them opportunities to grow and compete here.
Check this out.
Mike, I know the season just ended, but what were some of your biggest takeaways or lessons learned from your rookie season as a head coach?
No,
I get it. He was saying how much time do we got? That's what he was saying. But did you notice that was like, don't expect you're going to get a second year. That's what that looked like. Well, listen again.
For the plan, and we'll give them opportunities to grow and compete here.
Mike, I know the season just ended, but what were some of your biggest takeaways or lessons learned from your rookie season as a head coach?
Nothing's for certain. That's what that looked like.
Coach is clueless.
no, there's a lot to learn each and every game, just each and every experience.
I think everything's on the table for us.
Wait, so hey, Color, there's a lot to learn now. Hey, there's a lot to learn now. But when he had that Ravens game, or what, I forgot what game it was early on in the year, he said this is going to be our worst offensive performance. We're going to be better. Remember that conversation early on?
Oh, yeah.
So
his
guys,
confidence level is not the same anymore. It's weird how it's flip-flopping. He's leaving options.
Hey Pete, I have a question for you. Actually, what do you guys do? You think we're gonna actually? Is it dumb to fire McDaniel? Like, do you think we're gonna move on from? He might get moved on, and we bring in Harbaugh because Harbaugh's leaving. He's leaving college actually, and stuff like that.
Actually, this is so weird. This is so weird, Anthony. Right now, Adam Schefter reported like 2 hours ago that Jim Harbaugh is happy with Michigan, and he's gonna go back and do one more year at least. Can you believe
that? He said that's weird. He wants to stay there. The NCAA is investigating him for serious, very high level.
Anthony, just go check Adam Schefter on Twitter, and you'll see what he said about Jim Harbaugh like 2 hours.
Wait, is it the
He clearly said that Jim Harbaugh is happy to go back.
No, I have a question. So there's dummy account. There's people pretending to be Adam Schefter. There's a lot of Is this the actual Adam Schefter that said this?
I don't know. I don't really
Go
care.
check, Anthony.
I want to get
But
back on
that
track.
kind of yeah.
I didn't want to have a conversation about Jim Harbaugh right now. Just saying. We're welcome to move into that, but we got about, I don't know, 10 minutes left of the video. All right, let me get it going. Again, he asked him about contract with Tua. That's where we're at now.
It's eligible for an extension. How big of a priority is getting that done after the type of year that he's had?
Yeah, Christian's had back-to-back really good years for us. Everything he's done on and off the field. Last week, was it Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday.
Thursday.
I'll never forget it.
He's in my office talking, and it's about
Me.
6:45, and all of a sudden he goes, "What is that?" And it's dark, and the lights are on the field, and we see someone working out. He's like, "Who is it?" And so he flashed the laser pointer on. He looks up, and it's Christian out there by himself at 6:45 in the dark doing drills to work. So that's just the type of person he is and how much he loves this game.
He totally dodged the question. The question was about Tua's fifth-year option, not his.
And he converted it into Christian Wilkins himself.
Wilkins, who's also on it, right? Who's also at that stage, right?
He's a snake, bro. He was the one that turned. No, it was nothing about Christian Wilkins, this reporter. He ended up flipping it and scripting it, saying, and Christian Wilkins also is in those conversations, and then blah, 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 more Christian Wilkins talk.
And the leadership role that Mike and the players have empowered him in. And so for us, yeah, it'll be important to talk to him and work with him and keep him here because he's been a big part. He was one of the first guys here and, through this. And, we talked about that after the Jets game. He and we hugged after he does his usual jump trying to knock me over and hurt my ACL.
Classic.
But we talked about that. He'd been through a lot of stuff and how happy he was to get a chance to go to the playoffs. So,
Color, I wonder if he could say the same thing about Tua staying late until 6:45.
It wouldn't matter because I'm sure he would.
He probably thought about it. What went wrong and what can you.
No, I always think about so think about it this way. So there's, I think, in the regular season, offensively, there was 1,084 plays. Okay. It's like kind of a baseball player. A lot of them don't work with everyone intending to work. So there's a lot of constructive criticism that I put on myself first and foremost. Bottom line is when in the biggest moment, we weren't able to execute. There was compounding variables to that, things that you can't really change in hindsight. There were some things that as I mentioned before, that I was working out, that need to work out with the staff, but also, it's bottom line is I need to work it out with the staff. So, if it became a problem in crunch time, that's ultimately my responsibility. It wasn't necessarily for a lack of direction. It was more just really working on the nuances of communication, which starts with me. But that being said, I think that's the most important thing that I took from it. I don't think it helped the situation to have the rookie quarterback in a second start with a new starting running back, a new starting left guard, a new right guard, and a new starting right tackle.
Can I just say, Fanatical, if just because we have fun doing something and we consider it fun doesn't make us dummies. There's people sitting around arguing about politics, and you're calling us dummies because we want to watch a press conference and see if we can garner any information.
But color, check this out though. Forget Fanatical. He's
Nobody
a
here, hold on, Pete. Nobody here claimed to be Sherlock Holmes. We thought we were having fun. If you're not having fun, then hey, bro, sorry. But there's a lot to say. We're dummies is like, I don't know. You might want to check your adulthood. That's all I'm saying. Because there's people out there that spend their time speculating on the things people are saying that are way more like things that I would not consider fun, but I consider this fun. So quit shitting on our fun and making comments and calling people dummies, bro. How about that? Unless you just want to be a child, go ahead.
Hey, Color, real quick, Color. You saw how he was talking about Kristen Wilkins staying till 6:45, and it was all positive talk from Greer, right? Maybe he's pointing out that Mike McDaniel's the one not staying late in the building, because now when McDaniel is talking, it's all excuses. It was my fault. I didn't have the game plan ready. All of this. So maybe McDaniel was leaving the building early too. And this is why all of the excuses are coming out. I'm not sure. This is weird to me.
I just can't, like, McDaniel is like, he seems like he's, you know, in when it comes to like body language and all that, like he's trained, obviously. And it seems like he's got a poker face on right now. For anybody that can't see that is just fooling themselves. He's not trying to give away any of his emotions or intentions. Greer too. So they're trained to do that, and they're going to do that in every press conference. But we've seen a little bit different demeanor from Mike McDaniel throughout the season. And if you know, it's my opinion, obviously. But I think that there's something we don't know about that everybody don't want to admit. There's an 11,000-pound elephant in the room. You can see that plain as day. Or maybe I'm just, I'm an amateur, novice, layperson body language reader. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, whoever said I was an expert? If I was an expert, I would be making money doing that shit. You know, I wouldn't say we're dummies.
Call me an expert. I'm an expert without making the money. I feel like, Color. I feel it. As a fan, I feel it. This coach is
all
out
those
of here.
things hurt communication. Probably, you know, the way I look at things is, in hindsight, you learn that that many new players in one game, you have to be mindful of that when you're building a plan with a lot of communication. So
see, this is complete and utter obfuscation. I listed 7 without even looking at the roster that have playoff experience, just on our offense alone. What is he talking about? Greer tried to say it too. Oh, look what we accomplished with a team that's never been to the playoffs before. Most of our guys have never been to the playoffs. Bullshit. Your quarterback and the guy that dropped 3 balls haven't been to the playoffs, and a few others. But we listed 7 without even having to think hard. Want to do it again real quick?
Skyler was part of the Ravens when they went to the playoffs.
I mean, I'm so sick of this outright lying. It's ridiculous. Trent, we've got 4 wide receivers alone. 1 with Super Bowl experience.
A fullback.
Should we name them? Trent Sherfield.
Alec Ingold.
Oh, let's do this. Trent Sherfield, River Craycraft, Alec Ingold, Tyreek Hill. I think Cedric's been.
Cedric.
Jeff Wilson Jr. We got 4 guys from the same damn team. That
Teron Armstead.
Mostert.
Eric Fisher.
Mostert.
Teron Armstead. Connor Williams.
Bethel.
That's just on offense. Miss me with this. We got a bunch of guys that have never been to the playoffs bullshit.
And this is what's going to happen for the next 8 months, bro. The excuse making.
Learn from it. I was proud of the guys for really proud of the entire team for allowing us to be in that situation. And because of that, there's a lot.
One other thing I wanted to add, we now have a second quarterback with playoff experience. And neither one of them are our QB1. That's sad.
lot of young players that really can understand the gravity of how you operate in the spring, how you operate in training camp. All of it matters because you're building for those moments where you don't want a time issue to be the reason why you're having to watch the rest of the postseason from your home.
Mike, has Skyler Thompson.
Well, credit to him for falling on the sword like a head coach should. I mean, yeah, you could argue those time management issues. We didn't do ourselves any favor in winning the game there, but that's straight falling on the sword for his players right there, and that may have saved his job.
You know, Color. The thing about it is this. You know, I think that McDaniel is going to be a great head coach in this league. Okay,
Alexander, I'm literally the only one when we first hired him, sight unseen, to say that we should have given him a 10-year contract. I am absolutely sick of the revolving door. Yeah. When I make predictions that he's gone or whatever else, or dead man walking, all that, that's because I'm cynical towards the organization and their dumbasses.
You don't have to be cynical.
And I have no
Alex,
idea. I have no idea what they plan to do with Mike McDaniel. Keep him,
Alex.
You know, get rid of him, give him wasted another 2 years of his life and then fire him anyway. You know, I don't know what they're going to do, but I can tell you this. I would have given him 10 years simply because, I mean, that's the problem here and in most teams in the league. They don't want to trust the guy to get through his second or third or fourth year.
Or they hold on to him, and then you got 5 different regimes.
Number 2 quarterback behind Tua, or will there be?
Right, they're all so afraid to have the next Marvin Lewis, you know, that they want to fire guys after 3 years or after 2 years. In some cases, 1. You know, and it's just stupid. I agree with everybody arguing. Oh, first year in the new system. I actually agree with everybody on that, but that is not what the frick they sold us. And now they want to walk it back with a bunch of lies and gaslighting like I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. How many players did we just list on offense alone? And they're going to sit at this table and tell us that we just accomplished something great because we were in a playoff game, competed with Buffalo with a bunch of guys that have never been to the playoffs. That is an outright lie. Not disingenuous, not skirting the truth. That is an outright lie. And both of them know it.
2008, 2016. If logic dictates our past, we're not going to make the playoffs again for another 8 years until your kids are driving cars, Alex.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I'll go further. I will go further with this mediocrity. Hashtag 2080. We're not winning a Super Bowl until then. Buckle up.
Here's the thing where everybody misses the point on that. You have to understand something. Going into this game, nobody gave us a shot with Skyler Thompson as the quarterback. Nobody gave us not one shot. Okay? We were the
speak for yourself, bro. I was up here saying to you guys, bro, that why you putting on the team.
Hold on. Let
me
for
yourself.
Let him finish. He's speaking in the larger community, and he's right.
Yeah, I hope so.
14. We were the biggest underdogs in NFL history. 14.5 points. That's ridiculous. And to only lose by 3, that tells you that the Dolphins are very, very close. The gap is closing, guys. You're missing. You guys got to see that the gap.
Right,
is
and by them saying we got a bunch of rooks that have never been to the playoffs, they're trying to claim that window is not closing.
The Dolphins are really close. The gap is slimming down. Now you tell me. Yeah. Now you say this.
You sound like the Ryan Tannehill years, bro.
No. It's different. You give Brandon Jones. You get a healthy Brandon Jones.
They just got through saying, look, Alex. They just got through saying that Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg have improved, and they look forward to continuing the improvement of their career next year.
Maybe
that's a project. That's
Maybe
not
they're right, maybe
that's
they're
not we're that's not our windows closing. That's our windows closed.
Maybe they're right. Maybe they're wrong.
And
Only
now they're
time will
running it
tell
back
how
with a
these guys
quarterback.
develop.
They're running it back with a quarterback who they're saying is going to get training on how to fall in the offseason.
And speaking of that,
And you expect,
garbage,
and
and
you
you're gonna
expect
like
a
it.
Super Bowl. Hold on. You expect a Super Bowl champion wide receiver to want to be a part of that?
But again, I get what you're saying, Color. I understand, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But the thing is this: with Tua, it was the physical injuries. It was never the head trauma that was the issue with him at all. He never had a history of concussions. Even back to his college, high school
the
days.
same road that I did. I want to finish this video. I don't want to relitigate
Go ahead.
Tua and his injury proneness for the rest of time, dude. I'm done with him. I'm told y'all I'm not arguing about Tua anymore. If these idiots want to keep him on the team and want to make him QB1, then I'll just have to accept it and suffer. But I am not going to argue with anybody about Tua Tagovailoa anymore. He is not a QB1. He is not a franchise quarterback, and I don't care how long they make us waste our time with him. He's not going to get us there. So,
and I want you to think
why
about
am I
this.
going to waste my energy relitigating?
Alex, all
whether
you're
he's
going to hear the
injury prone or
offseason
not?
is the same bullshit you've been hearing the other offseason.
Yeah, we're right back.
No, Cap. This is where you're wrong.
Stop, guys. Stop it. We're right back to blaming something else except the problem. He is not a good quarterback. I don't care if his head is on right, ribs are steel. I don't care. He's not a good quarterback.
We can't argue the injury prone because
we can't.
But we can argue the talent wise.
No, we can't. Except at least I personally refuse to. From here on out.
Fair enough. But this is the first time in Tua's career that he's going into the second year with the same regime
Alex,
that he's never had.
I just got done arguing with the whole entire TFTG community that Jalen Waddle was a wide receiver 3. It shocked everybody. They came at me hard, Alex.
Hey, that's your opinion. I'm not gonna.
And you know where we ended up. And you know where we ended up coming to the middle of the table at? I conceded that Jalen Waddle might be a wide receiver 2, and I was being a little too harsh. And they conceded what? That Tua is the reason. That Tua is the reason Waddle had a downturn this year. Which is it?
I don't know. Only time will tell.
You see what I'm saying, bro? I had to go around the back door and say, no, Waddle's trash to get people to admit that Tua's trash in order to protect their beloved Jalen Waddle, who they think is a wide receiver 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I disparaged Tua. That's why I brought up Waddle. If I'm going to be told and gaslit the whole entire season that Tua ain't the problem and the quarterback ain't the problem, and yakety schmaggety, well, guess what? Jalen Waddle's the problem.
Well, it's funny and it's ironic that both guys were expected to do great things and their numbers got bolstered up by crazy amounts and still didn't do shit in the playoffs. Neither one of them.
It's just selling us
Alex,
mediocrity.
and I don't know where you stand on the Waddle issue. I didn't want to go through it again, but I'll just leave you with this question. With this, a guy on the field, okay, Buffalo's wide receiver 4, 5 targets for 3 receptions and 51 yards.
Yeah, Shakir.
Jalen Waddle, 7 targets for 3 receptions and 43 yards.
Yep. Say thank you to Nick Saban, Alex.
So all I said was wide receiver 3/2, and I could argue wide receiver 4. So my only question was, it wasn't that I'm butthurt if they keep him. It was that if somebody comes knocking on the door 90% of the league is shocked that Color said he was a wide receiver 3, then when one of those 90% of the people come knocking on the door to give us wide receiver 1 money or a bag, do you take it? Knowing what I know, I would take the bag and let them deal with the problem of fixing one Jalen Waddle. When we got bigger fish to fry, we got a QB1 to fix. If that's what we're planning to do.
Receiver.
So are we back to everybody's a project on the team? In that case, that window you just referred to is closed.
What happened to the locksmith unlocking all this talent? What the hell happened there?
Somebody stole his keys. That's
Nobody is going to come to this organization to be part of grooming everybody to play football on other teams. You all wonder why we end up giving up players and they go become stars everywhere else. This is it right here. Because we build everybody's players and ship them off. One of them comes back to us as a coach and can't even get his wide receiver to catch the damn football. That's the state of the Miami Dolphins. And I said it. That's right. I said it.
And you know what else that earned the privilege to be the number 2 quarterback behind Tua, or will there be competition in training camp?
Whew. Man,
Ooh,
if I had
question.
an answer to that, yeah, I mean, that would be, I don't know, that be bittersweet for you because it'd be cool to have an answer to write about, but then like, how much work am I really doing? You know, again, I think his teammates were very pumped about how he rose to the occasion. Again, I think he was the second 7th round rookie to start a playoff game. He was a day late and $1 short. He could have been the first.
But we don't want to mention who the last one was, do we? Oh, can't do that. That was Dan Marino that Mike McDaniel is referring to in 1983. The last Miami rookie to get us into the playoffs.
Not Tua.
And, you know, not only that, on top of that, people, it's easy to forget that he started a game, got injured, and then was out. So he came back from injury. And one of the reasons why it's so impressive is, you know, college games, I mean, the NFL season is a grind for college players. All rookies involved in that game know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's like, whoa, we're still playing football. And he was relentless about the season. Really, the veterans all trusted him with the season on the line. That's a huge.
We're impressed by a guy that didn't let a finger
endorsement
boo-boo
from his
stop
teammates.
him.
And, you know, we'll see what old Chris has up his sleeve. You know, you never know. He's got long sleeves.
Why is he putting it on Chris, Color?
He just said what
He
Chris got
also
up his
said
sleeve
you never
about
know
the
what he has
starting
up his sleeve. Like,
and competition.
really? We're gonna pull the ace card backup quarterback out of Chris Greer's pocket. What a joke.
Who's the one that saved their career right now, Color? Everything I heard from Mike McDaniel was almost like praising Skyler Thompson.
Everybody, I'm gonna pull out my ace in the card, my ace in the hole for backup quarterback. What the hell is that nonsense? You don't need no body
he basically
language.
didn't answer.
I mean,
he didn't
really?
answer yes or no to the question, though.
Exactly.
He
But
never
Greer
answered
said
the question.
But Greer said
he
Tua
tagged
is the
Greer on that.
starter. But Greer
You
said
peeped that,
Tua
right, Griffin?
is the starter.
Yes, at the beginning, but at the end, when it was definitive on who would be competition, he never answered it.
This is
Which
a
means
clown
he
show.
gave
Look
Greer's
at these
answer.
two.
Right, as if anybody cares about competing at QB2.
It should have just been like, did you not hear Greer? Tua's our starter. We're worried about our franchise guy getting healthy moving forward. And Skyler Thompson played a hell of a game as a rookie, but, we're glad he's our backup. Why wasn't that the answer, guys? Can you please tell me?
Exactly. That should have been the answer. Exactly in that fashion.
Because then I would have had to be looking up the word definitive and not the word expected.
We're very proud of how Skyler came out and fought for everything he gave us. He actually gave us a chance to win, and we're impressed. But like Greer said, Tua coming back is our starter moving forward. That's what should have been said.
Right. And he said he'll leave it up to Greer.
Or how
He's
about,
got something up his
or how
sleeve.
about, look, guys, realistically, the gap between a starter and a fifth overall pick like Tua is going to be naturally larger than than a seventh round rookie. Something like that. He can't even give Tua that credit.
Yeah, he was non-committal when it came to who's going to be, whether it's going to be competition in the room.
You there, Alex?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, just making sure you didn't fall asleep on us. I heard
No,
some
no. I'm still there.
All right. I don't have to call your boss, do I?
No,
He
I'm
should have
off
simply
of work.
said
I'm
it was
home
no
right now.
competition. It would be no competition
Grayson
at that
needed an
position.
inside linebacker particularly, and with you guys up against the cap, is there money for any real impact outside signing at any position?
Yeah, we always have flexibility. We've done a lot of work to make sure we've maintained that. So what it is right now is not what it will be at the start of the season. So, for us, well, like I said, we're going to keep going through a process here of evaluating everything. So I think guys, especially the defense, second half of the year played really well. We were just talking about when Bradley came on, our analytics just ran a study for us, and we moved into like the top 10 or top 8 of like 6 of our like 12 metrics we really value for defense, just his impact coming in. So, and that's running pass. I know everyone likes to look at everything, but he's in. Then on the exit meetings today, some of the defensive guys were talking about how cool
What's with
he
the
was,
smirking all the time
guy,
with Greer, bro?
work ethic, toughness, leadership. So I think with all that, we look at it all. Landon Roberts did a nice job showing leadership. Baker, Duke, all those guys. Channing, we're excited for his future in terms of development, which we kind of expected that this year, that it would be more of a special teams guy. And so I think where we
Man
are,
laughing
Sam
like
did
you
a
got a
nice job
master
on special
plan.
teams. We don't want to leave anyone out, but we're going to that a position, because I know you're asking, because there are a lot of free agents in that position, but we'll just keep doing our work and filling the holes like we always do.
Considering all the injuries this team had, will you be placing greater emphasis on players' injury history in roster decisions going forward?
I think you can't be scared of stuff. I mean, talk about, Teron was a Pro Bowl left tackle, the impact he did, with us in terms of leadership and what he did was on the field for us. Raheem, that people talked about being hurt, had a career year and everything he had done in terms of leadership and stuff again.
Told y'all get a bell cow,
So, I
bro.
mean, if you're scared to, like Bradley, again, Chubb was another one people said, but they're good players. They're the right type of people you bring into a building for a young team to help impact. And it's far reaching than, they miss a game or two here, which you never hope they do.
That young
But
team bullshit
injuries happen.
is not true.
I mean,
This team ain't young anymore.
I told you guys before, my dad drafted Curtis Martin. Curtis Martin never finished a game in his college career, and everyone said it was a mistake. And then the guy never missed a game in his career. So
I wouldn't want to be the GM that took Frank Gore off my board.
Why don't you go get Frank Gore or Curtis
Liam and
Martin?
Austin playing the same offense for the second year in a row. What are some of the tangible impacts of that continuity coming into year 2 next year?
Bro, that guy is higher than a kite, bro.
I mean,
See that? Wingfield's asking about continuity on a second year in the same system. We're a project again. The window's closed. We got to open it back up now.
And it is really the nuts and bolts of execution, understanding the foundational movement and prioritizing every single really inch that you approach how you block people. Those things.
Trevor Lawrence is going to win his first Super Bowl before we do.
Cliche.
I hope
for a
he does.
reason. And part of the philosophy of the offense is very specific in how you attack and try to enter into your blocks on the other side of the line of scrimmage. That is also in conflict to a lot of things that have been deliberately trained for an extended period of time. Bottom line is, to undo that, it's one thing in practice. I think that they did a phenomenal job of that, and more often than not, it applied to the game. But there's times that you just go to I don't know, a muscle.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. You don't have a NFL defense coming at you in practice.
Memory of sorts that you can play out of your drill work that reverts to things that you've done in the past, and that type of disconnect. If you have two linemen on different levels, I'll tell you one thing: a D lineman or a linebacker is not getting blocked. So you have to be in concert. It's extremely important and very beneficial in this type of system. In year two, specifically, to really have that year
this year, guys. This year, we just needed to get to year two.
The little nerd, little McNerd need to go. You heard Greer right there, almost at the end, right? Color talk about how there's so much flexibility, there's so much flexibility.
Yep.
We can do so much. I'm telling you, I always we have so many angles. We have so many angles to create capital. We have so many angles to move forward and get rid of some of the guys.
We can take from that press conferences. Nobody knows shit of what they're gonna do.
They flip flop. The beginning, Greer said he's the starter. McDaniel didn't confirm anything.
Yeah, they made sure to make sure we didn't know what the hell they were saying. That's for sure.
The clown show, bro. That's why it's a clown show. Can't take nothing they say seriously, Color.
Why did McDaniel just sit up there?
Oh,
and
you're gonna
debunk
take it
everything Greer
serious. You're gonna
said?
like everything that they're packaging up in a box. They're gonna reuse the box, put a whole bunch of crap that I just ate for lunch, and you're gonna like it and enjoy it next season.
Pretty much.
All we heard in this conversation was pretty much that Mike Gesicki is going to test free agency.
Pretty much.
That was the only affirmative answer that he was willing to give.
So, guys, I hate to do this, but I wasn't even supposed to host this long. I'm supposed to be moving right now and eating something because I'm starving. We got 108 people watching right now. We've been going for 7 hours.
Thanks for your time, man.
We've been going for 7 hours since El Capitan started it up this morning at 11 o'clock or so. Make sure you're catching us every day with TFTG. We're going to keep going into the offseason. We got Lewis, the rabid dolphin, bringing in the smoke, bringing the foam, foaming at the mouth. You got me. I'm going to be going every morning with coffee and a cup of color at 6 o'clock. I've just got to get this move done. We got DTA with Dolphins Debrief, bringing out the shorts, bringing out the shows, debriefing every one of us. Got Ali with Late Night XL on Saturday nights. He's probably going to change that up a little bit for the off season, but keep your notification bell hit. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the notification bell so you know when those changes are made. And of course, you can donate to the channel using Cash App with $, the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, as well as super chats, super stickers, and YouTube and memberships. Thank you to our 30-plus members that have already decided to either renew with us, restart, or join us. We appreciate every one of you. Make sure you're hitting the links in the description below for Fanatics, officially licensed gear of the NFL, NHL, NBA, MLS, MLB, as well as many others, all officially licensed. And of course, Backroom Collections, hashtag TFTG at checkout for 10% off for all your customized collectibles, memorabilia, all that good stuff. And of course, check out our gear. Grab a flag, represent, fly it high. Look at all our other gear, coffee mugs, beanies, all that good stuff. For those of you not on YouTube Premium, you've probably been seeing this stuff already. But make sure you're hitting the like button. Share it. The like button helps just as much as anything else. because it gets people in front of everybody's eyes. It gets us in front of everybody's eyes. And do like Shake Money with the $5 donation. Appreciate it, Shake. Thanks for the content. You're absolutely welcome, Shake. Thank you for always coming around and watching it. And of course, we still need to talk, bro. So I'll be getting with you. I just got to get this dang move done, bro. Starting now. But thanks for the $5 tip there, buddy. Appreciate it. Everybody else that has joined us today, including Alex, who is stuck with me for a final thought. Pete left. He don't like to give final thoughts because we have to probably pay for that or something. I don't know. We'll see. But go ahead, Alex. Where do we go from here, man? What do we do? Do we get another quarterback? I mean, let's be real.
Caller, honestly, I'm just gonna sit back and wait to see what they do. I don't care who's under center next season. It could be you, it could be me, it could be Crypto, Cap, or anybody. I just want to win, man. That's all that matters. To me, is winning. And we just gotta hope that they pull the right strings, get the guys in here that we need to get, and go from there, man. I know. I'm just hoping, next year. I already think that next year is going to be a better year for us. We just had a lot of injuries happen this year, and that's what killed this season. But this was still a fun season to watch. And hey, we'll see what happens down the road, man. Let's just hope good. Let's just pray for the best and prepare for the worst.
That's all you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you, Alex.
Take care, caller. Take care, Crypto.
All right, Alex.
Crypto. We're in a bad state of affairs, man. Now, real quick, this has been all day coverage of Miami, of the Dolphins' Monday morning madness on the Fins tailgate. We've got Crypto to tell us, to bring us back from the madness.
I don't know if I could bring us back from the madness after listening to that press conference of a bunch of indecisions and uncertainties. I'm gonna go on the mantra right now for hashtag 2080. Because unless we win a Super Bowl before then, we're no different from my beloved Cubs. Yeah, we was able to get one in 2016 in my lifetime, but I will be 105 in the year 2080. I'm not sure if God is going to have me around by the year 2080 to witness a Dolphins Super Bowl.
I don't believe so, bro. I don't believe so. I read this book one time. I read this cheap little dime store novel one time called War Keep 2030. And I thought, when I was a kid and reading that, I thought, man, that's so far away. How old will I be? And here we are, about 8 years away, man. It's like, wow.
Literally 8 years away. Actually, 7 years away from it now. But yeah.
Forget.
Yeah, now you're thinking about, man, that seems so far away. You're looking at it as a little kid. And lo and behold, I'll be like, man, if I'm so beloved to be around by the year 2080 and we haven't lifted a Lombardi trophy since 72, oh my God. I don't know how I would take it, Color. But this organization has given me reason to believe that, yeah, I think that's when we're going to win our next Super Bowl. Right. We keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
So Michael K is asking who timed him out. Well, nobody, because I see you, Michael K. But you have been gone a while. Who timed Michael K out? Mycelium, great show today, man, with the $2 donation. Appreciate it, Mycelium. Glad to have you around. And hey.
Yeah, Mycelium. He must be a crypto guy too, because that's a famous wallet to hold your Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah. That's right. So, Crypto, I appreciate you joining us as always. I am your humble co-evolved to regular host of the show today, Color Commentary.
Pete said, I'll be so lucky I'll die on that same day
on my 105th birthday when we win the Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, no
Thanks,
doubt. Like
Pete.
like we won. And have a heart attack right after. Yeah.
Right afterwards, exactly. I'll be in the stadium sitting there in a wheelchair. They did boom. The lights get turned out on me.
Right,
But thanks,
right.
Pete. I'm looking forward to that day.
So, as I said, I am your humble host, Color Commentary. Appreciate every one of you showing up. This is our regular guest contributor, Crypto, and he says bye, fins up to everybody. Y'all have a great evening.